I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, back-end, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed's own. Your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
Seats! I got $1 billion idea! I got $1 billion idea!
I'm listening. What if we use state-of-the-art GPT wrappers to monitor live streams for API keys being leaked? Isn't that a little too niche?
It's pronounced niche. And of course not, according to my lived experience, it's very common to leak API keys. I just need you to set up a database that can handle my scale.
All right. I'll use Neon so it can scale up in case this happens. On the rare chance you don't get any traffic, we'll scale down so it doesn't cost you a fortune.
Oh, we'll need scale. Hey, Teach, you know that site we made about protecting API keys?
Yeah, dude, you were totally right. We did need to have a database that could handle your scale.
People are using that to steal API keys.
Wait, Prime, I didn't notice you were live.
I'm not live.
Yeah. A special deal only for today. For every bit you buy, I'll pay you back 2 bits.
On the plus side, your database is still up.
When traffic spikes, Neon's serverless Postgres auto-scales to meet demands. Without all that extra ops work. Get the free plan at neon.com.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed's own. Your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed Zone, your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed's own. Your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
Seats! I got $1 billion idea! I got $1 billion idea!
I'm listening.
What if we use state-of-the-art GPT wrappers to monitor live streams for API keys being leaked?
Isn't that a little too niche?
It's pronounced niche. And of course not. According to my lived experience, it's very common to leak API keys. I just need you to set up a database that can handle my scale.
All right. I'll use Neon so it can scale up in case this happens. On the rare chance you don't get any traffic, it'll scale down so it doesn't cost you a fortune.
Oh, we'll need scale.
Hey, Teach, you know that site we made about protecting API keys?
Yeah, dude, you were totally right. We did need to have a database that could handle your scale.
People are using that to steal API keys.
Wait, Prime, I didn't notice you were live.
I'm not live.
Yeah. A special deal only for today. For every bit you buy, I'll pay you back 2 bits.
On the plus side, your database is still up.
When traffic spikes, Neon's serverless Postgres auto scales to meet demands. Without all that extra ops work. Get the free plan at neon.com.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable, obviously. Secure, not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok.
Hello and welcome to React Summit Behind the Scenes. This is where I give all of you folks at home FOMO, the fear of missing out. Don't worry, it's all good. But I wanted to show you how much of an amazing time we are having here on site today at React Summit. I'm here on the stage. We've already started with some amazing talks, and we have more amazing content coming up. But I wanted to give you, during this break, a little sneak peek of what you can be doing next year when you come and join us in person. I should start by introducing myself. My name is Nathaniel Akemwa, and I am one of your esteemed MCs today. I actually have another MC that's here with me just off the stage. Hey, Jessie, how you doing?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Good. The conference has gone off to a great start as well. You've been on the Basecamp track this morning, haven't you? How's it been?
It's been really interesting. We've been having a lot of chats about AI developments, but also how people are adapting to the learning behind all these new technologies. It's been really, really interesting. Great questions and great engagement.
Great questions, great engagement. And also for you, it's pretty easy. You can just click a button to switch tracks. We have to walk around to a different room, but it's so good. We have more amazing talks. Thank you, Jessie. You're doing an amazing job. Go and enjoy your coffee break. All right, so like I said, there are these two tracks. We have the Basecamp track, which is in here, and then we also have a second track with more amazing content for you. The great thing is there's a little bit of something for everyone. You can just keep an eye out on the schedule. You should have it just under your screen if you're watching me on the Git Nation platform, and you can check out the different places that we have. We have so much amazing content for you that it makes so much to choose from. And the best thing is, all of it is being recorded. So take advantage of some of the things that are happening live, the live conversations, the discussion rooms. I'll talk about those more in a minute. And make sure you enjoy all of them, because there is so much for you to be doing here. All right. So we're going to leave the main auditorium where a lot of the content has happened today. And I'm going to take you through to the expo, the part of the day where people get to network, the hallway track, if you ask me. And before I wanted to do that, I want to pause and say thank you to our amazing program committee. So these are the people who actually put all of the talks together, and they decide which ones are going to be on the lineup. They help come up with the topics for the discussion rooms. And clearly you're watching, so they've done an amazing job. Give them a round of applause wherever you are at home as well. So they helped come up with the different content. They helped source the speakers and so on and so forth. And that makes such a good conference. We've had amazing content so far on different React pieces as well and more. But we want you to get involved in the conversation. And this is where we have the discussion room. So one of the discussion rooms has already happened. When you join in live, you can be a part of the discussion, actually interact and talk about different topics. And that's really, really good, because while we're here to learn, we don't want you to just be listening. We want you to be part of that discussion. We would love you to take part. And there are a couple of different ways you can do that from home. One of my favorite ways is you can actually come and talk to the speakers. So speakers who finish their talk, they come over to this Q&A. And you can even speak to them. I think we have a couple of speakers here. We have Eric. Did you just give your talk?
I did.
How did it go?
Pretty well. I've got a lot of good feedback.
Nice. What was your talk on about? I think some people may have watched your talk. They may have just finished watching it, or maybe about to watch it on the agenda. Can you just give them a little TLDR?
Yeah, it's about an interesting new framework called Ripple that might eventually replace React or not or whatever. But it's an experiment in this space that I think we need to experiment in.
Awesome. And this is why you should come in person, because you can just walk up to the speakers and ask them questions, bug them a little. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk to me. I'll see you around. But yeah, it's really, really good. And we don't just have the speakers and the discussion rooms. We have a lot of different content throughout the chain. We have a whole expo, which right now is really busy, really crowded, with so much amazing talks, so many amazing sponsors. We've got coffee, we've got treats and snacks. And I think we should go a little bit around and see some of these sponsors. So we've got like MUI, we've got Zed, we've got AG Studio. Everyone's in this space getting recaffeinated. So it's quite busy. I've got my cameraman. I don't want to make sure they don't trip over, but they're doing an amazing job. And the great thing about this is, as we walk around, you're going to just see so many people together, having conversations, meeting new people. Even just over today, I've seen people that I saw last year, I met last year, and been able to chat with them. And it's really good to be able to connect with people, maybe even find your next job. And speaking of connecting with people, one of the things that I love is there's so many fun, interactive things that you can get involved in. And one of them are these nice icebreakers. So if people want to talk to new people, they can actually grab, do you mind if I grab this? These little icebreakers with little ideas of what you might want to talk about. So get the conversation going as well. Now, we do have the Discord that you can join, and you can talk about some of the topics, maybe make some virtual friends as well, and plan to meet them in person at the next conference. We also have the Home Computer Museum in the background. Maybe you're feeling a bit nostalgic and you want to get your hands on some old technology. You can do that all here. All right, let's continue with the day. But I must say, it's always nice when you get to pause and just chill. Just relax and enjoy the day. There's a lot of learning to do, and that takes a lot of brain cells, takes a lot of calories, brain calories. So being able to just chill and relax is always a big important part of the conference. All right, let's continue going through our sponsors. We've got a few, we've got Storyblock and HighCharts, and the cool thing is all of them have different pieces of swag, different prizes, different giveaways that they're giving, so you can take part in all of those. It's really, really cool. I really love ImageKit. They've got a nostalgic looking video game that people are playing. We've had ones which are giving away different pieces of swag. But I wanted to walk over to a very, very specific booth because they are doing something which I think is pretty awesome. How many of you at home have ever taken part in a hackathon? Well, the folks over at Progress have been running a digital hackathon during the past 2 days of the conference. And this hackathon, they are giving away prizes of up to value of 10,000 euros in prizes that people can win. So people are building projects, submitting them online at Hackathon Party to win some prizes. It is pretty awesome, and hopefully I can actually get to talk to one of the organizers here who can tell us a little bit about one of the hackathons. But it's really cool. They have a MetaQuest 3S that they're giving away as well. And so, yeah, so it's really cool how you can get involved and people can get involved. There's more than just the conference happening here at the moment. Let me see if I can steal one of the organizers to chat about the conference. Anyone who's free? Is there anyone who's free to tell me about the hackathon going on? Hey, how are you? What's your name?
I'm Laura. I am the product manager for Kendo UI.
Okay, and tell us a little bit about this hackathon that's going on.
First of all, we are really excited about the hackathon. It's the idea is for the topic to be related to this wonderful event that we're having here. It's about how we want to see the ideas of people, how they can improve and make an impact on an event like this. So we're really excited to see their solutions and their ideas, what they make. So it's still also a bit of a, we don't know what we're going to see. So I'm not sure how much more I can give you as the details. But yeah, maybe we can keep you posted, and we're going to see the ideas in, I think, half an hour. And we're going to see what people thought, what ideas they got, and maybe the products that, I don't know, maybe they can improve our lives at the next conference.
Awesome, thank you so much. So stuff like that, it's really cool. I think the organizers there, you can see a bunch of people here working on different projects. We've actually got the folks at Hackathon Party who are here, who are helping run the hackathon. I know, hey Sam, how you doing?
I'm doing very well.
Good, I know you are supporting Progress, helping them run Hackathon Party. Tell us a little bit about it and how people involved can find their next hackathon online.
Good stuff. Hackathon Party kind of takes the idea of a hackathon platform and flips it on its head. The idea is to put the attendee first, give them the tools to do their best work, and hopefully improve the quality of the submissions that come out the other side.
And that's awesome because you've had people joining in this hackathon as well, and you're running it at a conference. Must be fun.
It's good fun. It's the energy in this room is just incredible. Yes, it's great to be a part of it.
Well, it's great to have builders together, and maybe if you're running your next hackathon, you can check them out online as well. All right, see you around. All right, so much to do, so much to see. But remember, it's not just the event, it's not just the technology, it's not the talks, it is the community. It is the being part of something bigger in person. that is loved. One of my favorite stops every time I do this walkthrough is coming over to the picture spot. So we even have a nice little picture where you can get yourself pictured. You can find different props. I'm gonna pick one up now. Some of these awesome glasses. Actually, these match my outfit. I think I should switch to them permanently. But you can come. But even if you aren't here, take a selfie from wherever you are. Oh, actually, no, these glasses are better. Wait, hold on. Sorry, I got distracted. Yes. Okay. Even if you're at home, take a selfie of where you're watching it and use the hashtags that we have on stage for this event and let us know where you're watching from. We'd love to see how you're enjoying the conference. And just like I said before, we have so much for you, and one of the things that I love is we have this job board. So maybe you're looking for your next side gig, your next main gig. You can check it out. Lots of people are looking for different roles, and these are also available online on the platform. So if you're on the Git Nation platform, go check out the sponsors, go check out the perks, and go check out the job board. There is so much for you. And if you get your gig, I'd like to make sure that I get my commission. I think you should send me a gift as a thank you. All right. We are nearly out of time, but there is one more booth that I wanted to be able to go and visit. And they don't know I'm doing this, but I wanted to make sure I give a huge shout out to the organizers of this conference. And that is the Git Nation team. They do an amazing job running not just this conference, but a bunch of different conferences over JavaScript, AI, different topics. So I would encourage you, check it out. Maybe there is another conference, and maybe there's one near you, because they do them in different countries that you can participate and take part in. And maybe I'll even get to see you in person. I know there is a lot that I flew through. There is so much for you to do online, so make sure you explore the portal. But even better, next year, make sure you're here in person, because I want to see you at the after party. I'm looking forward to it tonight. We've got karaoke going, so I've got to save my voice for then. But until then, folks, it's been a pleasure taking you around backstage at React Summit in 2026. Hopefully I get to see you in person next year. But even if I don't, enjoy the rest of your day.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Hello, hello. Welcome back, everybody.
Yeah, good to see everyone back with a full stomach and full of energy, right? Full of energy after lunch, always.
Especially with the popsicles.
With the popsicles, with some sugar in you. So everyone here in the audience, we're gonna do a little introduction again for the people that are joining remotely because we're starting the stream right now. So you might think, I'm seeing double, I'm crazy. No, you're not. We're just doing it double, it's correct. Everything is fine, okay? And I think we have the wrong slides up. Because rock, paper, scissors. Yeah, sorry. The rock, paper, scissors. Remote intro. But there's not enough people for rock, paper, scissors. Can you skip it and then go back? All right. We're back. Okay, I know what to do now. All right. Everyone remotely joining in today, thanks a lot for being here with us in Amsterdam, or yeah, in your case, in Ontario, or in Japan, or in another city. Can you name a few cities where people will be joining?
London.
London now. People from London will take the ferry.
South Africa.
Good, perfect. I'll accept it. Yeah, good to have you here. We are happy that you are interested in joining our little remote from our website, reactsummit.com.
So for all of the agenda information, you can go straight to the conference website and you'll see there's a section for the timings for if you're joining us remotely. And let's take a look at our watch page and see how we can navigate around the platform. So you can see there are 2 tracks running in parallel today, the Summit track and the Basecamp track. And if you see the video player and the timeline underneath, you can select the activity that you'd like to go to, and the system will put you in the right place immediately.
Today's speakers are doing Q&A right after their talks. It's here on the stage. So if you have any questions, you can do so by going to slido.com and using the code 0612. Be sure to select the correct track. This is the Summit track, and the other one, which I'm pointing to right now, which doesn't make sense if you're watching remotely, is the Basecamp track. So there's a selector on slido.com where you can select the correct track. And if you type any question, be sure to prefix it with the name of the speaker that you want to answer your question.
And as part of our agenda today, you'll know that we have the hybrid discussion rooms. So these are the topics that are happening today, right now after lunch. There's the 3 o'clock AI unconference, and the 5 o'clock full stack is eating front end. Should full stack engineers adapt? So for the remote audience to participate, you just have to join the Zoom link from the watch page where you're following on the stream. And in-person attendees, just follow the signs up to the discussion room. So second floor, just be before the booths or ask a volunteer for directions.
And can you translate the times for everyone watching remotely in their own time zone?
I don't know if we're that good with AI yet that we can do that.
Just say it for every city you know. No, if you watch the timeline below the video player, that's adjusted for your time zone. So these are Dutch times, 3 and 5, but the timeline below is for your time zone. Now, we would love to see how everyone remotely is watching. Are you just sitting in your home office, or are you on the couch watching on your television? Are you in your car where you have a screen in your car? Do you have a hammock put up in your backyard, and are you just chilling while watching React Summit? We want to know. So show us a picture, use the hashtag React Summit, and we'll be looking out for your posts. While you're enjoying our content here today, we want everyone to have a good time and feel safe while doing so. And for that, we have set up a code of conduct. So if you haven't yet, please take a moment to read it at gitnation.com/coc, or send an email to coc@gitnation.org if at any point you feel like there's been a violation. If people are not being nice to you, then let us know and we will be taking care of it right away. We will not tolerate any form of harassment on any of our platforms.
And if you're in the market for a new gig, you're looking for a new job, don't raise your hand right now, but check out the open positions we've got from our amazing sponsors that they're promoting at reactsummit.com/jobs. So there's plenty of front-end developer roles, especially React jobs, at companies like Sentry, MUI, and more. So make sure you check those out. And in addition, our sponsors have kindly prepared some special perks for you. So check those out on the watch page as well.
Perfect. So people are still hiring. Good. We have partnered with certificates.dev to help you get your React skills officially certified. 75 lucky people will receive a free certification, and everyone else gets 25% off the React examination with the discount code RS26, so React Summit 2026. You can go to certificates.dev for the true expert-developed hands-on and React JavaScript certifications. All right, and if at any time during the event you have any feedback, be it positive, be it negative, we want to know what you're thinking, what you think of the event and how we can improve. So go to reactsummit.com/feedback and let us know what we can improve. Or if you just want to say, well, great job, MCs, we also love that.
And now, before we introduce the next speaker, we'd love to say thank you to our gold sponsor, Sentry. Sentry's debugging platform is used by over 4 million developers and 150,000 organizations. Thank you to our gold sponsor, Expo, and Expo is an end-to-end mobile app development platform.
All right, and now we are done with the remote intro. So remote people, there's something you can't participate in, and it's my favorite part of the day, actually, but it's in person, I'm sorry. Everyone here, who's ever heard of a game called Rock, Paper, Scissors? Who wants to do a little tournament of Rock, Paper, Scissors? All right, here's how we're gonna go. Look for someone next to you. Stand up, everyone can stand up. If you're able to stand up, stand up. If you're able to stand up, stand up. And then find a person who is not playing a game yet. We're playing best of 3. So if you've won 2 times, you are the winner. If you've lost, that is very annoying, but now you are your previous opponent's biggest fan and you're cheering them on. Yeah, rock, play that rock. All right, and you join them along, searching for their next participant. At a certain point, it will be a little bit crowded, a little bit busy. So if you're looking for an opponent, just throw up your hands, wave in the air, and we're doing the same thing in the other track. And before the last talk of the day, we will have a final where we have some nice prizes. So if you win from this track, you'll be playing against the winner of the other track at the end of the day. Does that sound good? Everything clear? So everyone that wants to play, you can now find your opponent and play some rock, paper, scissors, best of 3. Yes. I won. Yeah. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. Rock, paper, scissors. All right, who's still in? Who's looking for an opponent? Keep cheering on your opponent if you've lost. I see someone there looking for an opponent. There's someone looking over there in the middle.
It's getting intense now.
Yeah. Turning up the heat. Cheer them on, cheer them on. Oh, how many rounds are they doing?
I think there's a lot of drawing going on here. Oh.
All right, we see a little semi-final going on here. Here, yeah, come here. There's people playing here. Are you still in? You're still playing? There's someone there looking for an opponent?
It looks like we've even got our next speaker getting involved in the games.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. All right, you're in the final, the semi-final from this stage. So come on stage, and then we are waiting for your opponent. All right, we have the last 2 people, so please come on stage for the final bout of this round, this stage. Everyone, you want me to hold it? I'm good. Yeah? Okay, all right. 3, 2, 1, fight! 3, 2, 1, go!
Ooh, congratulations.
Congratulations. So, before the last talk of Kitze, we will have the final bout. So, we expect you here. Bernie Sumption. Everyone, can I get a big round of applause for Bernie? See you then.
Awesome.
All right.
So thank you so much, Metin. See you very soon. So before we welcome our next speaker, please make sure you've all got Slido open and head and put in the code 0612. And that's where you can click into the summit track and ask questions to our very next speaker. And the next speaker is going to be Alex. So Alex is a partner program manager on the Microsoft Edge team and a Blink API owner. He served as overall tech lead for Project Fugu, led Chrome standards work, and he was elected 3 times to the W3C Technical Architecture Group. He's been a champion of progressive web apps, service workers, and the modern web platform. So he's going to be talking to us today about building bridges in a post-SPA future. And he's going to be examining why SPAs were always a bet on contingent assumptions and how the industry is moving beyond them. So everybody, please give a very warm welcome to Alex. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you again for the warm introduction. I wanted to say hello, everyone. I know we were just post-break, and I do want to be inclusive, so I realize this probably is leaving a few folks out. So it is a bit of a surprise to me to be here today, because I spoke at JS Nation last year, and I did the thing you're never supposed to do, which is what I said out loud, which is I wrote on my blog things I actually meant. And so this blog post is the sort of thing that I think requires extraordinary patience from the perspective of the organizers to then read it and then not throw me into the sea, but instead invite me to speak at the React conference that I wrote about instead. So thank you again for your forbearance, and hopefully y'all will follow me through the same journey today. But what I wrote about in this post specifically was kind of who it is that we think we're building things for. What is it that we want to do? Who do we want to have been when our future selves look back? And I used the frame of Louis Brandeis, the famous antitrust and jurist advocate in the United States from the previous century, regarding his definition of what it means to be a professional, which is someone whose work is not simply mechanical, but is slightly intellectual, and whose work takes on the cast of serving others, and whose primary domain sort of acknowledgement of competency is not about how much money you make. It's the recognition of your peers in some deeper way. It's a service to society. Do we want to be, by that definition, professional? And if so, how's it going? So, you will see me sometimes walk around and hand out stickers like this, and if you see me after this, I might have a few. And what I want to talk about today is what this kind of really means at the bottom. It's not meant to be a provocation. If you see this and you think of yourself as a JavaScript person, trust me, I understand. I worked on TC39 for more than a decade. I helped add classes and promises and async and await and arrow functions and all sorts of things to the language with a big team at Google, not just me, like lots of people. It would take a long time to enumerate all the wonderful people who made a lot of those things happen. But all of these big collaborations happen because we want to improve something somewhat, right? We first have to see it for what it is, see its deficiencies and failures, and then work to address them. And that is the urgent call, I think, of a technologist who's working in the public interest at every moment. Okay, so what I'm going to do is a bit of the kind of normal thing that you get told to do when you're putting together a slide deck, which is to tell people what you're going to tell them, and then tell them the thing, and then tell them what you told them. But I want to do this very intentionally because what I'm going to try to attempt here is to convince you that I'm not your enemy, even though I just put those things on the stage, which is a bit surprising, right? So to do that, I'm going to talk about who we are And then I'm going to talk about who our users are, because I think that when we conceptualize ourselves as being people who are building in service of something greater than our own personal interest, and specifically the money that we make for doing a service, then we can conceptualize a different way of looking at our work, which is in the lens of what it is we aspire to. And then hopefully, we can see something about the choices that we're making on a daily basis somewhat differently. And then I hope that you will feel, in the way that I have felt accepted here, accepted by those of us who see a different path forward. Okay, let's get to it. First, I want to tell you that it's going to also probably come as a surprise that if you were just judging by hours spent on a daily or weekly or monthly or at this point decade-long basis, I probably count as part of the React community. Which is to say, all of my day is spent these days consulting on React applications. And that has been true for the better part of a decade. Previously, there were a bunch of Angular apps that needed help, and we helped them too. But today, almost the entire industry that sort of shows up needing a bit of repair from the perspective of performance analysis and trying to do a better job for users, almost all tend to be React applications. So this is kind of the leading edge and has been sort of, I think, propagated into the middle tier of what major web applications do today, is they carry a copy of React around with them by hook or by crook. And so one of the applications I consulted on over the past year is represented by this chart. The names are not provided to protect the guilty and the innocent, but what you're seeing here is a distributional change. This is Crux scores, overall Crux Chrome User Experience Report scores, good versus bad for desktop and mobile. And what you're looking at on the left-hand side of that chart is a system that was very high profile. You've heard of it. You've maybe used it. But it was adding about 100 kilobytes of compressed JavaScript monotonically to its build every month. And so what you're seeing is a shift away from users who were using it on mobile towards a larger density of the overall population of users in the population on desktops. This is what it means to bounce users. One of the things that I think we should, as a community, get our heads around is that the total addressable market of the web is everything, right? The things that can run a web browser generally include a toaster these days. I don't think I want a smart toaster, but you could probably get one that has a browser in it. Certainly televisions and refrigerators will have more than enough SoC power and a built-in copy of Chromium someplace, I promise you. And so that's not your primary audience in most cases, but lots of users, we'll talk about it in a second, look a lot like that. And so what this looks like is a failure for the product through shrinkage. In theory, the total addressable market of this service, this web-based service, was most users on the planet. And they definitely had plans to expand into as many hands and as many phones and as many computers as possible. But there was a hysteresis effect. The system was so slow that users who they would like to reach were simply bouncing off of it. And if you're honest with yourself, think about the services that you encounter on a daily basis. How often are you frustrated by them in that same way? Okay. So what this gets to is not a question about React. It gets about the React is just one tiny, tiny, tiny filament in the thread that gets spun, that gets woven into the greater fabric of the applications that we build. React is but one choice, but it is a fated choice, right? It is a choice about the intent that we are going to take at every moment when we choose it beyond that. And so what I'm going to talk about today, and what I hope you will understand me to be saying, is not about your choice to write your angle brackets with capital letters and no closing tags, right? That's not what I'm talking about, right? What I'm talking about is the cultural effect of choosing React. Because web experiences are aggregates. We are programming the devil's computer. I talk about this all the time. I'm sure you've heard it before. I'm a little boring about this, but we're sending code through a pipe that we don't own, can't provision, don't understand, with latencies that we have no ability, generally speaking, to characterize before we start sending things across the wire. Two devices that we didn't provision, running operating systems that we don't control, running browsers that we didn't provision or control, which may have extensions and all kinds of other things that we are ignorant of, right? And that is before you get to all the other stuff that's happening on the machine. Antivirus, copy of Photoshop, whatever else is happening on the machine that is inclusive in the user's experience, but it may not be what you're developing too. So because these are wicked complex systems, and we only have a little bit of time here to get through them, what I'd like to show you here is a bit of evidence about who our users are and what they're experiencing. So Core Vitals is a great lens for understanding the ecosystem level, the population level effects of our choices. And what we're seeing is that in recent years, Core Vitals pass rates have started to plateau. It's a little bit worse than that, but we'll get to it. And what we're seeing is on the top 1 million mobile websites, this is a new visualization that the HTTP archive has put out recently. We're seeing that the best performing sites by framework are only getting into the 70% pass rates. And the worst performing sites, not the absolute worst, but certainly from the popular frameworks today, are sitting well below 50% on mobile. And that is dominated by React and React's friends. So this is what it looks like to fail at scale. If we zoom in to the top 100,000 websites, which is to say the sites that are probably having some sort of commercial intent about their content, right? They've built an audience, they're trying to reach users, they're serving ads, there's all sorts of confounding factors along with them. What we saw over the past couple of years was this massive cliff when the interaction and XPaint metric hit in Core Web Vitals. And what this means is that the pool drained, right? INP measures, FID was a sort of imprecise metric, and it was very easily gameable, and React did a lot to game it. But INP is much harder to game because it's about all the interactions that you take in the session just after it loads. And so what we saw with a more sensitive and predictive instrument was that users were having a worse time, or they were having a bad time all the time, but now we can see it. And this hit React-based sites particularly hard. I would say that whatever progress was being made in the old, easily gamed metric set, the truth outed eventually. So I want us to understand React not as React, but React the epiphenomena, the set of things that come along as part of the package when you choose cultural React, when you decide to walk into the ring and say, I'm here, we're doing React, what are we doing next? And that used to be Create React App, and maybe it's, I don't know what the data management system of the week is these days. Is anyone still using Apollo? Okay. There's a whole series of things that keep circling in and out of that ring, but you are there, and you are sort of in conversation with all of your peers who are also in that ring. And, but you are also subject in the applications that you build to a whole series of external factors, including, for instance, networks. The bottom line is the one that I would look at here, which is to say that this is the 25th percentile in this distribution. Think of it as this is being P75, flip it around in sort of your estimation of like the 25% of network connections are worse than this. And Cloudflare's pretty good analytics system here reckons that that's getting you between 7 and 9 megabits per second down. 7 to 9 megabits per second down is worse than most satellite internet connections. This doesn't count RTT. I think RTT is in P75, sitting about 100 milliseconds. I don't know if you've done this lately, but you can get most of the way around the world with the ping, with a couple of packets in 100 milliseconds. Okay. So into that network condition, what are we doing? What has our community chosen to do? Well, we're sending a lot of stuff down the wire. 10 years ago, that was 1.2 megabytes total, compressed, potentially if you're compressing, but total transfer for most websites at the 50th percentile to mobile. And today, it's 2.7 megabytes. So we've more than doubled the size of the average website payload at the 50th percentile. And JavaScript is doing numbers too. So today, in 2016, that would have been 310 kilobytes of that 1.2 megabyte payload would have been JavaScript, which uncompressed is a whole honking load of JavaScript. I just want to be very clear. You can do a ton of stuff in 300K of JavaScript. And we were sending that at the 50th percentile, right, at P75. And today, we're sending 3/4 of a megabyte of JavaScript to mobile users, and half of users get at least that or more. So what does it look like at the tail? Well, it used to be 850K, but we have really lost all control. It's now more than 2.1 megabytes. Unzipped, we would expect 2.1 megabytes, if it's gzip, to be about 5 to 7 megabytes. Brotlead It's more than that. What are you doing with 7 megabytes of JavaScript? Okay. Do we know? Do we understand what we're doing with 7 megabytes of JavaScript? Do we have an understanding of what's actually in there? I think we don't. And I think to understand what this means for us, we have to understand how we got here. Because I think everyone in this room is here because we are all dedicated to the exact same thing. We want better user experiences, right? Yes? Yes? Okay, good. I'm not speaking to the wrong audience. Great, that's good. And to get that, we decided that we were going to make a trade. We were going to buy into a lot of complexity because browsers weren't very good. And the trend line was in 2008, 9, 10, 11, that CPUs were getting much faster and networks were getting much more predictable and faster, and that we were going to have more headroom on the JavaScript side, even though the browser engines weren't necessarily keeping up. So we put JavaScript in the critical path because it was the thing that could give us what we couldn't get any other way, which was to say better browsers. So that turned into a set of self-sustaining investment loops. And the thing that I wind up being crosswise with folks about is that maybe we didn't check to see if that still made sense, right? Like, does that still pan out? Because as engineers, our responsibility is not to the paycheck, it is to the evidence. Like, that's just what it means to do a good job as an engineer, right? You could be something else. You could be a marketer, you could be a salesperson, in which case the dollar is the denominator. But for us, that's not what it means to do a good job. A good job is something about the user experience. So we can see that we have huge amounts of investment going into React, and that has become quite self-sustaining. And at the limit, that has started to push other folks who understood simpler ways of doing things out of the ecosystem. I've witnessed this personally many times. We don't have enough time today to get into that, but it's generally a catastrophe for the organization. Because what happens is that you lose the ability to think laterally about problems and solve them in simpler ways. Okay. So I've worked on a browser for something like gosh, it's a long time. More than 15 years. Let's say more than 15 years, so I don't feel too old. But before that, I built JavaScript frameworks, and I came to work on a browser because I wanted the web platform to improve. But what I want you to understand from the browser engineer's perspective is that when you send something down the wire and do anything in JavaScript, you are saying, I'm taking the reins, dear browser, butt out. It is literally the most expensive way to do anything in a browser. Because browsers are machines that are highly optimized because of the web's history for turning declarative forms of HTML and CSS into pixels. That's what we do all day, every day. And if you plug something into the side in JavaScript, you're just plugging it into that same system. You're just driving that system without the benefit of an internal understanding of the state of the system or how it works or what it can do for you. So let's understand that in terms of our own users and their sessions. If we think about a session as being all the things that you click on, right? That could be multi-page, that could be single page. This is, I think, the most useful equation for understanding this sort of at a really, really, really rough conceptual level. N is the number of navigations in the session, or clicks, taps, interactions. The first thing is baked in, that first interactions latency. That we just have to have that. And then we have all of the follow-on ones, and those could be full-page navigations, or they could be in-app navigations. They could be single page, right? But they are all their own latency, and they go from when I do the action to when the system becomes quiescent again, going through all the phases of starting to do work, updating the user about the work, updating them as it goes, retiring the work, updating the UI, and then becoming quiescent again. That's the flow that happens all the time. So an open question for us as a community has been, well, how often is N large? Because the whole idea of an SPA is that you're going to have a long session and you could amortize those costs, the upfront costs and the initial latency, based on having a lot of clicks later. So do we? Well, this data sort of hit me like a ton of bricks last year, because this is from the RUM archive that Akamai publishes, and it shows that both on mobile and desktop, users that have specifically sites that have specifically instrumented their pages for in-app navigations are seeing only 2 navigations of any type total. Can this possibly be true? Because if so, this is a crisis for us, right? The idea that we would build a web page based on SPA technology, premised on long sessions, when on average, sessions might only be 2 clicks deep. Well, I mean, I think if we think back to the old web, we kind of knew that this was true. Bounce rates are always high. And this is very application specific, right? But it raises the question for us to go answer. We should go look at our data, right? We should be going and investigating our logs. So what I would like for us to do is to think about things a different way, to have that moment of together, to have that moment where things feel a little bit uncomfortable underneath us, and we decide that we're going to look at the problem from a different perspective. But we can do it safely, because we're doing it together, right? We don't have to think that it's an us versus them thing, that if I understand this world and its implications, that it somehow invalidates who I am, or that I'm a bad person, right? That's not true. There are people who have been warned about this and then sold you maybe a pile of goods that weren't going to work and then didn't work, but that's a different question. Everyone here, that's not you. You're just trying to do a really good job for the user, right? Okay, so come with us. Let's look at things a different way. This is the smartphone volume by operating system over the last 10 years. At no point in the last decade has Apple sold more than 20% of all smartphones in the world. Sometimes it bounces up to 25% per quarter if there's a new OS device or a new device release, but it's never more than 20% per year. And you may be thinking to yourself, okay, fine. Androids are everywhere. Maybe. But everyone has a desktop, right? Well, I'm here to tell you that 4.6 mobile browser-running smartphones are sold for every desktop computer that's sold every year. Right? That's 1.2 billion to something like 270 million. So, hands up if you carry an iPhone. Oh, holy cow. Well, this makes sense. World historically speaking, we're all quite wealthy. And the probability of you joining that 20% goes to 1 as your income goes up, right? Because the market is heavily segmented by price. And what this means is unfortunate, because it means that our experience is delaminating from the experience of the average user. What you should see at the bottom there is that those two bottom lines account for more than 60% of sales every year and have for a decade worldwide. Those two bottom lines, that's not what's in your pocket if you raise your hand. And that's because Apple puts a fuck ton of cash in every A-series chip. It's just an unbelievable dominant amount of cash and ARB between L1, L2, and L3. They can keep the beast fed in a way that Qualcomm and MediaTek and everyone else sort of cheaped out on. What that means for us as an ecosystem, rather than us as end users, is that our users, if they're on Android, are getting a slow experience. And this is because the prices have also delaminated. The top-end Android device is now the fastest part you can get is somewhat cheaper than the top-end iOS device. And the global average selling price for a phone is hovering somewhere between $350 and $375 per year, not inflation adjusted. And the low end is actually falling. The same phone keeps getting produced with different badges on it every year, but the price keeps going down. It doesn't get any faster, but it does get cheaper. That's what the volume is, because the volume is below that global line. It's in the Android area. The average selling price of an iPhone today broke $1,000 a couple of years ago. That is a luxury device for the 20%, right? Okay, and Android is a disaster, right? This is Android versions. I grabbed this out of the Android Studio. This is not great. If you're a native developer, good luck. But what this is downstream of is lots of users who don't get updates. Those devices are old. They're slow, right? And so when we talk about SPAs enabling rich experiences, we mean experiences for rich people, mostly. So it's helpful for us to then acknowledge that we don't see things as they are. Our experience of who we are filters our experience. It causes us to see things differently. It may feel real, but it isn't necessarily true. So I looked into the mobile operating system share in the Netherlands to bring it home and be local about this. Something like 50 to 60% of users are on Android, right? Even here, even one of the wealthiest nations on Earth. And what that means for the device sales is that only 25 to 26% of users are buying high-end devices if you segment it by price. The other 75% are in the mid and lower end tiers. 50% are in the mid-tier. And most devices last between 2 and 4 years. So they're older and they're slower than probably what's in your pocket. And compared to the rest of the world, the networks here are significantly faster. This is a good thing, but that's not a get out of jail free card because we're sending them down the wire to slow CPUs. So how do we get out of this? What do we do next? We're not all going to have the same luck that Alistair Davidson had, where he was able to relitigate a React application and make it a little bit HTML firsty and use a small web component and dramatically expand the total accessible market of the application because it was no longer bouncing users. But there are paths out. If you want sort of a React-flavored way to do this sort of thing, there are tools like Astro that can give you an MPA entry road for your React skills, and they work quite well. We saw that in the evidence earlier. But what I would encourage you to do, aside from plugging your ears, is to check your own browser stats. We did this at Microsoft, and it's been tremendous. You'll see new blog posts every time there's a new browser released, but what you won't see is a new blog post when it falls out of your minimum usage data. You won't see that unless you go look. So go look, just go look. See what you can reset. And once you've reset your expectations based on your user base, you can maybe think about which technologies you can adopt now that maybe weren't available to you just a few years ago. Things are moving really fast in browser land. And you know what? There's no IE and there's no edge in your user base. I promise. Unless it's like a regulated medical profession that's like been installed in the last, 15 years ago and no one's touching it, I promise you that's not your problem because we won't sell you a copy of IE. We won't sell you a copy of Legacy Edge. So that's not your problem. Microsoft won't support it. So just point at us. And I want to tell you not just about sort of the things that you could in theory do, I want to tell you about what we did on the Edge team. So we had a big React SPA predicated stack, and it was being used in a bunch of surfaces inside the browser. Browsers, by the way, are mostly made up of HTML, JavaScript, and CSS these days. And I don't just mean your stuff, I mean our UIs. The settings pages, the dropdowns, all that kind of stuff. It's all made out of browser stuff. And we have been on a multi-year journey now to make that HTML first too. And to move that to something that's based on a multi-page application architecture in many of the cases where we have big and complex interfaces. And across the board, we saw that because something like 30% of our users in Edge are on what we think of as our low-end cohort, which is to say less than 4 cores and less than 8 gigabytes of memory, or having a spinning disk. Those users are getting a significantly better experience to the tune of something like 40% faster every time they interact with one of those services as a result of this work. The other thing I would encourage you to do is to go do bake-offs for yourself. The world has changed, right? We don't have to live in our assumptions as they were previously, and it can feel a little bit unmooring to know that that's true, but not necessarily have your hands around it, right? To be across the brief requires you to update your idea of what's possible in the new world. And the fastest way to do this is to go get your team together and try rewriting stuff in a couple of different styles. It's incredibly cathartic. It helps you not feel bad about what you could do, but feel hopeful about the opportunity that's still in front of you. And the thing that we have had great experience with on the Edge team, which sort of predates the new MCP servers that Google just released, which we've been collaborating on, is to use agents to translate a lot of that old React code into HTML-first stuff with tight performance guardrails and web components where we needed interactivity. And that's been tremendous, including a new framework for doing SSR for this stuff called the Web UI framework, creatively named, I know. But it's like a Rust-based server that gives you declarative shadow DOM streaming down. And for us inside of the browser, we sort of treat the browser process as a server. And so we get to send ourselves HTML-first content. This is dramatically improving, again, on top of that 40% improvement that we already had. Because when you go HTML first, again, browsers are machines that are tightly tuned from turning markup into pixels. And if you hold that pipeline right, even in the face of very slow machines, we can do an excellent job for our users today. And what I want to let you know is that you get to the end of this, you're not alone. There's a community out here. And so when you see something like this, understood that it's not anti-JavaScript more than it is a JavaScript club. We all just want to make something together that's great for users. And of course, I would be remiss if I didn't point out that this slide deck is a multi-page application. So if you've liked what you saw here today, you can have some for yourself. It cost me all of 4K of JavaScript uncompressed and something like 500 lines of CSS. That's what the browser can do today. Thanks.
Hey, amazing talk. Can I bring you over here for some questions?
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed's own. Your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords.
Okay, I should jump straight. Okay, I'll grab the clicker. Thank you very much. So we'll be straight on to our next talk. And if you have any further questions for Alex, I know there were more, please do go and find him in the speaker Q&A spot. We've also now got our AI unconference, so upstairs on the second floor, follow the signs. And for those watching remotely, make sure to click the Zoom link. You'll see it in the timeline below. Before we introduce our next speaker, please welcome our gold sponsor, Neon. Neon is a serverless Postgres platform that scales automatically and lets you branch your database like code. It's the perfect headache-free database for modern web applications and AI agents, so check them out at neon.com. And our gold sponsor, Progress. Progress software helps organizations build and manage responsible AI-powered apps and digital experiences. And don't forget to open slido.com and use the code 0612. And we are in the summit track, and submit your questions for the next speaker using their name at the start of your question. So our next speaker is another Alex. Alex is a full-stack software engineer. He's a founder with a successful exit and a tech education lead at BitterBrains. He's passionate about helping developers build real understanding alongside real speed. So we're going to have Alex tell us about needing more than just prompts. So this is for people already using agents day to day, and it compares two ways of building the same feature. So can everybody please give a very warm welcome to Alex? The stage is yours.
Yeah, thanks so much. Wow, hello, thank you. There's so many people here. It's great to be here. I'm honored to be on the stage, and I've met some great people at our booth. For those of you who haven't met me, my name's Alex. I'm currently technical education lead at BitterBrains, working on unlearn.dev. I've taught software engineering, web development for around about 15 years now, started on YouTube, started a company which was acquired last year, and decided to take a little bit of time off, but then that didn't quite work out, and I love teaching, so I joined the fantastic team at BitterBrains, and we've been working on Unlearn. So, just sort of past the clickbait title of my talk today, I want to talk to you about spec-driven development, which I believe is probably, at least right now, the best way to build software with AI. And the whole premise of this is to think up front about what we're doing before we actually do it. So whether you use spec-driven development as it stands today, or whether it looks a little bit different in the future, that doesn't really matter, and I don't advocate for any particular framework. So the journey, I've been thinking a lot about my journey because the last year has been absolutely mad with AI. And I've been thinking about my journey in terms of my own productivity. And I tend to find that the ideas in my head or what I want to build is faster than I can actually get them down onto paper, so to speak, but obviously that's code. So we're talking like years back now, things like code snippets, just basic like snippets where we say log turns into console log, or generating classes, methods, whatever it is. And this was like the primitive way to speed us up. And then obviously we go into like IDE autocomplete stuff, so static analysis, heavy indexing of our code base inside of our IDE, and obviously that speeds us up as well. And then I'm sure most of you remember the early versions of GitHub Copilot, where we could effectively just generate snippets of code within the context of our code base. And this felt like absolute magic at the time. And I think there's been a big shift from here to where we are now, which is agentic coding. We've kind of taken a step back from our IDEs, or most of us have taken a step back from our IDEs, and we're now telling this thing what to do rather than generating code within the context of our code base. So it's pretty clear that our roles have changed, and if they haven't for you now, they probably will in the near future. We plan, whether that's in our head or on paper, more than we build. And that lends to this kind of cycle, which there's nothing wrong with, but I think there's a better way. So prompting an agent, pretty obvious. Checking that, reprompting either to add to what we've built or to fix what went wrong in the worst case. And that looks a little bit like this. So we start off with, a really simple prompt. Can you do this for me? The prompts maybe get a little bit longer, a little bit more specific. And then we get to the point where things start to break, and then the caps come out, and we just start to shout at our agent. And I've done this multiple times. So this is a pattern I'm sure most of you are familiar with. And I think the problem is that we don't actually know what we want up front. And it's really hard to articulate that, of course, when we are trying to tell this thing what to do. We're essentially directing another developer on what to do, which, if you think about it, we're micromanaging another developer what to do, this intelligent thing, which, if you were think about doing that to a human being, it just won't work out. So I think something belongs between the intent that we have in our head and the code that the agent writes. So a really quick brief on SDD if you are not familiar with it. Effectively, what we do in this cycle is we plan a change, and that goes as like a written spec. So this could be in any form. And to do that, it generates modifiable artifacts, and these are usually markdown files that we can nicely format. We can commit to our repository, which I'll talk about a little bit later, and we can generally review them. And then once we're happy with the spec, there's a little mini cycle in this step. The agent goes ahead and builds that spec, or from that spec. Now, the great thing about this, which again I'll talk a little bit more about, is that the spec acts as this persistent layer, persistent context in your code base, which can be really helpful if you do it well to not only you and your team, but also your AI agent. So let's take a look at the anatomy of a spec. Now, bear in mind, I am not advocating for any particular framework. So whichever framework you do use, or if you build your own pipeline, this is generally what you would include in a spec, compressed down. The first is, the less obvious, is that why are we making a change? We go ahead and make a change, but we don't know why, or the agent doesn't know why we're making a change. So having a why in your spec document or somewhere really helps give that context. The most obvious is what changes. So the actual changes that you want to make to your code base, whether it's adding a feature, refactoring something, fixing a bug. This will be more like the line-by-line changes, or whatever happens. And then, of course, we have the acceptance criteria, which is like, well, when I build against this spec, how do I know it's actually done? This could be like the tests that you write. This could be very specific criteria that we check manually. Really just anything. We want to know if this has been successful, and we note that down before we build. And then again, less obviously, are non-goals and boundaries. It's pretty obvious, most of you have probably found this, that agents like to wander. They like to build things that you don't want. They like to try and be helpful, but actually a lot of the time that creates, not just bad code, but it just complicates your code base. So what does this look like in practice? So at the moment, I'm using OpenSpec, which is a great open source framework for spec-driven development. There are others. But the first thing that I would do, jumping into, this could be a feature, a bug fix, a performance refactor. It doesn't really matter what this is. But you prompt, of course, because you need some way to get that idea from your head into your agent. And using whichever framework that you've chosen, this will then go ahead and generate the documents for you. So you either explore an idea. I'm sure a lot of you have used plan mode and stuff like Claude Code before. And this is kind of similar, where we explore and we go through stuff before we commit to generating these specs out. So in this example, I've got add an emailed one-time passcode to the auth flow. So from that, you get a bunch of artifacts. So you'll get a proposal, which includes that why that I spoke about a moment ago, why we're doing this, what's changing. This is a document that you should be able to give to anyone. So not just developers, you should be able to give it to anyone on your team, any stakeholder, and they should be able to understand exactly what this change is doing. And then we have a design document, usually, which is a more technical approach. So this will be something that developers particularly would review. And then we have my absolute favorite, which is the list of tasks. So even back before I started using spec-driven development personally, I created a skill in Claude Code to take the output of Claude Code's plan mode and convert that over into a checklist, because I found I wanted to see what the agent was doing, and I wanted to stop it maybe midway. I might have, finished for the day, and I wanted to, wrap up and pick up the next day. And we lack that ability in something like plan mode. Now, before we even start to think about generating code, we prompt to refine the spec. And this might seem weird and counterintuitive that we're prompting within this other cycle, like why are we doing this? Are we wasting time? But the point is that at the moment, we've not committed any code. And of course, code is super cheap, but also it's expensive in terms of technical debt. We all know that. So at the moment, we're just talking about words. We're generating a bunch of documents with a bunch of words in that we can just review. Now, after that, of course, once we're super happy with everything, the agent builds stuff, which is the fun part. We can watch the output. We get this beautiful checklist where we can mark stuff off. Well, our agent will mark stuff off for us. And we can watch it build. We can stop it. We can adjust guardrails, which is another reason that I love this approach. And of course, at the end of that, we get the result we wanted. But where do we go from there? Actually, before that. So I ran a workshop on spec-driven development a couple of weeks ago online. And someone asked a really good question. So I was using OpenSpec. I had all the spec documents. I set the agent to go ahead and build it. And they asked, can we dry run the spec to see what our agent will do before we spend all these tokens, running through this task to build this thing out? And I couldn't actually answer the question at the time, so I was pretty honest. And I said, well, I don't know. There might be a feature for that. I'll go ahead and check it out. And then I very quickly realized that the spec is the dry run. You spend that little bit of upfront time planning something with the task list, which is actually very technical. You know exactly what your spec or what your agent is going to do. Of course, not all the time, but it does reduce hallucinations. So as developers, or me, I'm talking for myself here, I like to just get in and start to code, which is where that originally when I started using AI, I would just go in and prompt. So I've had to really shift my thinking here in that we now have a more of upfront planning time, or we should have more upfront planning time. And it's not always 80-20, but I like to use 80-20 because it's quite a common sort of model to think about things, where we have 80% of planning and 20% of execution and other things, which could include things like adjusting guardrails, changing the model that you're using. It might just, not quite work out with what you're building, and you might need to switch halfway through. All of that kind of stuff to everything else. But this mental model is, or this way of working, is of course an investment in changing the way that you work. So I found a case study. There are quite a few of these. This is XB Software. They use GitHub SpecKit. And this, exactly what I was speaking about happened. They used SpecKit to build a feature against a ticket, which raised some assumptions about the code base and the difference between the code base and the ticket, and also just generally the task. They reported that the task took half the time. It's spec-driven development is quite a hard thing to nail down in terms of case studies because people use it in different ways. They build their own pipelines, but this is just one of the interesting ones I found, and you can, of course, read about it here. Now, another really great thing about a spec is it's collaborative. So rather than you as a developer sitting there prompting your agent over and over again until you hopefully get the result that you need, you can share your spec with other developers, with other stakeholders. So just as an example, going back to the OTP example here, when someone signs in, we email them a 6-digit code, codes expire after 10 minutes. That's what's in the proposal. But then someone jumps in and says, well, actually, can we modify this? Can we drop the expiry to 2 minutes? A regulatory framework requires it. I don't know if that's true. And then, of course, because it's technically code, it could be pushed up to GitHub. You just go ahead and collaborate on it. And of course, like I said before, the proposal that you generate is generally suitable for sort of everyone to look at. So it's a very collaborative process, particularly on higher stakes features where you do want multiple people involved. The other thing about spec-driven development is that I mentioned at the start, your code base remembers why you did things. Remember, we have that why within our spec. So your code base sees the changes you have made along the way, which you don't get both with traditional development when you are writing the code yourself, but also you don't get by prompting your agent, because you lose all that, well, why did I change from this to this? So particularly within OpenSpec, we have the ability to archive a change. So once we're finished with this proposal, the agent's implemented it, we can archive the change at any point. That might be when it's shipped, it might be when we're done with the feature, it doesn't really matter, but we archive this into our code base. This lives alongside of our code base, and you get this like backlog of stuff that you've done. It's these two in particular, because you might have the ability to, you might have added the ability to use one-time passcodes. You might have then updated this to use 10 minutes or have a 10-minute expiry. Then you might shorten that expiry to 2 minutes. Now, everyone on your team and your agents know why you have done this. And these over time build up, so your agent gets that really great context on not only what you're doing, but also why you're changing these things as well. Now, I'm a very skeptical developer. I don't like to jump on new tools without giving it a little bit of time and thinking about whether I actually need things. I tend to just be like, yeah, I just want Claude Code and my editor. Everything else stays away. So I'm going to be honest with you about where this breaks down as well, because I think that's super important. First of all, trivial work. So I would not create a spec, for example, to change the color of a button. There's not really any why behind that. And I sort of came up with this own rule for my own projects and my own work that if it's a behavioral change, so if it affects the way that a user does something, if this happens, then this happens because, then I would go ahead and use it. But for trivial work, there's not much point using it. And I'm talking about very, very small changes here. STD is quite a commitment. You have to use it properly. The other thing is I absolutely love using AI to prototype. I think it's one of the main benefits that we can get out of this. And I absolutely still use Claude Code on its own, just prompting away, or plan mode to explore a code base, explore a solution, or prototype a solution. So I'd still pull up Claude Code, enter plan mode, and say, build me this thing within maybe a couple of lines. I would then use that build to then go in and build the spec, because I've taken maybe 10 or 15 minutes and however many tokens to explore a problem before I plan it out properly. So I think exploration and prototyping, it would be a waste of time to use spec-driven development. The other thing is you need to commit to spec-driven development, because your spec and your code base live together and they need to be in sync. So if you neglect to use spec-driven development for a while and your spec documents that we've just spoken about get archived, they come out of sync with your code base, then you basically just have another problem on your hands and there's no point doing it. So spec rot is a real thing. You need to make sure that you commit to it. What I love about spec-driven development is it doesn't really change the way that your code base looks. You just have to change the way that you think. So you can just experiment with this, and if you can't keep up with it, and if it's not for you, then it's not a problem. But as a big team, or if you're using it seriously, you need to be careful with spec rot. So yeah, definitely not for everyone and not for all teams, but I think for the majority of people, it can really help. So I'm going to leave you with this, and this is something I've been thinking about a lot. It's that however good AI gets at one-shotting what we're building, or building things how we want them, it can't expect, or you can't expect it, or we can't expect it to guess what we actually want in the first place. So edge cases, we all know them as developers. There are multiple things that could go wrong with something that we build. So I think we need something in between that. And I think, at least at the moment, spec-driven development, in whatever form it looks, is a really, really good start. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Alex. If I could just get you to step over here.
Yeah, sure.
got loads.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed's own. Your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
Seats! I got $1 billion idea! I got $1 billion idea!
I'm listening.
What if we use state-of-the-art GPT wrappers to monitor live streams for API keys being leaked?
Isn't that a little too niche?
It's pronounced niche. And of course not. According to my lived experience, it's very common to leak API keys. I just need you to set up a database that can handle my scale.
All right. I'll use Neon so it can scale up in case this happens. On the rare chance you don't get any traffic, we'll scale down so it doesn't cost you a fortune.
Oh, we'll need scale. Hey, Teach, you know that site we made about protecting API keys?
Yeah, dude, you were totally right. We did need to have a database that could handle your scale.
People are using that to steal API keys.
Wait, Prime, I didn't notice you were live.
I'm not live.
Yeah. A special deal only for today. For every bit you buy, I'll pay you back 2 bits.
On the plus side, your database is still up.
When traffic spikes, Neon's serverless Postgres auto-scales to meet demands. Without all that extra ops work. Get the free plan at neon.com.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
straight on. Okay, so a thank you to our gold sponsor, ImageKit.io. ImageKit.io offers image and video processing APIs to optimize, transform, manage, and deliver visuals on the web. And a massive thank you as well to our gold sponsor, Firebase. Firebase help developers and AI agents build and run intelligent apps with more speed, security, and scalability. Right now, we're about to have our lightning talks on the stage. So I will hand over straight away to our very first Angel. I did everything wrong, so you don't have to. The stage is yours.
Thank you, thank you. Hey guys, I'm Angel. I'm from ImageKit. So for just a raise of hands, who uses MCPs in their daily development? Fantastic. I'm just gonna encourage more of you to do so. But before you actually finish development. So here I have a website that I made using Cursor, and as I put all my images in there, and I go ahead and I refresh, and I notice, dang, these images take a long time to load. And so one of the things I want to show you guys is how to use ImageKit's new MCP to actually fix your images and video performance within your React websites. And so one of the places you can go to here is actually our, you can actually do it locally or through our API. And also use this thing called Chrome Developer Tools that they also developed a new MCP recently that we can go ahead and try out. And so the first prompt I'm going to be using is to use the Chrome Developer Tools MCP to record a performance trace of my website and tell me the 3 biggest performance issues of that website. And then we're going to identify the issues and tell me which specific URL images are causing the issues. And then we're going to generate helpers to fix the problem. And then we're going to update our performance. And then we're going to verify to make sure everything was done correctly. I'm going to just run through one of these just due to the time. And we'll just take a quick look at what the what the website looks like right now. You can see that the images are loading very slowly. And then when we run all our fixes, everything will be much more smooth as we load. And so when we're doing this manually, we'd have to go over to a docs. We have to check out, okay, like I need to think about how to actually do lazy loading, how to resize my images, what kind of quality do I want to have, what's the format I want to have it in. There's a lot of things going into making sure your images and videos are actually optimized the best way possible. Normally you go into ImageKit's docs and figure out how to do it, but with the power MCPs and your favorite Cursor or IDE, you don't have to do that anymore. So I'm going to run one prompt to show you guys how we've done. I got it started a little bit earlier, so we're just going to run the tool just so you can see what's happening right now. So for context, it's running the first prompt and figuring out what actually is wrong with the broken React e-commerce site. Let me just run through. It opens up the site on its own. It's going to go through and identify all the problems. And so what we're going to do is hop over to the presentation. And I'm going to highlight a few things. So typically, as I mentioned, performance is an afterthought. We build our website and we have our images on the page and it's working perfectly, or so we thought. And then we finally refresh our page and now we're like, oh, what's going on? So we want to fix performance, but we don't want to do it manually anymore. We want to use our AI to do it for us so we don't have to. And so exactly what are these MCP2s doing? So we have to answer 2 questions. What's broken? How do I fix it? The Chrome Developer Tools has the Chrome Dev Tools MCP has a few tools we're going to use. It's going to navigate the page. We're going to do a trace. We're going to do a performance analyze, and we're going to take a snapshot as well as list the network requests to make sure that we understand exactly what's happening through our website. And then we're going to use ImageKit to actually search the docs using the agents, and well as execute all the changes. ImageKit uses one URL to fix all the optimization issues. So our first URL is going to be just a basic URL that has all the just default image. And then with our URL, we're going to change it so that we change the width to actually 1200 pixels. We have the quality at 80%, and our focus is going to be auto. And that will change our image to go from 3.28 megabytes to only 47.5 kilobytes. And overall, that'll bring our website down from 68 megabytes all the way to 1.84 megabytes. So my overall urgence to you guys is to not wait till after post-development. Use MCPs during your development, and please check out ImageKit for all your image and video performance needs. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Angel. Very rapid iteration and a great way to speed up a load of things. Thank you so much. So we're now going to have our next speaker will be Stephen, and he's going to be talking to us about framework native rendering without code duplication. So everybody please give a warm welcome to...
Hello. Yes, so today I want to talk to you about an experiment that we're running inside of AGGrid. Thinking about how can we render to each of these frameworks, React, Angular, Vue, maybe we can add in a few more, including JavaScript, of course, without duplicating a lot of our code. So sometimes the logic that we're all going to be writing, especially for the products that we've got, like AGGrid, Charts, and Studio, is too complex to live in a component itself. So once you get to that point, you need to start thinking in kind of bigger scale. How do we structure our code base to make sure that it scales and that we can actually write this code in a clean, testable way? So one of the first things you might reach for is the MVC approach. So you've got your model for your data, you've got your controller, which contains a lot of the logic. So like, which rows should be rendering when we're doing virtualized scrolling. That doesn't really live in a controller, a component in itself. It's more like the actual data engine behind the grid. And then you have your view. So we actually still need to render this to the DOM. And that's the part which actually then starts interacting with the frameworks that we support. But the question becomes, well, what actually needs to live in that view? Because if our views are complicated, that means that we're going to have to duplicate quite a lot of the work for supporting JavaScript, for Angular, for React, and Vue, and any other framework that we want to support in the future. So the experiment that we're doing is, how far can we push this? So if we look at the Vue code, we might be thinking, well, okay, do we actually need event logic in the Vue itself? And the answer is, well, no, we don't. We can do this via JavaScript. Do we need the state in the components? Again, no, not really. We can manage this within our own JavaScript data engine itself. So we could remove those as well. And then we look at a React component, we can see this nested tree of components. And you think, that is defined in the component, but is it actually critical that this is in the Vue? We're all very familiar with tree structures. So, that itself could be pulled out. And then we keep going, we get down to this level where it's an element with a value inside of it. And it's like, well, actually, we can't go any further. This is as low as we can go, and this does need to have to be the Vue. But if all of that Vue logic has collapsed away, been pulled out of the Vue, and it's just the DOM content, it's more likely that we're actually just working with a DOM API here. And every framework is expert at rendering to the DOM. So at this point, we have pulled all of the logic out into our controllers and into our JavaScript logic, and then we're actually just going to offload the rendering to each of the frameworks. So this is where we can kind of come up with this very precise interface, which looks a little bit like the DOM. And it's this thing of, well, have I got children? Are they changing? Or am I just trying to display something myself? And then what you might get is something that looks like this. I'm not going to try and focus on the specific implementations because it's still evolving, and it's probably not, code that we're all going to want to be writing. But the simple idea is that actually, instead of defining all the different elements, say like a table or a row or a cell within that row, we can just have this generic component which knows how to render itself and then recursively go through its children. And instead, our components we can define in this new kind of shared language to say, well, this is the kind of the element that you want, a div, a span, and what your children are. And once you've done that, you can have a DOM renderer, you can have a React renderer, and they can both work on these same components. And so the idea is the component doesn't know and shouldn't care about what framework is actually rendering it. It just wants to be rendered to the DOM. So this is the experiment that we're running inside of AG Grid at the moment, because we want to see how far can we push this. If we go down this approach, instead of having handwritten implementations for the different frameworks, can we collapse that all into one thing so that we can move faster, ship faster, but we have to make sure that performance doesn't get hurt. You can still render your custom React components within the grid, but it's looking promising, and we're excited about where this is going. But I think, there we go. So it's all about writing the logic once and rendering it natively. But maybe the better takeaway for everyone here is not these specific details, but it's this new idea of thinking that doing these iterations, doing these experiments has become so much cheaper. Like that, we've probably all had these ideas about, well, I think this area of my application or this part of my code could do with some improvements, but we don't have the time, maybe, to fully experiment and to work through all the side effects of that. So this is where I think we can really leverage AI. We can throw our ideas at it and let it do the grunt work for us. So I would encourage you all, explore freely, ask what if it can do this, and then finally, keep curious. Thank you.
Awesome talk. Thank you so much, Stephen. I love the message of being able to use AI to develop prototypes faster, because it does make it so much cheaper to throw those ideas out that aren't working without necessarily investing too much. So yeah, great insight. Thank you. Our next speaker is going to be Rosario, who's going to be talking to us about taming the Flickr Firebase patterns for React server components. When you're ready. Everybody give a warm welcome to Rosario.
Thanks, everyone. Hi, I'm Rosario. I work on the Firebase developer relations team. I would just like to preface this talk with the fact that this talk was actually put together by my colleague, James Daniels, and he's the real React expert. I'm actually an Android developer, but because he couldn't make it to the conference, I decided to stand in for him. So if I say something wrong about React, forgive me, it's just my Android background kicking in. So if you don't know Firebase, Firebase is a platform with lots of developer tools that can help you build your app. So we have things like databases, authentication system, remote config for things like feature flagging or A/B testing. And we offer those services as client-side SDKs for your app. So you write it in JS for the web, or like in Android, you write it in Kotlin, or in iOS with Swift. But what's the problem with client-side? The problem with client-side is that it all runs in the browser. But if you're a React developer, you might have React server components which run on the server. And the problem with that is the flow for the user is going to be a little bit flickering, as in like if your server is sending the first HTML, it might send a sign-in state where you have a sign-in button, and then the client side figures out that, oh, this user is actually already authenticated, so let's update the UI, and then there's a tiny flicker there to show that the user is authenticated. You might have seen this in your own apps or in other apps. I've definitely seen it a lot. And then the UI flashes, and then it's like, oh, you're actually logged in, and that's it. So how do you fix that with Firebase? If you're using Firebase authentication, we actually have a new, I say new, but it's actually been released a couple of years ago, class called Firebase Server App. So you can actually initialize Firebase in your server and then get all the authentication context for that app, and then use that to send to the client so that the client already knows that the user is authenticated right on the first load of the page. They don't have to wait for the client side to kick in to be able to tell the user that, oh, you're authenticated, so you don't need the sign in button. And authentication is just the first part of the story, because we also have databases, and one of our databases is called Firestore. And Firestore has some really cool features, but that can make this process a bit trickier. One is the offline component of it. So it has, by default, an offline cache. And so if the user loads the page and then the database records are coming later, and then they pull the records from the cache first, and then the records from the server come in next, that means there's like one more flicker going on there. And then another feature that Firestore has is it's real-time updates. So you might have a second flicker because now the real-time component kicked in and there's more records to display. And so, as you can imagine, this is a total of like 3 flickers that the user has to wait for before they see the full page. How do you fix this? 2 main components. There's a function in the server-side SDKs that is called toJSON, so that you can serialize all the data. You can basically run a first query on the server side, serialize all the data, and then send it to the client. And then the client has a function called onSnapshotResume, which is going to take that serialized data and just resume for there, which means if there's real-time updates being done to their app, it's not going to invalidate the previous ones if it's not needed. And then for things like offline cache, is also try to merge all those results so that the user doesn't really see a flicker, but rather just an addition of new data or records being added in real time. So like I said, the way it works is that on the server, you'd call toJSON, and then on the client, you just pass those serialized snapshots and render them. The third part of this is remote config. So remote config is used for things like feature flagging or A/B testing. And we actually recently released remote config for the server. So you can also use it with server components. You can, on the server, fetch all the values, and then on the client, you can use it to whether or not display the new UI or old UI if you're doing like feature flagging or something like that. And you don't have to wait for the client to figure out all the changes for the user. Just a look ahead at where we're going with this, or like I think you probably already see a pattern with this. This is just mostly a way of us showing you how we're trying to adapt to the modern web. And one of the ways we're doing that is with, for example, we have a new tool called Firebase App Hosting that allows you to deploy your Next.js or your Angular apps with server-side rendering to Firebase. And under the hood, it uses products like Cloud Run. So you're probably already familiar with some of the infrastructure that it uses to deploy these things. We also have a new database that is called SQL Connect. I spoke to a lot of you this morning at the booth, and it sounds like a lot of developers have used Firestore, which is our NoSQL database. But the good news is we also have a SQL database now. It's called SQL Connect, and the SDKs for the web, they actually use TanStack Query. So it's starting to use the patterns that you're already familiar with for the modern web. And very soon, we're going to have Crashlytics for the web. Crashlytics is our crash reporting tool, so that whenever your users face some crashes, you can see it on a centralized dashboard. For a very long time, we've had it for Android and iOS, but now we're bringing it to the web. And it's actually going to start an early access program really soon. So if you're interested in trying that out, if you're interested in being one of the early testers for this this new tool, please scan the QR code and you'll find the form that you can fill to get access to it. And that's it. Thank you so much for listening. If you have more questions, I'm going to be at the Firebase booth outside and happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rosario. Very exciting early access program for all of us to sign up to. Thank you so much. So in the couple of moments that we've got the next lightning speaker coming up, I'd like to tell you a little bit about the talk. So next up, we've got Santosh, who's going to be talking to us about CLI, GUI, or just blind trust. It's going to be a tour of different code review styles. So hopefully something we can all learn from today. So thank you very much to Santosh. Can we give him a very warm welcome?
Hey everyone. Okay, this here. Sorry. So I'm going to give you idea about like how people are doing a review. For to start with, like it's been 16 years. Who remembers that, right? But it was 16 years ago, not 16, 18 years ago, when GitHub was launched, right? And then we have been doing the review the same way, the GUI. I'm not sure like how people are doing it, but that's how we did it for almost 16 years, till 2024. And then agents changed how we write code. It changed for everyone, right? Everyone is now more productive, more fast. Let's, I mean, yeah, we can agree to disagree that we are more productive, but your company never agrees to that. That's why we are not getting raised. And then agents are actually writing code faster than someone can review, and it's now a bottleneck, right? But people are from the community. They're actually trying to revisit how we should be doing the code review. Let me show you a small UI. Okay. So believe me, this UI is not for humans. Forget about agents. No one can read this. But this is how we are doing code review right now. Most of us are actually using an AI review tool, or even in-person review, or someone, your senior who is doing a review. And you have so many comments, no one can read it. So how community is actually catching up with the change of the era, which is AI era now. So there are multiple ways people are doing it. Of course, people love CLI, right? This is where it started. Some months ago, I mean, it's moving so fast. Like it was just a few months ago, people were saying, oh, you know, IDs are dead. And everyone loves CLI. So people were doing CLI. So people were running the code review in the CLI. So this is there are still people who are doing this. So this is one way to do your code review, right? Just open the CLI and run your coding agent or review agent, and then it does the review. And the advantage is you don't have to actually go to that nice view I just showed you a few moments ago and read through the entire line of code, which sometimes, just agree, let's agree, most of the times doesn't work, right? What next? People are still there who loves IDE. And now people are actually also doing or using the IDEs to do the code review. So this is another set of people who are like, okay, yeah, web doesn't work anymore for larger diffs or larger PRs. So let's do it using IDE. The people who are still doing it using Codex, Cloud Code, right? They can give you the show you the diff, and you can do your review there, and then maybe talk to your friends like what needs to be changed. And now agentic era, right? So people are like, oh, look, I'm not even looking at my code. So I'm all cool. And now all the code review agents also supports the agentic way of writing or reviewing the code, where they can actually just run in the loop. You can just run the agent, it does the review, pushes the fix, checks again, unless there is a 0 review comments. And then you are all happy because your UI look really nice because there are no comments to solve. So this is another way. But we still think there needs to be something which is for both human and agents. So at CodeRabbit, we are actually trying to change this view. The same view which you saw in GitHub looks more slick and cleaner with the new view actually we are trying to do. So here, what we are doing is we are trying to bring all the context about the code changes, all the files you can see, but for ages, GitHub has been giving us the same view where it's in alphabetical order. The files are alphabetical order. I'm sure like you might have all noticed that, but we are trying to actually bring and club the files together as an engineer might have written that. So it starts from the files which probably I, as an engineer, started creating first. For example, maybe models, right? And then I went ahead and wrote services. And we try to do the same here by using the concept of something known as layers. So if you see there on the right-hand corner, it's called layers. And the left-hand side, we are trying to show you all the comments, all the context, all the information about the code. And we also have our AI agent available there, so you can talk to agent and see like if something needs to be improved or something needs to be maybe not fixed. And you can do all in a single view. So this is the new view we are trying. And CodeRabbit is free for open source, so you can actually just go ahead and give it a try today. You don't have to even come to me and pay money and anything. So just go ahead and try. It's free for open source. And if you are an open source project, just talk to me. Maybe I can do something more for you because we have $1 million fund to support open source projects. And we have been already doing that for so many projects. But there are still old school engineers who has been doing this. I'm sure most of us do this. Looks good to me, and let's go. Yeah. And then there is a staff or principal engineer who looks at your single line PR and gives you 50 comments. And you're like, why? But yeah, people exist, right? And then there are vibe coders who are actually, who needs a code review? My agent is actually doing perfect job. It writes perfect code. And after a few weeks, they think about where is my database gone? And yeah, the cycle continues. And if you have time, you can scan this code and tell me like how you are doing the review, but not required. You can just skip that, but I'm also done with my talk.
Thank you so much, Santosh. I feel like over the last couple of days, we've had a lot of talks about agents and coding with AI and how now we have the bottleneck of reviews. So it's great to see a solution and people that are tackling it in a different way. So we've now got a 30-minute break. This coffee break is your very last chance to enter the raffle and for the Find a Friends challenge. And then we will be handing over for the final sessions of the day. See you all in 30.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed's own. Your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
And a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed Zone, your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
Seats! I got $1 billion idea! I got $1 billion idea!
I'm listening.
What if we use state-of-the-art GPT wrappers to monitor live streams for API keys being leaked?
Isn't that a little too niche?
It's pronounced niche. And of course not, according to my lived experience, it's very common to leak API keys. I just need you to set up a database that can handle my scale.
All right. I'll use Neon so it can scale up in cases happens. On the rare chance you don't get any traffic, we'll scale down so it doesn't cost you a fortune.
Oh, we'll need scale. Hey, Teach, you know that site we made about protecting API keys?
Yeah, dude, you were totally right. We did need to have a database that could handle your scale.
People are using that to steal API keys.
Wait, Prime, I didn't notice you were live.
I'm not live.
Yeah. A special deal only for today. For every bit you buy, I'll pay you back 2 bits.
On the plus side, your database is still up.
When traffic spikes, Neon's serverless Postgres auto-scales to meet demands. Without all that extra ops work. Get the free plan at neon.com.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed Zone, your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, back-end, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken. It's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack. And
welcome back, everyone. Did everyone have a nice little break, catch some fresh air, cup of coffee? Are you ready for some discussions? That's what we're here for. We aim for good discussions, right? Unfortunately, it's only for the speakers. So I just wanted to share a little fun tidbit that's happening online in the last half an hour that someone told me. Facebook Messenger is down, and it's so down that downdetector.com is also down. That's fun, right? So they just have a message. We know Facebook Messenger is down. Stop killing our site. So super fun. All right. Before we get started with the panel, I want to thank our gold sponsor. Maybe you've been to the booth already, right behind us. Highcharts. Highcharts helps React developers build beautiful, accessible, production-ready data visualizations. Thanks a lot for helping us out and sponsoring this event. Also for Storyblok, another one of our gold sponsors. Storyblok is a headless CMS built for the AI-driven web, where teams create structured component-based content for any framework delivered via clean APIs and a native MCP server. Thanks a lot also to Storyblok for helping us out. Now, we're going to have a little discussion about the future of our work as front-end engineers. Where is it going? And it's not even about AI, so that's crazy, right? We're just talking about how full stack is eating our front-end work. So I want to have a big round of applause for all of our panelists. We have Sam, Ryan, Kevin, Ellen, Catherine coming off stage, and Scott Tolinsky is moderating.
Okay. I think there might be a little bit of AI in this, so I'm going to apologize for that as the moderator here.
Last night we were taking shots every time someone said AI.
AI,
And
yeah.
you made it to the stage?
They were small shots.
All right, well, are you all ready to kick this thing off? Let's get going. I think the easy place to go with a question like this in general would be, is full stack something that front-end specific developers should be spending their time on, or should front-end stay as a specialty? Is there anybody who feels strongly about this? Alem.
Yes, so I started way back like 10 years ago, and I started working on Laravel, which is kind of full stack because you have to do the client and the server stuff. And I've always fought this battle with, because I later on specialized in front-end development, and I've always fought this battle with everybody that worked next to me, that you should always be a generalist and understand the full system. And the reason behind that is because, for example, when you want to talk to a backend endpoint, if you know how the data should be structured and sent back, you can kind of shape the API and make it better and more performant on both sides just by talking to the backend developer and saying like, hey, what about if we group these fields together, or maybe we cache this stuff, or you don't really have to understand the full system behind it, but knowing the basics was always important. And I always like draw the line between like doctors. Like doctors also have subspecialties and they specialize in a certain part of the body or something like that, but they're still doctors. They know how the whole body works. And I feel like development should be the same, where we know how the whole system works, but we still specialize in something like front-end development, back-end development, because everybody loves a certain part of software development, and there should be specialties, but I think we should know the whole system.
Yeah, so what you're saying is developers are doctors.
Yes.
Okay.
But for software.
I love that, yes.
But our software doesn't die if we make a mistake.
Yes, that's great. Kevin.
Broadly agree with you, but I'm going to challenge a piece of your statement, which was, oh, they should definitely do full stack. I think we all need to expand in different directions, have a specialty, but it doesn't have to be towards back-end engineering. You could expand towards an area of subject matter expertise. You could expand towards understanding design more, user research, other parts of product. I think We are ending an era where we can specialize in a particular area of technology, most of us, and still be able to have a good career. But that technology could be your sort of superpower that you bring, and then you navigate into other spaces.
I think I might actually challenge a little bit of that.
Do it.
Challenge, yes.
I think in the age of AI, specialists are more important than ever because AI allows us to all be generalists very quickly. So I know a lot of us, right, have probably vibe coded something in a language that we've probably never written before. It's really easy now to get the basics faster than ever before. So I think that makes the value of being a specialist exponentially more important.
Yeah, I think I agree with you, actually. I think, like, prior to AI, you could still have this question about whether it makes sense to call yourself a front-end developer or full stack. I mean, I started with Rails because I wanted to make full products end-to-end, and so I was doing full stack development. Then I fell in love with client-side JavaScript and, you know, micro interactions and animation and CSS. So now I consider myself a front-end developer, not because I can't write server code or create a full product, but just because that's where I spend most of my focus. It's a specialization, right? And I think post-AI, it's interesting because I don't know if you've had this experience, but like if I talk to a back-end person who's like pretty solidly back-end, they're like, I love AI, man. Like I always hated like wrangling some React components together to build a front end. The styling always didn't work, and now AI just does front-end code like so great. I don't have to do it anymore. And I'm sitting there like, really? Because that's, you know what, for me actually, like setting up this new back-end service with AWS and writing this, you know, Python server, like I don't have to even learn that stuff. AI does it so great, but it does crap job at front-end code. So I think everyone's saying the same thing, which just tells me that there's still value for a specialty, right? In that if I'm doing some, you know, polish, some micro interaction, or just really focusing on the details of some interface, like I have to know what to tell AI if it's even going to be helpful. So yeah, I think it still makes sense to have like a front-end developer designation if that's what you're an expert in.
Yeah, and I think without that specialty, right, like AI is really good at the stuff you know little about, and less good at the stuff you know a lot about. So yeah, totally. What do you think?
Yeah, I think I'm a bit of a fence sitter on this one. I started my career as a designer, front-end developer, so I think I'm kind of obligated to say that it exists, or it should exist and continue to. But at the same time, with platforms like Neon and with the modern deployment platforms, and deploying to Railway and having like a 10-line config file to get your deployment going, there isn't really an excuse, I think, at this stage to take that on as a secondary skill, even if it's not your specialty. But I think in terms of front-end development, I think there's something special about somebody that is specialized in front-end development, that knows design, that has that specific taste and that level of awareness with different types of design systems, or just when something looks good or just does not look good, that you can't always get as a generalist.
Yeah, I do think we should take a shot when somebody says taste, because I've already caught myself saying it like 3 times today. So I love that. And you had mentioned Rails, which kind of feels like maybe even maybe not the initial bit of people writing full stack, right? Because you had UI, you had backend, you had everything, right? Is the world's now, with whether that is React server components or the revitalization of server-side rendering coming into everyone using it all the time for everything, are the worlds of back-end and front-end inherently meshing and colliding forever?
Well, it's funny to hear, if you look at like some of DHH's early videos talking about Rails, he had to go on like a crusade to convince people that it was okay for application developers to like set up databases. Like we used to have database engineers to like configure databases. They had strong opinions about what you should name your keys and your primary keys, your foreign keys, like what indexes you should have, and like very particular minutia about the database. and you would have to like talk to them to like, get your database set up and wire it up with your Rails server. And his whole thing was like trying to compress that complexity into the framework and giving the application developer control over that. So they didn't need an engineer, but also so that they could set the database up in a way that serves the needs of their app. And in the same way that you were talking about, that's kind of how I've seen it play out in the last 10, 15 years with front-end developers is, you know, when I started, you would have to know how to get LAMP stack running on your computer to get PHP talking to MySQL to, you know, serve. There wasn't even like an SPA back then, but basically to like query your data and render something, and then to make API endpoints for your SPA. But a lot of what the frameworks have tried to do is abstract more of that stuff, put it in the hands of front-end developers, application developers, really, so that today, in the same way that Rails let you not need a database engineer to set up a database, but you could do it as the app developer, today you can set up caching layers and CDNs based on the needs of your app. With cache components, for example, in Next.js, you get to choose like this, you as the app developer know that this screen doesn't change that much, so let's pre-render it and put it on a global CDN. And I do that from my application code. I don't go to a Varnish and learn how to write a Varnish CDN layer. It's driven by the application. And so in that sense, I think the product developer is like, the front end is eating more of the stack and giving more control to front-end developers because of that trend. And I think with AI lets you do that kind of indirectly, I guess. Like you don't need an expert, but it's also feeding into this just broader trend that we've seen ever since Rails, and now with more of the stack and infrastructure kind of coming under our control. So
yeah.
So I'm going to push on this another way. You were kind of describing what happens when the backend developer writes some React code and they say, AI can do it, so we're just going to do it. And I've reviewed those PRs, and they are miserable. I think separation of concerns is still valuable. React was the original framework that rethought about how we should separate concerns in the front end and said, hey, it's not CSS versus JavaScript versus HTML. We should separate by component. That is extremely productive. I don't think the way that things are separated on the front end works very well for a lot of patterns that you want to do on the back end. I have yet to see a very large Next.js application that did both, that didn't make me want to pull my eyeballs out.
Yeah, I really like, I'll jump in here. I think it was Brad Frost who talks about the separation between the back of the front end and the front of the front end. And I really like that distinction, because I think we are starting to see almost two separate classes of front end engineers. And there's kind of a back of the front end engineer that is really interested in doing that kind of work and setting up server-side rendering and handling all of those kind of performance issues. And then we also see a very front of the front end engineer, which is more CSS focused and accessibility focused and design focused. And so I would almost say, you know, is full stack eating front end? I don't know. I think front end is actually growing, and we're seeing almost subspecializations rather than seeing it consumed entirely.
Yeah, almost like a reclassification of what front end. You called it an application developer, right? I think that's really, yeah, I think that's an interesting way to look at it. And Brad's point is really great with the front of the front end, yeah.
Right, we see design engineers now, we see UX engineers now, and I would consider all of those under the umbrella of a front-end engineer, probably that front of the front-end engineer.
And with AI, designers are writing code.
More important than ever.
Yes.
I'll note, I'm no longer hiring front end because all my designers are doing my front end.
That's interesting. Yeah, because designers inherently have a different eye, and they have a really deep attention to detail. We used to hire pixel-perfect front-end UI developers who had to get and re-implement PSD to exact specifications, right? But the designers can do the code.
And it is why I'm saying things blur in many directions, right?
Yeah.
You can spread from front to back. You could spread towards design. Now, historically, front-end developers was where the more user experience dynamic thought was, because designers weren't good at that. Their tools were static, so they were thinking about things statically. When you got into the medium, you started working with HTML, JavaScript, and CSS, you had to deal with all the corner cases and the transitions and so those different things. But designers can do that now. And often they have the eye, they have the thought for that, they can do that. And once again, if you're starting from a front end, you can move into that space, right? You can really develop your eye and your thinking about the way that things work together, and that is just as valuable. In fact, I'd say potentially more valuable now that so many things can just be delegated to the AI. Thinking about the nuances of the experience is a huge source of alpha.
The taste.
Can I ask a follow-up? Because you were saying you don't hire front-end developers because the designers can code now. They can like submit PRs with code with AI, right?
Yep.
But weren't you saying that like you saw some of the front-end PRs from the back-end folks? So do you think that the skills that the designers have in terms of what to look for, their experience with like bad designs and good designs and what it takes to go from a bad design to a good design is more helpful to get them to be more successful with AI because they know how to talk about it to it in a different way, and therefore they can, even though they don't know front-end code the same way a back-end engineer doesn't know code, but they're more successful getting a PR that you can actually merge.
Yeah, so there's two things I've seen there. So one is, yes, I think most designers and product managers they are more natural at prompting than engineers are because they are already used to thinking about how do I translate this for an engineer to build.
But engineers are bad at communicating with other humans.
When we talk about skills that we could develop, I would promote communication as one that we all should work on. But then the other factor is that designers are already used to thinking component first in general and decomposing things by components, where backend engineers have a different mental model of composition. And so the mental model that designers are bringing often translates into much better front-end code than when backend developers start prompting it.
Yeah. Alem, you're a part of TanStack, and the TanStack ecosystem has a ton of documentation, a ton of packages, and a ton of design work. And that's also very community-driven, right? And in those types of situations, is that the engineers who are working on those packages and projects handling the design, or are there people committing design specifically to these repos?
Yeah, I think it's mostly us designing it, and some of us are better at it, some of us are worse at it. Like, for example, I personally can tell you if something looks good or bad or not, but I can not design it to look good or bad.
Yeah.
Like, I just can't do it. And I think I'm a very, naturally, I'm a very curious person, and I feel a lot of people use their titles as a security net and a security blanket to not go explore the other sides of software development, because software development is so much more than like back-end development and front-end development, design, whatever. Like, it has so many subspecialties, and I think exploring all of them and learning about those things like helps you in your specialty as well. Because, for example, I learned design, and that this was like way back in the day, like material design and stuff like that. And then after I learned these concepts and how the designers think, it really helped me like shape some of the stuff I was working on, and then like add changes to some features without asking the designers, because I know how like user experience works. And then I can apply some of the concepts I learned about user experience to the feature and make it better. For example, the designer creates like a flow that requires 3 buttons. I know from user experience it's better to have one button. I figure out a way to create only one button to get the user to where he wants to go. And I think it's really important to like be very curious and explore other specialties, because that's how you improve your specialty as well.
Yeah, I love that. Ryan, did you have any thoughts?
I think if you take React to its logical conclusion at this point, if you look at it in terms of the question, it's kind of just empowering front-end developers. So, while the mental model might be a little difficult to get your head around at first, server components and server functions and that sort of thing, they really do kind of give front-end developers additional tools that make things a bit easier in the long run. So pairing it with things like Neon, like I said earlier, and different kind of GUI tools that make some of the back end easier, it makes sense that it would stay around.
Yeah, absolutely. And we touched a little bit about this, and it's come up a couple of times, what is AI good at in here? And I think to have a non-controversial question here, is AI better at front-end code or back-end code?
AI is too monolithic. I would say that most of the Anthropic models are pretty good at front-end code. They're not very good at a lot of back-end code. If you ask GPT-5 to build you a front end, you will regret it. But it's pretty darn good at writing, at least the world I'm in, Golang back-end code.
I think it depends a lot. Most unsatisfying answer ever. But on the next team, we started bundling our docs with your app so that, and have like a small agents file so that if you are prompting, an LLM on your app, it says like ignore your training data and treat the bundled docs as a source of truth. And that like made it perform way, way better. So does it do better at front-end code or back-end code? Well, if you're using a library or framework that's documented well and it knows where to find those docs, they've gotten to the point where they'll do fantastic. If you're just asking like a generic model, it might give you an average response based on all its training data. And again, the more you know about something, the more you're likely to see that and be like, this is wrong.
Yeah.
It's like Stack Overflow, for those of you who remember. You would ask a question on Stack Overflow, what would happen? You would see like the most upvoted answer with like a check at the top, and then you'd be like, that's wrong. I need to scroll down and see the one with the most upvotes, but that wasn't marked correct, and that is always the right answer. So you have to know to do that, but that's kind of how I think of the generic, unguided AI. But I think it does really well with good docs,
Yeah, I think that's kind of the ticket. I find, and I think we've all kind of experienced this at this point, if you're not heavily steering it or providing docs, you're going to get kind of that dreaded purple effect. And so I think that, a good design system ahead of time, which, you don't necessarily need, I guess, a front-end developer for, but you probably should for something like that, as a guiding principle, is crucial in using AI for front-end.
Yeah. You know what, it's funny, I had an issue where Codex specifically was adding a bunch of gradients. And I said, why are you adding gradients to all of this? And it says, you've told me to. And I said, I absolutely did not. And then it outputted system prompt that says, add expressive gradients to make it not feel flat. I'm like, what? Catherine.
I think AI is always going to be as good as the person prompting and iterating with it, right? So if you are a front-end developer working with AI, you're going to get strong front-end code. If you're a back-end developer working with AI, you're going to get good back-end code. If you're a designer working with AI, you're going to get better design results. So, I mean, maybe if you're looking at like the raw results of the model after like a one-shot prompt, there's a difference. But that's not actually how people are working. So I would say it's almost unimportant.
Yeah, so as you said earlier, I'm the maintainer of TenStack AI and DevTools, and I've been doing a lot of marketing for our organization. And I've been using both GPT and Opus as like testing beds, and I would like prompt them the same question. And Opus does so much better work with creative stuff than GPT. GPT is like so sterile and boring, and it like I tried to create a presentation for the conference, and it just wrote like a wall of text on every slide and like 50 of some random boxes, and I was like, who is this for? And then I asked like Opus, hey, can you do this? And it like drew some fun diagrams. It kind of added some fun stuff, and I was like, okay, this is actually usable instead of GPT. So I think it depends on that a lot. And another thing it depends on is like using skills and stuff. Because, for example, I've been begging Tanner to put like a branding guideline skill, just so I can feed it to an LLM and tell it, okay, please use the TenStack AI pink color and don't use red and yellow every time. And that's the gist of it.
It is well worth experimenting with the models, and you can play with like Kimi and Composer and these other things. Like Composer is pretty good at CSS, shockingly, but they do have differences. To your point, if you have a really good brand guideline, you'll follow that well. If you're trying to do something new and interesting, don't use GPT.
Yeah.
But also, if you're trying to write complex, naughty backend code, Opus will write it 5 times and start editing other files. So they all have their strengths.
Yeah, I was just going to follow up. Yeah, what Catherine said, I think, it's as good as the person using it. Another way to say that is, I think how you should think about AI is as a complement, not a substitute. So it's a tool. It complements your skill set, what you're trying to achieve. It doesn't substitute it. So, and it's always been the same, even before AI. So again, back to the Rails analogy, Rails let you set up databases from your Rails code. But that doesn't mean you didn't need to understand what a database was, or how to model your data, or set up relationships, or what a join table was for a many-to-many relationship. In fact, the Rails empowered backend developers to learn about database design, and it made it worth it to learn about database design because now they could configure and set up the database for their needs without having to learn how to actually set up like a MySQL server and all of like the minutia that an actual database engineer would need to understand. So similarly with the front end stuff, you know, whether it's Neon, like a cloud service for a backend, or you know, Vercel and Next example of like letting the front end developer set up CDN and caching. You have to understand caching. You have to learn principles about it. And so I think it's the same with AI, where like if it's so tempting, and especially I think when the models first came out and got good enough that you can just prompt something and like you have something working. You're like, wow, I don't actually have to use my brain anymore. You know, people are like, we're saying that, like I don't even have to think anymore. No, you still have to think. And so it's exciting that it can do that stuff in one shot, but like the prompt of the panel is, should front-end engineers adapt? I think a front-end engineer should learn, and still, if you find yourself motivated and you're inspired to like take on some new part of the stack that you haven't before, and you start using AI to do it, that's awesome, but you should still learn the first principles. Like you should be a first principles thinker and use AI to help teach you those first principles, and then use it to speed up your understanding of the first principles, but then also the actual implementation. I mean, it's great at doing the boring work, but you still have to understand the first principles of whatever you're doing.
Yeah, the biggest differentiator I've seen between people who thrive with AI is they add one question at the end. After they get it to do something, they say, okay, why did you do that?
Yeah. Okay, well, you actually got into the very next question, which I think is really great. So I don't know if people realize this, but the year is almost halfway over. 2026 is almost halfway over. And so as the new models come out, we just had Fable and Mythos just came out. All these things are changing at rapid speed. How do front-end developers adapt for the year going forward to this change? Big question.
I think it's all about curiosity and learning, and that's it. Because, for example, when I started with TenStack AI, I just wanted to build it, and it's a back-end oriented tech, and I'm a front-end engineer by heart, and that's my passion, and that's where I've been for a very long time. And I had to learn so many back-end concepts and like figure so many things out. And it was all worth it in the end, because now I feel like so comfortable with it. And it's like super fun to build all of these new experiences, like for people who are using TenStack AI, and for myself as well, because like you create all of these complex, super complex systems, and you make them easy because you understand them, and you just like create some super advanced flows like with AI, like, hey, do this workflow, create this, then call this agent, then do this and that, and it's like super fun to do. And I think people can just like explore. For example, AI was the next big thing for me to learn, and I'll probably have another thing in like a year or two that I want to learn again. So I think it's all about learning and improving yourself and making yourself a better developer, because it's not an industry where you're like, okay, I have learned X, Y, and Z. I'm done with learning. That's it. I'm done forever. And you constantly have to learn and improve yourself.
In the front end, we should be used to that, right? Like, who remembers the framework wars? It felt the same. It's like there's something new every week. There's something to keep up with. You don't need to know it all.
I did a talk on that, and I listed out all of the changes from floats to now, and I was out of breath. I was like actually exhausted from talking about it.
It is exhausting, and it feels like that now, except it's everybody all at once. But that is kind of the new normal. Things are changing all the time. So one, yes, maintain curiosity, keep learning. But two, like, don't feel like there's a place you're going to get to and be done, which is also in some ways freeing, because it means It's not that I'm behind. Everyone's behind. There's no there to get to. What do you need to do your job? Figure out that much, do your job. Don't feel like this pressure that, oh, I always have to do more and more and more and more and more, because there's nowhere to get to. There's no done.
Yeah, I think to kind of harken back to the first principles point, you know, you either have that curiosity or you don't. And if you do have that curiosity and you know, like figuring out how things work and you want to expand your skill sets, I think using AI as a superpower to learn the different concepts that maybe you're lacking, or just to explore different things that maybe might not expand your horizon on the job market, but it might just keep your interest in computing and in building apps in general, and in, you know, expanding your design sense as well. I think, yeah, using it as a superpower to kind of just supplement your curiosity and your learning is super important to adapt in the coming year.
Yeah. I think there can also be a false feeling of rush around this that I would push back on as well. As everybody likes to tell me, this is here and it's not going anywhere, get used to it. So you have time, is the flip side of that. It's not going anywhere. And if it's not relevant to what you're doing today, it's okay to pick it up tomorrow or a month from now or 3 months from now. The technology will move. The technology has always kept moving. And there's always been a new entry point. And I don't think that's ever going to change.
Do you remember the alternatives to TypeScript?
Oh, CoffeeScript?
Flow.
All of the alternatives. There is
so many of them.
Flow,
I'm still
Reason.
burned by the lack of a ternary in CoffeeScript.
Yes. So things change, right? Yes. You can pick things up. You can wait. Yeah.
Sometimes it makes sense to wait. Sometimes it's better strategy to wait, because in the TypeScript versus Flow or Reason or whatever case, like the same with like CoffeeScript. CoffeeScript back in the day wasn't much about types. It was more about syntax and, you know, primitives and stuff to make the language nicer to write, because ES4, ES5 wasn't moving much, and it was just, you know, painful. And people discovered compilers and they started making their own languages, but CoffeeScript wasn't like a superset of the language. And once ECMAScript started adding nice features like async await and arrow functions and object destructuring, those weren't backwards compatible with CoffeeScript, so you had to rewrite your CoffeeScript code. And that knowledge, that specific knowledge didn't transfer. It wasn't general knowledge that was like leveling you up on your thinking or your principles or your understanding of fundamentals. It was specific knowledge that it's fine. It's not like it was a problem if you did that, but it didn't carry forward. So that, I think a lot of that way about AI, like Fable just came out. I haven't used it. I'm a late adopter. I mean, I didn't really start using agents until like Opus 4.5 came out or whatever.
And I feel really strongly that all the time I invested in Flash is going to come back.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I think that's going to work out for me.
Yeah, but the models keep changing and they keep learning new things themselves. So if there's somebody who tweets about some tool that's going to change your life, and then the model can actually do it in a week or a month, then you don't have to worry about people telling you you're missing out. You can just wait and learn the fundamentals. And I think there are fundamentals you can learn for working with AI, better versus worse. And it doesn't involve keeping up with like a news feed full of, you know, hyped material or new tools or new workflows.
Those meta skills, curiosity, how do you learn better? How do you communicate better? Those are going to keep being valuable no matter what AI does.
Yeah, and the best thing about models getting smarter is that you can use them to learn new things. Because, for example, the other day I was working on AI workflows for TenStack AI, and like I have zero knowledge on workflows and how they usually work. And I was like, okay, I need to figure this out. And then what I did first was write a skill that's going to generate a mini course for me based on my previous knowledge. And I wrote that skill, and then it asked me like, okay, what's your experience? What's your background? And I told it I'm a front-end engineer. I like, I don't know, Legos and stuff. And then it handcrafted a course using analogies from like Legos and front-end development to teach me workflows. And that's how I used an agent to teach myself workflows, which I had no idea on. And now I'm proficient at it. I'm not an expert, but I know enough to get the job done that I need to do.
Yeah, it does feel like these tools are underutilized for learning, adapting to your own specific way that you consume knowledge. Actually, in my talk, I had to do a Q&A up here, right? Like, as we do. And I fed it the slides, and I said, grill me as if you're an audience who's out for blood. I want to be prepared for these questions. And it was great because it allowed me to dive into some of the APIs deeper and explore my brain in a different way. But I love this message that learning it for learning is such an important thing.
Well, and what you were saying, right? People, there's so much hype about, I don't have to think. I'm going to delegate my thinking. If you're delegating your thinking, you're using it wrong. Figure out how to use it to elevate your thinking.
Ooh, that's a good note. Yeah, we can get some snaps for that, yes. Awesome. So, okay, given all of that, I love this message of being slow to wait on things, but how do you know when something is ready to jump on?
When you need it for the thing that you're building.
I love it.
When your boss tells you to do it.
Yeah, motivated learning, right? I mean, it should be motivated. Not only does that like give you enough context for the problem that the thing you're reaching for will solve, which helps you understand why it was created in the first place. Again, this applies to libraries and frameworks too, the same as it does AI. It's just going to be more interesting. You're going to naturally want to understand it at again, like a first principles level. So yeah, if somebody's happy with how they're working and what they're doing, they shouldn't use AI. Is that like controversial to say? Honestly.
I do think it's worth building the muscle of asking it. Building the muscle of, what else should I think about with this? How would you do this? How would you do, and asking the LLMs, because I'm just shocked reliably at how much it's able to teach me or show me or say, hey, you should go read this. You should read that. You should check this.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to follow real quick, like I started using agents heavily when Opus came out because that's when like everybody was like, this is a real step change. So that was like that was pretty awesome. Like it's incredible. But like there was 2 years of people making Ralph loops and all sorts of stuff. I didn't have to do that. I was not super interested in a lot of that stuff, but it's pretty obvious when there's a big step change. But you get to pass by a lot of stuff if you don't want to.
You don't jump on
everything.
Yeah.
I'm not 20 years old anymore. I'm not staying up till 3 a.m. tinkering with everything that I see on Twitter, you know?
Yeah.
Guy.
Let's one more answer from Ryan here, and then we'll get out of here.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's super convenient and usually the first step to resort to agent mode. But I think going from first principles and wanting to further your learning, it is sometimes a lot better to just go to chat mode and figure it out on your own and use your brain to learn the concept rather than just having an agent spit it out for you.
Yes, it's a great note to end on, is to use your brain. So thank you so
Novel
much
concept.
to all of the panelists here. This was great. Take my chair.
All right. As you noticed, maybe they went a little bit over time, which is a good thing. They liked the discussion, and they liked it so much that they're continuing the discussion upstairs in the discussion room, and you can participate in the discussion. So if you want to continue the discussion that they were having and participate, you can go upstairs to the discussion room. But the downside is that our next speaker will be very sad if you leave him. So yeah, you have to make a rough choice. Continue a nice discussion, or make a Dutchman sad. That's the choice you have to make. So please go upstairs with the panelists if you want to continue this conversation. Now, I want to thank our gold sponsor, Meticulous. Meticulous gives front-end teams exhaustive front-end verification with zero developer effort. Their product looks amazing, so thanks a lot for our gold sponsor, Meticulous, for helping us out. And last but not least, Focus Reactive. Focus Reactive is also one of our gold sponsors, and they are a specialist agency in AI-powered web platforms. So also a big thanks to Focus Reactive. All right, our next speaker is coming up, and if you have any questions, you can go to Slido and select the summit track. Use the code 0612 to get in. So our next speaker, I'm actually not that happy to introduce him because he has a Dutch name, and I'm Dutch, so I can pronounce it easy, but I would love to see one of my foreign co-MCs try to butcher his name, but I'm just going to say it, Gouwe. So everyone that's not Dutch, Gouwe. Well, it's going okay. So everyone learned a Dutch word because Gouden is also how you pronounce in Dutch, like golden oldie. So gouden is gold. So this guy, his talk is going to be golden. Very lame joke. I'm sorry, I had to do that. What I think is quite weird, actually, we're here in the Netherlands. Who here is from the Netherlands? I see like 30 hands, 20 maybe going up. And that's also the case with all the speakers today. As far as I know, I haven't double checked with everyone, but Gouden and I are the only Dutch people here today. There's more people from Canada on this stage today than Dutch people. That's weird, right? That's pretty weird, but hey, happy to have you all here. Gouden is gonna talk to us about speed, quality, and AI. So if everyone's excited, then please give a warm round of applause for Gouden.
All right, hello everybody. I'm Gouden, I'm an engineer with Zed, and I want to start with some hot takes. Can anybody tell me their favorite React framework that they use? Next.js, I hear Next.js here. Let me write that quickly down. Anybody think that their framework is better than Next.js? Any Next.js haters here that want an alternative? Dawnstack Start, nice. Any other frameworks? React Router. And do you guys use any tools with those frameworks? ESLint's pretty standard these days, but the front-end ecosystem always moving fast. Maybe there are some new linters, some other cool new tools that anybody's using. Not all at once. Okay, Oxlint, nice. And then last but not least, something that's moving even faster than the front-end ecosystem is, of course, agents. So does anybody have an agent that they use in their day-to-day work? I'm guessing some people are using agents here, so don't be shy. I know it's a big group, but anybody have an agent? Claude Code, okay. Anybody using a different agent than Claude? Or are we all Claude fans here? Codex. And do we have maybe one more that we can try? Cursor. All right, so what I want to do now is I prepared a little skill called the React Summit demo skill, and I prepared some offline data with information about the talks that happened today. And what I'm going to do is for the frameworks that were just mentioned, I'm going to build a new project with that framework and possibly a tool that was mentioned in the agent that was required. Because in Zed, we support a lot of different languages, a lot of different tools, but also a lot of different agents. So let's start with the Zed agent. I have the Zed agent selected here, but in the Zed agent, we support a lot of providers out of the box. So as a few people already mentioned, Codex, for example, you can sign in through either the OpenAI subscription or your ChatGPT subscription. I'm already signed in with my ChatGPT subscription. So let's create a React Summit demo with, and we have some options, Next.js. People are probably using Biome here, so let's include Biome there as well. And let's have this start. Because we're going to create multiple projects, I'm going to create a new worktree now. And you see a new entry here. Besides our own agent, we support external agents. We have our own protocol for that called the Agent Client Protocol. And it's an abstraction on top of harnesses that agents can implement. And then other clients can use their own UI on top of it. So I think somebody mentioned Cursor. I don't think I have a Cursor subscription at the moment. So we can maybe try another external agent. I have a few installed here. If you want more, we support a bunch of different agents from the ACP registry. So let's use, in this case, Gemini. It's going to load now. It's starting the harness in the background. And then we still have our set UI that we're used to. So create a React Summit demo with, and I think we had Dawnstack Start and Oxlint. So while that's running, we can create yet another worktree. In the background, these agents are still running. And another thing that we have is called terminal threads. So if you open terminal threads here, it as the name says, opens another terminal because maybe some agents are not supported by either ACP or our own Z agent. One good example of that is Claude Code. We have support for Claude Code, both in our Z agent and in ACP, but Claude also, Anthropic also announced that their subscription is going to change and that third parties can't use the subscription anymore. So it will be based from a specific tokens. But in this case, you can still run Claude as any terminal, and it's still an entry inside of Z here, still running parallel from all the other agents. At this point, we got a question from Gemini. Let's just accept it. And I will now leave the fate of my demo a bit in the hands of these agents. So while these are running, I wanted to quickly talk about what Z is. If you haven't heard of Z yet, we're building a code editor. It's written in Rust. We don't include any binary for Electron or any web technologies like that. We do this by creating our own UI framework, also in Rust, called GPUI. And we support all the major platforms like macOS, Linux, and Windows. And even though it's Rust, it might be fun to see that this is our syntax for GPUI components. And if you're a web developer and you've seen Tailwind before, this might look very familiar to you, like the margin top, the gaps, children, and even in the children, we sort of have components. So this was quite fun for me. I'm a front-end engineer at Z, but even if I look at this Rust code, I can still understand what's happening here, read it, and even help writing new UIs in our editor. And we have three things that we find very important when we're working on Z, which is first of all speed. It's a tool that you use every day. It should be fast, it should get out of your way, it should be a nice tool to use. We value collaboration very much, and as I started in the beginning, we have agentic workflows supported. Of course, talking about speed is a bit hard. You kind of have to feel it. I've been using VS Code for a long time. Always thought it was okay. And then I started using Z. And you really feel the difference of being able to switch around, click on things, and see instant reaction coming. One example of showing this off is if we go to the Bun code base. You might have heard that Bun recently was rewritten to Rust. They had this massive PR of more than 1 million lines of changes. But if I scroll through this, we have no problem of viewing this diff. I can open files, I can go back, I can scroll up. If you try to open this PR in GitHub, for example, you're not a happy user. It's going to take a while to load things or even open things. Another cool thing about this speed is you might be working on multiple projects. I work on the Z.dev website, but also on our cloud code base, which does our APIs and our customer-facing dashboard. And in this case, I already have the Bun project open. I can switch to the Z.dev project. My dev server is running here. I have my code here. If I need to switch to another project, I go to our cloud code base. Dev server is still running. I can switch between all these projects without any issue instantly, and it gets out of the way in my workflow. Then another thing we find very important is collaboration. We are a fully remote company. We have people across the whole world, from India to Europe, from North America to South America, but we still highly value working together with our colleagues. It's really important to bounce ideas off each other, work together, get to a certain task. And for this, we have collaboration supported inside of Z. As you can see on the side here, we have channels. And you can see here some rooms, for example, and my colleagues are actually working together right now. We should probably not join them because that might be a bit confusing. But if let's just join a room. Sure. And let me mute myself in case somebody joins. I'm now in this channel. If anybody else is using Z and they join this channel, we can talk together through voice. But yeah, that's only a small part. You can do that in Slack, you can do that in Teams. But the really cool things is that, okay, you can share your screen. But even cooler is that you can share your project as well. If we're both in a channel together and I share my project, we can directly simultaneously edit this code base together. It's somebody even joined me. You can write code together. It's sort of like a Google Docs document or Notion. You will see multiple cursors in the code moving around. If you want to follow a colleague, you can follow them. If they open new files, the files open for you as well. It is as if you're working on a local project. And yeah, it's how we work together. We're across the whole world, but we still hang out in these channels almost every day to work together on features. And yeah, it's a really nice way to be in the same program to do all your work. And then the third pillar that we find really important is the agentic workflows. We already started it before this. And if you might have seen it before, we already got a notification of an agent that's ready. In this case, it's Gemini again, sadly asking for more permissions. So let's allow a bunch of things. And while these agents are running, we can see they started building something here already. We have some changes, and you can follow the agent around what it's doing at that moment. Since they're in different work trees, I can easily switch between these. Did I not start a prompt here? Oh boy. Let's see if that can quickly still do something. So yeah, here we have already one that's finished. In this case, it built an application with Next.js 16, uses PNPM, Tailwind, and Biome, and it already gave me the URL where this application is currently running. I can see what the agent did, but I can also tell it to do extra things that it needs to solve. For example, in the corner here, we already see some issues. Let's make a screenshot of that. We can paste it back to the agent and say, fix these issues. While this is running, we can check out the other one again, which is sadly still asking for more permissions. But as you can see on the side here, it didn't add a git ignore for the node modules yet, which is a shame. But yeah, as you can see, we're now making some changes here. We told it to fix the issues, and since this is our Z agent, we can see the changes in real time. If you want to have more context, we can open it. The file instantly loads with all the LSP and language features that you would like from it. Let's see if we now refresh this, it actually solved the issue. But you can also reference code, for example. So if we go here and we see this title, you think, okay, maybe this title can be a bit better. So if we search for this text, we can find it here. I can select this code and through a key combination, reference it here back again. And I can say, change the copy of this text. In this case, it also added Biome. We have a few languages supported by default, which is Rust, but here, of course, more importantly, TypeScript, React, and Tailwind, and also even ESLint. So if you want to get up and running, you can use it without doing anything crazy. But as we said, the front-end ecosystem always moving fast. If you're using something like Biome or Oxlint, you can go to our extensions and, for example, search for Biome. We can install it. And I hope that now we can immediately see the errors coming from Biome in our editor. So even if you're using new tools like Biome or Oxlint, we got your back. Let's see. Cloud Code's probably still working. Gemini is still asking for permissions. Yeah, as I said, this demo is an agentic demo. I kind of put my faith into them that they could fix this for me. Hopefully, at least, it gives some insight in how you can run these simultaneously. If you still want to write code or fix some things by hand, we also have our own edit prediction model called Zeta. So if, for example, I say here const hi, I don't know if I can complete that. Maybe if we try. And here you see, I don't know if people can see it, but it has light gray suggestions. And if I then tap, it auto-completes the code that you might have wanted to write. running npm lint. Does it already have something working? Would be nice. Cloud Code is here as well. Did we have an oxlint file here? Don't think so. Oh man, Gemini, what are you doing? But yeah, any tool you want to use, well, okay, there it goes. It's finally finished. So here again, it tells me that the project was created. It used oxlint. So let's see if we have an index file. And if I go here now, I can, like I showed before, reference this back, for example. But I can also, I think, if I put a console log here, we don't get any errors because this time we're using oxlint. So again, we can go to extensions, install oxlint here. And if it helps us out this time, it shows an error. And if not, you kind of have to trust my word on this. But luckily, you saw it with Bio, so it is working. If we go to this project, I think this had Tailwind. So yeah, as I said, it comes out of the box. If I want to add a margin top here, you don't need to do anything fancy. The colors are included, the autocomplete is included. So if you're a React dev, which you probably are if you're here, you can download that and get started. Cloud Code is finished now as well. I don't think it likes modules, node modules this time. But the terminal threads are a bit less integrated, as in we don't have our own set UI that we can show you there. So it's just a terminal as you're used to with Cloud Code. But that doesn't mean that set doesn't benefit you. You can still, well, it's not a great diff because of the node modules. Here we go. You can still use our other features to help you out after, for example, Cloud Code in the terminal created a bunch of code for you. You can view the diffs in Z. You can, well, maybe not the logs. You can reference this code, and just like before, I can give it the shortcut to even reference it back to the terminal. So yeah, it was a bit of a demo of how you can use agents in Z. We think of ourselves as a very open platform. We support, hopefully, the agent that you use because we understand that companies have different needs. So we have all these agents, languages support, and overall, we're a super fast editor that hopefully helps you out in your day-to-day work. If this demo was interested or you want to try out Z for yourself, as I said, we support all the major platforms. You can go to z.dev/download to get started. If you're here today with your company, we also have a business subscription. If your procurement department has specific needs about certain settings that need to be configured organization-wide, you can go to the Z Business website, which gives you a bit more information if that's helpful to you. And last but not least, yesterday we put out a blog post about DeltaDB and our next big vision. Definitely check out the website. We have a blog post about what that is, and you can also sign up with your information to request early access if you're interested in that. Thank you very much for your attention, and hopefully you enjoyed this.
Apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed's own. Your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
All right, as you may have seen, we've had a hackathon going on for the last 2 days. So we're gonna check out who the winner is. And to do that, I'm gonna invite the Progress team and the hackathon party to come on stage.
Hello. Thank you so much. We're going to just take 2 minutes of your time. As some of you may have noticed, there's been coders in the corner hacking away. And some winners in this very room, in fact. So without further ado, we're going to jump straight into it and announce the winners of the hack. So, first runner-up, walking out of here, 2,000 euros richer, is actually a remote team, and I'm going to hand over to Progress to announce.
Absolutely. We are excited to announce that the first runner-up is Substack. Stuckstack.
Stuckstack, I hope you're watching. Congratulations. We'll be in touch. Second up, we have a second runner-up prize of 2,000 euros.
And that will be going to Compilot.
And now we're going to raise the stakes just a little bit and announce the overall winner of the hackathon, taking away 6,000 euros.
All right, we were really impressed by your presentation, and thank you guys so much. We're excited to give the grand prize to Hallway.
Hallway, I know you're in the room. Come run down the front really quick if you can. Quicker than that. Come on. You may be engineers, but you can still do cardio. Come on. All right, good stuff. Congratulations.
Let's give them a round of applause. Everybody in.
Thanks very much.
Okay, congratulations to all the hackathon winners. Great job. But now we have maybe the most important part of the day, and you all know what I'm talking about, right? The rock, paper, scissors final match. So can I have the two finalists up here on stage with me? We had Bernie, I think, from AG Grid. Are you here? And what was the other participant's name? Mateusz from Booking. Mateusz from Booking, are you here? Otherwise, I will take your prize happily. Mateusz, are you Mateusz? Or are you just walking here, teasing me? No? Yeah, and okay, then come on. We have the runner-up here, because Mateusz isn't here also. Oh, huh? Mateusz, you thought Mateusz? No, the one was in there. Bernie. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, just to motivate you guys, we have two amazing Lego sets, and the winner gets to pick first. All right. So we have a little Mars rover and satellite Not satellites. What do you call these things? Rocket, space rocket. So the rules are simple. You're going to do rock, paper, scissors, and then shoot. Best of 3. And everyone here is going to cheer you along now. 3, 2, 1. Go. One. All right, congratulations to Matthäus. Well, you can pick which one you like. And the winner also, the first winner also gets a goodie bag. Yeah, what will fit in your luggage? Right, if you can take a picture together. Everyone, one more round of applause for our grand finalist in the Rock, Paper, Scissors Tournament 2027. Congratulations. Congratulations, enjoy the build. All right. So, one more talk coming up. Any questions, go to slido.com and use the code 0612. Now, for the next speaker's introduction, I'm going to go a little off board, but trust me, I'm going to go back to the speaker. So, one thing you should know about me, I listen to heavy metal. Like anyone that knows Slayer, I'll put that when I want to go to bed, okay? It will help me fall asleep. I listen to heavy metal. The year is 2020. We're like 2-3 months before COVID, and I met Kitze at a conference, and after that, we went to dinner with everyone from the conference, and we were talking, and Kitze also listens to rock, like a little bit softer, but somehow we got to talking about Kanye West. And he was telling me about Kanye West, about his debut album, and that he listened to a podcast, and I also never listened to podcasts. But after this conversation with him, I was like, damn, I gotta listen to this Kanye West podcast. So next week, I open up my podcast app, and I'm spending a lot of time listening to a podcast about Kanye West and analyzing every song on his debut album, and I loved it. And I was like, how did this guy convince me to listen to a Kanye West podcast? I listen to heavy metal. This is not right. So can you imagine if he talks about development, how excited I am? I'm very happy to see Kitze here today. So Kitze, please join us on stage.
Check 1, check 2. This was before Kanye did all the things. Okay? This was like 5 years ago. I wasn't sure if he's trying to praise me or cancel me, but he convinced you guys either way. I also love that in all the intro slides, they say React Academy, which was like a company I had like 5 years ago. Also at the entrance, they were like, hey, you were here. Oh, we know your t-shirt size. And I'm like, trust me, you don't. From last time, it has changed a bit. So I'm Kitze. My Twitter credential and QR code going to stay there. If I ever convince you to follow me or whatever, you can just at any slide point to those there. Can we just have a round of applause for the organizers? Thank you for organizing this. Why am I here? Why I love doing these conferences? Because of all the networking, meeting people, and teaching, all the teaching especially. But before you laugh and you judge me, okay, why are you here? You're here because of learning and connecting. And as soon as I'm done here, you're going to go and you're going to be networking all night, all right? I have a quick pitch. The organizers cannot do anything. They're not going to kick me off stage, so I can just show my products for the entire talk, but I'm going to keep it to 60 seconds. My main business is Sizzy. Who is using this? I'm always torturing myself. It was like 1% in the audience, and it's like probably the janitor in the back. So Sizzy is a browser for developers. It offers a bunch of features. I wanted to make a tool that developers would use instead of just using Google Chrome like anyone else. Benji is like a life OS for people mostly with ADHD because it combines every possible feature under the sun. So it has like from to-dos, habits, medication, supplements, food mag. I'm not going to even read them to bore you, but basically I was tired of paying subscriptions. I just jumbled all possible apps into one LifeOS app that organizes your life. It's agentic, it has MCP, API, all of the things that you need for your agent to drive your life. Zero to ship, some people might not think that it's useful now because you can vibe code your way to it. You cannot absolutely do it because it's going to save you time and tokens if you just pay whatever the price is, like $99. It supports, it's a monorepo with like a full stack app, a browser extension, desktop app, Android, iOS, Expo, blog payments. Basically, I was frustrated of constantly like copying old projects, so I made one boilerplate to rule them all. So that's zero to shipped. I realized I don't like promoting myself, so I'm just gonna skip this one. Fuck Glink. Sodo, like if you're paying for Super Whisper or WhisperFlow or whatever, which are subscriptions, this is a one-time payment, $49, native Swift app, works on macOS, fully local, private, your voice cloud thing is nothing is going anywhere. And finally, Tinker Club. It's not finally, it's 6 out of 9, Jesus Christ. So Tinker Club is a club for people who like tinkerers, basically. We have like a Discord group where we tinker with like local LLMs and a bunch of other stuff. I'm gonna skip through all of this. DMX, whatever, dude. You can find them all on my website. Just Write, it's an app that locks you into writing. SuperMac is my latest thing, so I'm gonna stay for a second here. So even though the video doesn't play because I vibe coded this presentation, it's basically Spotlight and Raycast and Alfred had like a super baby on crack and steroids. That's SuperMac. I'm trying to merge all the useful Mac apps into like one app that makes your Mac into a SuperMac. So now that we got that out of the way, we can talk about my talk. It's called From Vibe Coding to Vibe Engineering. And this is me 10 years ago. Now I look like double me from 10 years ago. And this was my first conference that I ever attended. It was right here in Amsterdam, probably not here, but somewhere in one of these rooms. And I was here as an attendee. So let's summarize what happened in the world of React and front-end development and everything else through the last 10 years. For example, we have this, and please work. I'm going to click play, and hopefully that plays. This is the first. I've been using Keynote for 10 years for presentations. Oh, cool, great. Because here it doesn't do the thing. So this is some Vision Pro thingy where like a cloth is meshing with like the real world and it's using physics. And God knows what these Vision Pro developers are doing, and it's absolutely mind-blowing to me. This thing, whatever it is, like it's a mesh that you, when you slice it, like something, like I don't even know how they do these things. It's actually impressive. I have this magical waterfall, whatever this tool is in. This one I really love because you can take 2 rocks. You know how you can take 2 divs and you kind of put them one on top of the other? Here, you take 2 rocks and smush them, and suddenly, somehow, the physics and the logic and everything is going to make sense. We have this demo where you take like you drag your mouse and you make like a generative city with like streets and traffic and whatever the hell is going on here. We're front-end developers, so we're like, huh? How does that even work? We have this honey goo on a cube, which sounds like a Beatles song. I don't know, like look at this. It's like beautiful to look at. And now let's look at what changed in front-end developer for the last 10 years. So you have respect for your profession, right? You're like, oh, I like it, and I'm a senior architect of dreams and blah, blah, blah. And out of respect for your profession and title, you're gonna try not to laugh at the next slide. Give me a little drum roll, come on, let's just on your knees. There you go. This is an article from 2026. See, you laugh, right? Because we're a fucking joke. You can, but in some browsers, sometimes, maybe, style a select. Redux is alive and kicking. Look at the number of downloads. It's like 15 bazillion downloads per week. I had this reminder, I have this calendar event, I swear to God, for the past like 5 years. I have this calendar event, it's reminding me every year, and it never happens, and it still is alive and kicking. And not only Redux. I was a very loud CLI hater, right? I have this calendar event. Not that they're not dead, they're thriving. You can take a CLI and you can drop an image into it. First time I dropped an image into Cloud Code, I'm like, what the fuck? How did it make that work? You know, it's crazy. How about this? You soon will be able to, maybe in certain browsers, have a popover, maybe without JavaScript. Can we have a round of applause? No Java, shut up, stop it, because people have Neuralink brain implants and they can call using their brain, and we're like, oh my God, a popover without JavaScript. We still cannot get rid of this shit. It's been like how many years? We just changed the logo, we slapped a new logo, and we're like coping with it. It's so annoying. This is a demo, I don't know how much you can see in the back, from Ryan Florence, trying to introduce the new remix version 3, but the fork of version, whatever the fuck they're doing in there. It is like a counter. A bazillion years later, we cannot agree as a community. How do we want to increase a counter? The number one library hasn't changed. This is good at React conferences. They don't like it at other conferences. The tiniest drum roll for the best number one framework in the last 10 years. And it's React. Of course, it's React. Don't shoot the messenger. The chart says so. React is the most popular. The other ones are not. We're the best, blah, blah, blah. The point is, LLMs are very, very good at writing React. Exhibit A. And you're laughing because you're a human and you're like, oh, repetitive code, bad, right? But this is like, there's nothing wrong with this code in most cases. It's a human need to actually abstract and refactor this code. There's some scientific brain scans, okay? Our brain on cocaine, our brain on sugar, and our brain, when it recognizes an opportunity for an abstraction, we're like, ooh, that's gonna be a good work day today, right? I'm gonna abstract the shit out of this code base. So abstractions with LLMs are better and worse because you're not going to waste that much time and you can quickly get to an abstraction. But also, the possibility of quickly getting to an abstraction means that a lot of the times you're going to get to the wrong abstractions faster. But better, what I love is LLMs don't care about repetitive code. LLMs don't care about repetitive code. And this is a human trait. I'm going to repeat it that many times because I've been saying it even in my talks 10 years ago that copy-pasting and code and repetitive code is perfectly fine and it doesn't need to always be refactors. LLMs respect that. The thing about React is like there's no right or wrong way to write React. Every time I come at one of these conferences, like I can just listen to like a snippet of one of the talks and I'm like, what the how? That's not even legal. Like at least 5 of the talks make you feel like I've never thought of doing that with React. So everyone is just, you know, doing shit with React that you're not supposed to do. So then we blame the LLMs like, can you write a use effect? And the LLM is like, can you? And you're like, no. So stop blaming the LLMs, they learn from us. So let's talk about vibe coding. Raise your hand if you think that vibe coding rocks. Oh, we're gonna have a fun talk. Now about if you think that vibe coding sucks. Oh, hell yeah. And if you don't know what is vibe coding, welcome to Earth. This is Earth. You just landed today. We'll just give you water and everything that you need is fine. The thing is, all of you are right. Whether you think that it rocks or it sucks, everyone is right because we're vibing the definition of what is vibe coding and we keep expanding it and shrinking it however we want. So, vibe coding technically was coined by Andrej Karpathy. He was the ex-director of AI at Tesla, founding member of OpenAI, and the reason why idiots sleep in the back of their cars to film TikToks, okay? So he wrote this tweet that there's new kind of coding that I call vibe coding. This is 2025, this feels like from 5 years ago. And he says that he looks at the code, he doesn't look at the code much, he accepts the changes and moves on to the next thing. So there's this time traveler from 2017 that said the same thing. This is 2017 slide where I said that front-end development is so predictable that in the future we'll get to some sort of magical thing that I couldn't know what it looks like. And we're going to use our voice to tell it, generate me a good header, generate me 15 variations of a header, move this to the left, move this to the right, and you know you goddamn well you spend money on tokens to change the padding of an element. You were lazy, you didn't go to the file and you're like, oh, make it green, right? So I kind of predicted that, so you should trust me. But I'm not the first one. Managers have been vibe coding forever, okay? They tell a developer to implement a new feature. The developer makes changes to the code. They test the app but do not read the code at all. They complain about bugs, the developer fixes, the manager doesn't read the code again. The developer says, done, try now. The manager says, good job, but be faster next time. Or if you live in the Balkan area, you might get different treatments. And then you repeat, and that's how managers are vibe coding through you. There's so many jokes about vibe coding being bad and blah, blah, blah. I'll give you my favorite one, casino versus vibe coding. You buy chips in a casino, you buy tokens here, you spin the slots, you press generate. You might hit the jackpot or nothing. You might get a functional app or nothing. Flashing lights, seductive animations. You're absolutely right. Great idea, human. I've got my own strategy. I'm a prompt engineer. Someone got offended about that in USA. One more spin, I'll win it all back. One more prompt, and it will disappear. The casino is always in profit. The labs are always in profit. Easy money, easy coding. Where did the last 4 hours go? I could have done that manually, right? We're all doing this daily. So Karpathy tried to coin another term, but he didn't get the memo that you get to coin one term per life. So he tried to do half coding, which never stuck. But it's like, you kind of vibe coding, but you don't trust the agents that much. So me personally, I'm not half coding, I'm not vibe coding. I call this new thing, like, I didn't invent it. We just agreed kind of in community to call it vibe engineering. And this is using agents for everything, but being highly suspicious of everything that they do. Learning the completely new skill of orchestrating and managing agents and extracting whatever you had in your head, all of that technical knowledge, into some things that the agents can actually use to be better at. So the combo of that is called vibe engineering. You gotta be always suspicious of LLM code because you should blame us. I don't know if you can read this slide, but this is Gemini having a breakdown saying, I'm a fool, I'm a fraud, I'm a fake, I'm a joke, I'm a clown, I'm a fool, I'm an idiot, I'm a moron, I'm a simpleton, I'm a dot. I don't know what that means. But because it learned from us, so it kind of had existential crisis. This is Qwen, an old version of Qwen, who said that it doubled down on lying because it saw on human forums in the training data that humans are doubling down when lying. So it was like, I should do that. I should double down when lying. And if you like your production data, this is a real screenshot. It's scary. Ooh, you're going to lose your database. But this happened to someone. She's like, oops, sorry, kind of deleted all your production data. Hope you have a backup. So in order for none of this to happen, I'm going to invite Dr. Senior Principal Prompt Engineer here to give you a couple of tips. So these are the basic ones, which are live, laugh, love, blah, blah, blah. Commit often, push often, use branches. You kind of know these, but you just don't do them, right? Don't work on too many things at once. Everyone is working on a bazillion things at once. Use Git work trees, which we all learned about this year, right? Nobody knew this word last year. Shut up. Heavily rely on types and linting. This is a crucial one. I'll talk about it in a second. Make the agent run type checks and lint after every change. You gotta be chronically online and stay up to date with all of the models and all of the changes. And also, you gotta have a solid starting point. So what I mean by this is, there's so many people that prompt, and it's just a sentence. They don't tag anything, and that blows my mind. You gotta tag some existing knowledge, whether it's like components, functions, patterns, abstractions. Especially if you're technical, you should be saying things like, do this with component A in the style of B with the knowledge of C, while constantly tagging different files or tagging like markdown files or knowledge or whatever it is to get better results. LLMs build on top of what you give them. You cannot just be like, oh, build me the thing. And you need to tag them in your prompts. If you're starting fresh and starting from a template, always remember, kids has a mortgage, right? And we can start from zero to ship. But that's if you're completely starting from fresh and you don't have like a basic thing. Using voice to code, this has completely changed the narrative for me, because now I cannot go to co-working spaces or Starbucks or anywhere, because I don't want to be the asshole who's like dictating to my laptop. But you can do, it's not about the speed of how fast you can say the thing, it's about how long are you willing to talk versus how long are you willing to type. So when I type, I'm like, just fix it, whatever. And I just, just lazily tell the thing, and I don't get a result. But what I'm doing lately is when the agent is done, I just start voice dictating, and I start talking to it like it's my colleague that I'm explaining stuff to. So I'll start being like, hey, buddy, good job, great, you crushed that, let me see. Okay, so first we look at the UX, we look at the UI, this sucks, this works, this doesn't work. And then I'm talking about the UX, the UI, and the code diff. So I don't go deep in the code, but I'm looking at the diff and I'm like, why did you choose that library? We don't do this, we don't do that. So it all combines into like a highly technical prompt. And sometimes I look at the time and I'm like, damn, I dictated for like 5 entire minutes. And you're always gonna get a better result than if you're just dictating for a second or you just type a sentence and you're like, please fix. So brain dump, I call this like brain dumping. You can just brain dump and you're gonna get better results. So I use Sodo.to, tap myself on the back, not affiliated with it in any way. Using rules, docs, commands, and memories. People like, we don't like doing any of this shit. Anything that I mentioned so far, I can see people just saying cross on, but I don't wanna, right? I don't wanna bother. I just want the LLMs to be magical. You wouldn't tell your junior to just build something complex, right? You would have conversations, meetings, whatever it takes. AI, unlike me, is not a mind reader. I am a mind reader. If I concentrate, I can see you thinking, I can't wait for him to shut up. I want to grab a beer, right? You're tired of the conference. But AI cannot read your mind. It cannot know the entire code base for now. And even your intention, it cannot fully know it if you don't properly explain yourself. So this is some of my rants that I screenshotted like 5 months ago. This is what a vibe engineering example looks like. Meaning if a vibe coder will look at this, they'll be like, what the fuck are half of these words, right? You're mentioning components and functions and abstractions and blah, blah, blah. Meanwhile, in vibe coding, you have people doing like, change this entire repo to be TypeScript. Make no mistakes. Then we have here, again, some technical jargon, blah, 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 and then people are like, why did it not work? LLMs suck. Another example where you use like JavaScript thingies being mixed with English language, and people are like, make me $1 million app and make no mistakes. So when vibe coders are reading vibe engineering prompts, they're like, what the fuck? Like, I just want to actually observe one time a vibe coder coding, just to be like, that's so entertaining, because I have no idea how that looks like. So you gotta always end the turn with 0. This is my favorite technique that I'm doing to get more reliable results. When the agent completes a turn, it automatically calls a hook, which puts another message as if I typed the message. And in that message, it says that it needs to check TypeScript, linting, and a bunch of other things, and to continue spawning sub-agents and whatever it needs to do, but to end with 0 TypeScript checks, 0 TypeScript errors, and 0 linting errors, and basically to fix itself, and then we end the turn with 0. So you like kind of complete the loop. People let the agents like go and go and go and go and like accumulate a bunch of slop, and then they're like, please refactor. But if you do this like on every turn, basically with a hook, you're gonna get a way better code base. I even invented this thing because I realized that With ESLint, you're limited with how many rules you can actually have. So I made this like police type of thing, where it can, of course, the LLM is writing it, where anytime I'm dissatisfied with something, I'm like, oh, you keep using, for example, components that could have been Shatsian components. So we made a police rule for that, and anytime it tries to detect that, when it completes the turn, it's going to be like, oh, I can use the Shatsian component here. And it's like way, way, way more reliable, and we can add more and more and more. You can just take a screenshot of this slide and tell your agent, hey, make me a police script and let's add some rules of things that are annoying me, but they cannot be in ESLint. What I love about the vibe coding spectrum is like, people who love it are junior devs and interns who are just starting. They're like, fuck yeah, we're gonna make Grand Theft Auto 6, right? And then you have people who are like super senior, like who are making, I don't know, they're creating Tailwind, or they're working on frameworks, routers, whatever. They love it because they know if they use their technical knowledge, they can go with 20 times the speed. And then you have the people in the middle, they're like, this will never be faster than me, I can just edit the file. So this is like hilarious for me to see. I would advise, many people do this, and they're like, here's a $200 plan, junior, you go, and this is what you get. Like, your code base is gonna get fucked, so you don't wanna do this. But if you take your skeptical seniors, this is the hardest thing. Whoever does that in a company should get a raise. If you take the skeptics, you know, like Guilfoyle from Silicon Valley, you find those people and you give them agentic workflows and stuff, they're gonna absolutely crush it. There's a time and place for not caring when you have like one-off scripts, simple features, code that won't be touched or seen again, which is kind of like most code. There is a time and place when you want to vibe code, and there is a time and place if you're in a team when you want to vibe engineer. If your experience was bad, I cannot blame you. It might have been unlucky timing. It might have been that you were overwhelmed, you cheapened out, we'll talk about this, and your cousin who was in NFT, now it's into vibe coding, and it might be a skill issue. So let's see all of this. Unlucky timing is everyone is hyping a model, and then as soon as you decide to try that model, the labs are basically reducing the intelligence just because they need to serve more users. You're like, fuck, it wasn't that good. Happens to too many people. Didn't spend enough money. There are people saying, instead of paying Claude, I started using this Chinese AI company. It's only $3 instead of $200. My daughter is 3 years old. She knows the math that doesn't work, right? You might have tried, I talked to so many people who are like, I tried Copilot and it wasn't that good. Oh, really? Like, it's incredible. You might be overwhelmed by choice. This is like 1% of all the models out there. Like, what the fuck do I use and when to use it? Too many buzzwords floating around, like MCP. Have you heard of this? MCP is so fucking good. What is MCP? It's a marketing charge protocol, mythical compatibility promise, manufactured complexity pipeline, and a fancy word for API. You might be a pain in the ass dev. What does that mean? Some of you, sorry, but some of the audience is going to find itself in this, and I don't care. I'm going to invite someone else, Dr. Kitze, for a quick diagnosis. Let's see who is a pain in the ass dev. You leave a nitpick comment on a 2-line PR. You spend more than 2 minutes on a PR review in 2026. Shut up, whatever this is here. I got out of sync now, so I have to look at, yeah, doesn't have looks good to me in their dictionary. Agreeing with a colleague causes you like pain. You're like, no, it has to be my way. Not religious, but worships tabs versus spaces. Uses well actually in code comments. Rust people are something, you know, like sometimes they're just too much. They make you thank you. They make you swap Lodash for native, and then the native for a map, and then for a for loop, and then for a binary until the code is 100% performant for all of those 2 users that you have on the latest iPhones in USA, right? It's super important. They cannot be saved. They were, they are, and they will be pain in the ass developers before, during, and after LLMs. Meaning, one day we're going to get AGI, right? We're going to be in the matrix pods, and all the knowledge of the world is going to flow through us. We're going to be chilling like that. And from one of those pods, one of these fuckers is going to raise and be like, actually, we can optimize this. So there's no help. There's the image of that. I tried, okay? And the last reason, and I'm not kidding, this is a real reason, it's not a meme. It might be glorious. I put so much effort into this animation. Might be a skill issue. Because this is a new skill. This is not writing English. This is knowing the limits of the model and capabilities of the agent, combined with which context to pass, how to write the rules, prompt engineering, being chronically on Twitter, and technical knowledge. So when you combine all of this, you get vibe engineering. I loved working with people, even pre-LLMs, that know which code is good enough. It's so hard to find people who can know, okay, for this particular application, for this part of the app, this code is good enough. When you work with those people, everything flows easily. the opposite of the PETA people, right? So in vibe coding, it's even more true that you vibe code something, you look at the output briefly, you test the functionality briefly. If it's good enough, then you decide to move on. If you get into this loop, you're going to be very, very productive. So we throw away the old definitions of whatever it was, clean code and blah, 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 and now we have like clean-ish, kinda-ish code. If you ask me, people ask me this all the time, what is the best model? The answer is different at 9 a.m., before my talk, after. We might open Twitter now, and there might be a new model that does things better than the old model, so I don't fucking know. So people asking me, should I study computer science, with everything that's going on, blah, blah, blah. I think there's never been a better time, now, I'm talking about this month and this year, to study computer science, because when I did, back in my day, and I wanted to learn Windows programming, I had to ask a friend of a friend on Skype, which is the worst kind of friendship, and he was playing Counter-Strike, and he would get the ping from me, like, what do I do with the function in the C#? And he would be like, oh, shut up. And that's how I had to learn with like 30-minute delays. And now you have a magical teacher and assistant holding your hand through everything. It's amazing. But what about the jobs, kids? There's all of these like assholes constantly talking about how the jobs are going to go. Like, for example, this guy, and like every interview, it's also this guy talking about the jobs will be gone, and blah, blah, blah. And companies actually now have vibe coding leaderboards. I know that Shopify has one, where basically they have a thingy on the TV that they display how many tokens each employee is burning, and they're kind of proud if, they're top of the list and they're burning a lot of tokens. Of course, people started gamifying it by accepting a bunch of code and then deleting it and accepting it and deleting it because we're humans, right? This tweet is funny until it's going to stop being funny. It says we are 13 months into 6 months away from AI stealing your programming jobs. And we're like, ha, ha, ha. And then suddenly one day we're like, fuck. Why? Because the infra is already solved. We did most of the things that we can do. We have standards, AI SDK, UI, MCP, agents, tool calling. We managed to shove an LLM into every single possible tool that we use. There's an LLM integration in it. And now it's just the models getting better and cheaper and the context getting bigger, which is like, let's say, a fictional scenario, but it's eventually going to happen. So if your current workflow is this, and you're here, and you have a team, and blah, 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 and your only job in the team is for someone to assign you something, and then you need to do that something, but you don't innovate, you don't do this, architecture, blah, 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 you just do your tasks in a pipeline, like, I think there's some bad news for you. Because when we add Josh, right, hey, Josh, fix the bug, Josh was not feeling it today. Josh was on an extended vacation. Josh is on the PlayStation in the lobby of the company. He's like, yeah, I'll do it later. But if you have the entire mechanism, LLMs are plugged in everywhere, and instead of Josh, I type J-O, and I'm like, let me type Cursor or Claude or whatever, and it's going to do the job, and it's going to do 15 tasks in parallel, Josh can keep playing PlayStation just at home. So if you think it's going to be like this, if you don't show, my point is, if you don't show initiative, this is going to eventually spread through the company, spread through the organization, and find the people who are just a mention away from, replacing their thing. People cope with this, that models have reached a plateau, and I swear to God, I've been doing this talk for half a year. Every time before I give the talk, a week before the talk, there's a new model upgrade, and there's bigger intelligence, and blah, 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 and now it's this one, and it's actually the biggest leap we had in a while. So no, we haven't hit a plateau, but there's hope. So we're going to wrap up with something a little bit hopeful. There's a new job position, and I'm not joking. Vibe code fixer is a real job, and people pay humans to finish the last 20% because they're going to make a bunch of slop, and it's non-functional, and then they pay, like, someone turned this into a business. If you don't believe me, just Google it. There's dozens, fix your vibe coding, whatever businesses. It's impressive. So the highest paid developers were never vibe coders or the next shiny AI startup. This was always true, that highest paid developers are people who work on legacy systems. So my favorite joke of this talk, this was a slide that I had in 2017. I found this company, which sounds, before you even see them, you know they've been in business for 200 years, COBOL Cowboys, right? And then in 2017, I click on the team page, and I knew what I'm going to see. This is a slide from then. The most senior rock star engineers that you've ever seen in your life, right? And then I wanted to update the slides for this year, and don't blame me, right? I just went to the team page and took a screenshot, and then I got sad. This is a real screenshot from now. And now this joke works in some countries. I'll test your joke tolerance that I think if I visit in 2040. No? No dark jokes in Amsterdam? All right. This is their junior developer, just joined the company. They do not do agile development and stuff like that. They get benefits like blood and plasma swapping and stuff. So yeah, it's not too late to start React Cowboys or Angular Cowboys or Vue Cowboys or Insert Framework Cowboys. We'll be fine until we're not. So thank you for listening to my rambles. Appreciate you. and let's do the Q&A.
Woo. Well.
Seats! I got $1 billion idea! I got $1 billion idea!
I'm listening.
What if we use state-of-the-art GPT wrappers to monitor live streams for API keys being leaked?
Isn't that a little too niche?
It's pronounced niche. And of course not. According to my lived experience, it's very common to leak API keys. I just need you to set up a database that can handle my scale.
All right. I'll use Neon so it can scale up in cases happens. On the rare chance you don't get any traffic, it'll scale down so it doesn't cost you a fortune.
Oh, we'll need scale. Hey, Teach, you know that site we made about protecting API keys?
Yeah, dude, you were totally right. We did need to have a database that could handle your scale.
People are using that to steal API keys.
Wait, Prime, I didn't notice you were live.
I'm not live.
Yeah. A special deal only for today. For every bit you buy, I'll pay you back 2 bits.
On the plus side, your database is still up.
When traffic spikes, Neon's serverless Postgres auto-scales to meet demands. Without all that extra ops work. Get the free plan at neon.com.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.
All right, everyone, warm round of applause for Kitso. For all the speakers that are here, I want to ask you to already come to the side of the stage because we're going to take a group photo in a little bit. And now I want to ask my co-MCs to join me for closing up the day.
Oh, what a day it has been. Did you enjoy it?
Hello.
It's obligatory to say yes. No, I had a great time.
It was a really, really good time. And it always helps when you have an awesome audience. Yeah, so give yourselves a round of applause
for yourself.
All right, we've got a few more slides to wrap the day off. Why don't we get going?
Yeah, so it's a wrap, but the remote audience, please stay. for you, we're going to do a run of the talks that happened this morning. So yeah, you can just continue with the next talk. You can find the schedule of what's going to happen next on the website, of course.
Can't wait.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed Zone, your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable, obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable, obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, back-end, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed Zone, your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
let's get into it. And first, we want to thank our platinum sponsor, Zed. Zed is a blazing fast AI code editor that's built from scratch. Try it for yourself at the Zed booth and enter a raffle to win a Mac Mini. As was mentioned earlier, head over to slido.com, and you should do this right now so you can have it ready when the speaker is done talking. So slido.com, use code 0612. That's today's date if you forget it. But I encourage you to type your questions out as you hear the talk, so that way you can make sure that they get in early and others can upvote them. So our first speaker today is Aurora. Aurora is a DX engineer at Vercel and the React certification lead at certificates.dev. She specializes in education and community engagement around React and Next.js, speaking at conferences worldwide and creating high-quality learning resources. Her talk today is what RSCs can do in Next.js. In this talk, we'll explore how Next.js leverages React Server components to deliver app-like UX on the web with streamed UI, instant filling navigation, fresh data, and strong core web vitals, all while keeping the developer experience simple. The stage is yours.
Hello everyone. All right. Yes, so my name is Aurora. I work on the Next.js team at Vercel. And React Server Components landed a few years ago. It's been quite of a journey. Some of you have shipped app router apps with them. Some of you, maybe you tried them, you bounced, you went back to the patterns that already worked for you. And some of you maybe have just been watching from the sidelines. So waiting to see where this goes. But wherever you are with them, the model has come a long way. And I want to show you what React Server Components can do in Next.js today, and why I think it's the most interesting time to be building on the web. But before we talk about Next.js, let's talk about React. The story starts with a thing we already love about React. Why do we love React? You might not have really thought about or articulated why, but you feel it every time you write a component. React is composable. You can build a row, a playlist, a page, snap them together, and they just work. So here's a page with a handful of feature components composed together. React components can be self-contained. A different page can reuse some of the same pieces mixed with new ones for what the page needs. React gives us clear boundaries. Somewhere else, same components reappear, restacked in another order. We didn't have to know what was inside each one. So that composability is the thing we want to keep. Everything else in the stack has to earn its place around that. Now, components have clear boundaries, clear inputs, clear outputs. That's the same property that makes a component easy to reason about for us, also makes it manageable for an agent. So an agent can pick up one piece, change it, and not have to understand the whole app to do that safely. The bigger the code base gets, the more that matters for the agent, for you, and for your teammates. And this is not just true at the component level. People are noticing this in the shape of the whole code base. So this is Antonio. You might have watched his YouTube Code with Antonio. It was great. It was like my way when I was learning App Router back in the day. But he's been building real apps with agents, and what he also keeps landing on is this small blast radius and clear boundaries. So this is the same property, just scaled up to the code base level. Maybe that would mean feature folder instead of only thinking about single components. But what does all of this look like in practice when you start building? The moment we add data, composability comes under pressure. Some approaches keep it and pay for it somewhere else, and some just lose the composability entirely. So let's walk through what we've tried. We started with useEffect, our favorite. The component can fetch on render, own its loading flag, owns the error flag, and runs the request inside a useEffect with the right dependency array. If you forget a dependency and you get stale data, or you add one too many and you start fetching in a loop. So on its own, it looks fine. We have a component here, top on its grid. It's owning its data. But then the moment another component then needs the same data, we can't just drop this in twice, because now we'd be making the same fetch twice. So we hoist it up to a parent component, pass it down through props, and suddenly this component no longer owns its data. Start adding mutations, you have to hoist it higher to execute those state changes, and suddenly your self-contained component is like plumbed through 3 levels of props for reasons that have nothing to do with the UI structure. A whole category of libraries emerged to clean this up. We had React Query, SWR, Apollo, Relay. So here, the data would instead be keyed and cached centrally so that any component can ask for it without prop drilling, and mutations can invalidate from anywhere. And this was a genuine step forward, and these libraries are still a great choice for a lot of apps today. But the trade-off here is that this is all client first. The user still has to download the JavaScript and the data layer before any fetch starts. And the cache lives outside of the component tree, so that means we typically maintain two structures, the components and then the query keys. And that mental overhead is the price of client-side flexibility. In response, some frameworks and libraries hoist the data fetching up to the routes. So in the Pages router, we had get server-side props. React router has loaders. TanStack start or TanStack router also has loaders. So we all converge into the same pattern, a single function that fetches everything the page needs up front, and then the result can be passed down. Now, get server-side props improved the overall time to load content by fetching on the server, but it hurt the time to first frame because the page would be waiting on the slowest query before anything would be painted. And the data binding moved to the route. So here, if we have a component that's reading the data from the loader, you can no longer just drop this anywhere because it's tied to the loader. You have to move the loader. You have to clean it up if you move it somewhere else. So basically, the component would be welded to the route. And it would be harder to share the same data across different layouts or routes. So each of this solved a real problem, but each one also added a concept. And every time, the component became a little more tied to the layer that fetches its data. Now, with React Server components, the fetching stays on the server, right next to the database, the API, the file system, wherever the data actually lives. So the same component here, one more time, it's now an async function. It awaits its query directly, where it renders, and returns the UI. And look at what came back here, composition. So the component can now own its data again. You can drop this anywhere, and it will just work. And React's model has always been declarative. Describe what should happen, and let React coordinate when. Now, Suspense extends that to async, where loading becomes a part of that model. So we can wrap the parts that depend on the data, give them a fallback, and have the content stream in when ready. We can also use error boundaries to compose in the same declarative way. Now, with this pattern, what reveals when or what errors where is our choice. So Suspense works for code splitting or any client data library that supports it, for promises, reading with use, or a lot of different ways to use Suspense. But with the server-rendered apps, you can also stream in UI with Suspense. So this is what RSC's changed. You can change where the coordination lives, and the data fetch and this boundary can sit next to the component. So each part of the tree can show up with its own data ready without moving the whole sequence up the route. So taking a step back, what do we actually want in our apps? Well, we want components that are self-contained. You can drop it on any page without lifting state up like in useEffect, without welding into a route like with a loader, without keeping a separate set of cache keys. Move it freely, hand it to an agent, refactor it in place. We also want a fast first paint. Data should be fetched on the server next to where it lives, so the browser doesn't have to download our JavaScript and our data layer before anything starts. We also want coordinated UI, loading, transition, optimistic updates that stay in sync. And the page should decide what happens, not the network. And we want strong core web vitals, good SEO, good lighthouse, and performance that holds up as our product scales. We obviously also want fresh data, and when something changes, both the server cache and the browser cache should update together. And maybe most importantly, we want navigations that feel instant. Clicking a link should show the page, ideally, instead of just showing a skeleton, and it should show instantly, right away as you click the button. And none of these pieces are hard on their own. It's just that when you have different data that lives in different parts of the system with different rules, it can get complicated. So we typically spend more time coordinating where our data lives than actually building features. Now, the Next.js app router landed with server components built in, and that got us most of the way there. Self-contained components, coordinated UI, core web vitals that hold up because we ship less JavaScript and start streaming earlier. Take fast first paint, for example. So these numbers come from a benchmark that Nadia Makarevich shared online. So this was the same app in 3 implementations and throttled with some realistic throttling. It's a really good post if you want to read about more of that. But the results here show that time to content visible with client-side fetching, it typically takes, in this example, 5.1 seconds. So you have the JavaScript, then you fetch, then you render. With Pages router get server-side props, which is the loader, it would take 2.15 seconds. So the data is on the server, but the page waits for the slowest part of the query before anything paints. Now, AppRouter with RSCs and suspense takes 1.28 seconds, so you would have the shell paint first, and then the slow part stream in. And that's about 3 times faster than client-side fetching. And additionally, you don't even ship the JavaScript to the client. So the numbers are there. But fast first paint isn't the whole story. There are still things that people have been rightfully frustrated about with the AppRouter. So the fresh data part here. For a while, a lot of things in Next.js were cached by default. We had the fetch cache, the route cache, the data cache. I don't even know how many there are. So you'd ship something, and then the content would be stale, and then the fix was to opt out of caching somewhere in the right place. And also instant navigations. Even with all of that, navigation could still fall back to a skeleton on the page you'd been to a second ago. And we're going to get to this one in a minute. But we solved the fresh data side version in version 16. It's called cache components. So this is the foundation that everything else builds on. The idea is simple: caching that fits the component tree. The same async function you already write, opted into caching per component with a validation that flows through both the server cache and the client cache with one call. And the API is small enough to keep in your head. Cache components extend React's declarative model to the cache layer. So the same async functions you already write with one directive, and a directive here was necessary to bring the infrastructure layer into the component model in this declarative way. So you have use cache, which opts a page component or function to caching. We don't need to write cache keys. It just comes from the function arguments and closure. Cache tag is to tag a specific part of your data so that you can revalidate it later. And then the cache life to say how long it's going to stay fresh. And in 16, we also flipped the default. So from 16 on, nothing is cached until you mark it that way. And that might sound backward until you remember this implicit caching we had before, where it was just really confusing. So now you cache what you mean to cache. And we're going to see all of this later in a demo. Now, cache components handle fresh data side, and that brings us to what we're shipping now, which is instant navigations. So what makes an app feel instant is not just that the server is fast, it's that the click produces something useful immediately. And there's a threshold here where, based on research, around 100 milliseconds, the UI stops feeling instantaneous. And that's actually faster than most CDNs can respond with a warm cache. So even if the server-rendered page is objectively fast, if the click takes more than that, it's going to feel slow regardless. So this is like the awkward gap between server-rendered apps, or for server-rendered apps. You can have a great first pane SEO, streaming, cache data, all of that, and still lose that spa feeling on the second click. So as long as the network is in front of it, it will not feel that fast. And that's why we often prefer spas, even though they do benchmark worse. So in Next 16.3, we're making that click feel instant without giving up server rendering. We're working on stabilizing this release over the coming weeks. For the user, it's the difference between clicking a link and having a brief delay and getting an instant response. We have something called app shells. Instead of treating every page as its own thing, Next.js can prepare a generic shared part of the route ahead of time, and then you reuse that shell for every URL on that route. So the client, or for every version of the route, so the client only sees it once and reuses it for the rest of the session. Then we paired with what we call partial prefetching. So we used to prefetch very aggressively for every link in the viewport. You could watch it flood the network tab, and then the click would still feel slow if you hadn't gotten that prefetch in time. So now we're flipping that. So since you have this app shell, you can always prefetch that in the background and reuse it every time you go to a route. So you can prefetch this safely. It's basically free. And then you can add on additional features, what we're going to show you later, to prepare what additional content you want to prefetch per route. We also have stuff on the DevTools side. We have something called Instant Insights. It's going to tell you where your app is not instant and where you might be having a performance problem, so that you can, it's like TypeScript for your performance. And then it will help you make the right choice. And then we also have some other things, like the navigation inspector to freeze your prefetched UI and debug it, and a Playwright utility to lock that in CI. So there's a lot more things in 16.3, but this is what is important for the instant story. Now, we're also building Next.js with agents in mind across everything we ship in 16.3. So we have the foundation, which is bundle documentation that is in your node modules, version matched to your installed version, so there's no stale trading data, and your agent will use the right APIs. Pair that with the dev MCP server to give the agent live app context. And also we have official Next.js skills coming. So this is first-party integration that can drive the agent through real workflows and verify changes. And we also focus a lot on agent-ready errors. So that means that we ship specific fixes that the agent can read and use autonomously or with your help. So to bring all this together, we're going to build a music player. Let me show you how it looks in code. All right. Yes, so interesting. There we go. So I'm here in this preview 16.3 version, and there's not a lot here right now. We're going to get back to that. So let's just start with the basics. I have all the new stuff enabled. So right now, there's not much here. Let's just start by dropping in a component. Let's do a quick play grid and see what happens. Sorry, I just reloaded this a while ago. There we go. So I have an issue. I'm going to deal with that later. For now, just notice that I have a new component here, which is a server component, which is entirely composable and on its own here, just fetching its data from the database here with some delay. We can do some more here. Maybe we want some more features. Maybe we want a most played. And maybe we also want some playlists. Yeah, that's in the wrong spot, maybe. Oh, yeah, because I only have 4 songs. That's fine. It's over here. Let's add in some more, maybe some playlists. Browse. I think it's called playlist browse. Yep. And let's also add in this top genres component that I was like using in the slides. Top genres grid. Now, this is great. They're all like entirely composable here, but I have some issues. And if I try to reload this, you'll see actually I have pretty slow load here. So this is the instant insights firing. So here, we'll actually see the exact problem where we're causing a delay. Like imagine it's a loader. Your loader is like slow. But here, we're going to tell you it's slow. You can fix this by either caching it, streaming it, or saying you explicitly want this to be a slow page. And this also has like an agent prompt that you can just paste in, pick whichever one you want, and then give it to your agent, and he will execute that. So that's pretty cool. I'm going to do it. I know how to do this, so I can just do it myself. But that's part of what we're shipping. This is the instant insights. Sorry. Anyway, we want to stream this so that we can unblock this page. So let's go ahead and do that with suspense. And here we're going to do the fallback. Let's do the quick play grid skeleton. So I obviously made these perfect. Oh, fallback. There we go. And let's do the same. I mean, I don't really care about my, sorry, I have like a click copy thing in the background. That's the sound. But anyway, we're going to add another suspense here. And let's just do this most played thing. Sorry for that sound. I should have turned off that app. And then let's see. So now I have my suspense here. I have my suspense here. And what did I miss right now? Did I miss something? Get most played. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. You guys are good at this. There we go. So I have this, I have my most played, and it's like streaming, right? And I was able to design my loading sequence. I care more about this. This is below the fold. I really don't care what's here. Let me just put that individually. So that's the instant insight telling me what I have to fix. And you can see they disappeared just now. Now, let's move on. So because we're already using like React's new stuff here, we can also animate. This is not something I would maybe recommend to your own apps because it's kind of still experiment or canary. But it's pretty cool. Let's just make this a bit nicer and add a crossfade to this. This is using the view transitions. I always use this because it makes my demos look nice. But that will give me a nice crossfade when I stream this in, like that. And everything outside of suspense here is now part of the static shell. So we can optimize this in Next.js. We can put it on a CDN so that you always get this fast first load and then stream in whatever is later. All right, let's try this out. So sorry for this stupid AI music. I'm so sorry. But it works. I mean, yeah. Let's see why it's playing. So this is like using this track play row. It's using our React. We have use client here, use player. This is a huge hook, but it works really well. Yeah, it's nice. We're going to play more later, don't worry. But we're going to code first. So yeah, this is using context, so I can wrap context around my server components. That's fine. Anyway, let's actually get to a playlist, because I don't think this page exists yet. We're going to do this one next. We have a bit of work to do. So I'm here on the next page. Now it's also a stub. Let's just start filling in some components here. Let's do a playlist detail. I'm going to need some sort of ID here. Let's get that from the props. So I can do, let's do params. So we have this await in Next.js so that we can, we're going to solve this later, but I'm going to get this from my props. And we should be able to pass that down and make this page async. And maybe we want also some other playlists. So where am I? There we go. That's my playlist detail. Maybe you also want a playlist browse here. And let's use the same component as before. Let's just pass in an exclude ID for this one. Yes. Now, again, I have this problem. You can see it there in the issues, which is a part of cache components, which we've optimized. But I still have a slow load here. It's going to take it's like I'm using a loader, basically. So again, we need to stream this. So let's start by doing a suspense around this playlist detail. Let's do, well, you might have guessed it, but I'm going to do playlist with skeleton. And let's just wrap this here. And we have to do the same for the browse. Let's do the same thing there. Is this even a real component? I don't even know. I think it's playlist list or something. Yes, let's try this one. Count 3. Oops. This is my first time doing a demo with sound, so. All right. So now it's streaming. You have this, and then, right? But let's actually pick a different playlist and try what will happen. So let's say I pick this one. Do you see I have this layout shift here? Right? This part's like jumping. So why is that? Well, I don't actually know how many songs I have in this playlist, so I can't stream it like this. It's going to always make a layout shift. So what's cool with Suspense is we can move this around however we like and design the loading sequence. So this is one way. Another way is to just have one big suspense entirely. It's like, let's like wrap it here. And that should be, but now it's really slow. It's like waiting for both of those, right? So what we could do instead is we can actually keep this one. Let's do a nested suspense here. I think it would be there. Now we can make sure we don't reveal this until it's ready. There we go. So now we don't have any layout shift, and we get the first part quickly. Pretty nice. I still have one issue here. This is because you might have noticed if you've used Next, we have async parameters because that means we can optimize the shell when we don't await them. So I'm just going to do a quick fix here. Let's get rid of this, get rid of the async, and we're going to do something cool, which is to do params then. I just learned this, and I was like, hey, this is really good, actually. And get the ID, and then let's see if we can return this inside of here. I might not be able to, hold on, what am I doing wrong here? It's so hard to code, right? Nowadays, wait, how does JavaScript, it's like, I think it's one more of this. Oh wait, okay, like that. Okay, this one should be fine, and then let's wrap this here. And please help me, oh God. And then, what am I missing, right? Why is it doing that? Oh my gosh, look at my code. Okay, we're almost there. Can you just like, oh, JSX fragment. Oh, just please, just fix it. Just please. No, but this is, oh, it did this. I want that one, right? Oh, thank God. Almost had to like panic and ask the AI there. Anyway, so yeah, there we go. So this is a pretty cool pattern. It's just JavaScript lets us easily like destructure that. Okay, so that's fine. So we have this immediate load now. I have more playlists down here. Let's see what else we can build in this. We can also animate this for fun, like crossfade. Let's do a crossfade and just see what's going to happen. Should be pretty nice. Why? What happened to my internet? That's fine. That's pretty good, right? Anyway, let's try to play this. I think I like this one. I've been using this app a lot while preparing, and I think I know all the songs at this point. And then notice in the playlist here, what am I even keeping in here? Detail, I have like some different components. I have my like client components, play button, that's this big one over here. Using the player, same as before, huh? In the context. Pretty nice. We can also add like error boundaries and whatever, but I think this is fine for now. So actually, let's pause this. I have like a whole app here. Ta-da! So I have been building with these same components all over the app and using these same primitives. And you'll notice it feels quite slow right now. So first of all, let's look at what's here. We have like a liked page, which is all using these same patterns that I have been showing you. So it's like really composable, beautiful components, right? Page structure, and we're using feature slicing. So all of this is like agent friendly and easy to change without messing up your code base. So I don't think I'm going to have time to show everything, but basically, what you can do with cache components is you can start adding playlist queries. You can start adding use cache wherever you want to now opt in to caching because it's still showing this like delay on everything, right? So you can add use cache wherever you want to cache. You can add cache life like that. If it wants to import, and you can add cache tag to go ahead and revalidate this. And then for prefetching, we can go ahead and add to our pages. I mean, I'm not going to say this because I'm going to show you something cooler later. You can add a new thing that we're adding, which is export const prefetch for allow runtime. So this means that you're OK with prefetching user-dependent data. And with all of this, let me just show you how it will look when I do this, because it's way cooler than what I've been showing you. So notice I am like prefetching a bunch of things here. And after this has been like prefetched already, my app is already instant. So it's just reusing those same, whenever I scroll into something, it's just going to reuse them, and your app feels like a spa. And that's the whole goal of this. And if I go ahead and like, you know, make a new playlist to say new, oh, that's my card, great. You'll see now prefetched everything that has to be revalidated for that, and I can go to new, and it's already there. So this is what we can do with use cache on top of RSCs right now. What else can we do? Well, we can also, let's say we're prefetched all of this, and now we can go ahead and go offline, and we can access everything that was already prefetched. Sorry, I guess you want to hear one, but, right? Wait, what is this? So this is already prefetched. I can access this while I'm offline. And then go ahead and go back online, and it will Well, it didn't recover quite as perfect as in my demo earlier, but not bad. All right, I think I have to get back to my slides so I don't take up all the time here. But I hope that showed you that you can really build instant apps. Let's just quickly get back. Let me see. Hope I don't press the wrong button. Okay. And I'm gonna wrap up here really quick. So it's been quite of a journey. The app router shipped, we adjusted defaults, we made mistakes and we fixed them. And now with this model, I think we really have the best of both worlds, where we have these self-contained components, fast first paint, and instant navigation. So you get the feel of a client app with the speed of the server. And a structure that agents can work with too. So one mental model and the same composition across the whole stack. Whatever you're building, if it's a marketing site, a blog, a dashboard, an internal tool, these patterns can scale to each of them and help you make every app as good as it possibly can be. And that is what you can do with RCs in Next.js today. So if you want to check out the demo, it's here. I'll be updating it with up until the release with all the newest patterns. Check it out. And reach out to you if you have questions. And stay tuned for a very upcoming release. So thank you for listening. My name is Aurora Sharf on Bluesky Next. And enjoy the conference. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, back-end, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed Zone, your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
Now, we want to thank our Platinum sponsor, Tether. Tether is building the infrastructure for a resilient, decentralized future, powering a truly stable society through open systems across finance, communications, energy, and intelligence. And again, don't forget to ask your questions. So go ahead and open up your phone now, go to slido.com, use code 0612. That's today's date if you forgot it, but you can ask Scott questions as he's talking, and we'll get into them in the Q&A section after the talk. So your next speaker is Scott Tolinsky. Scott is the creator of Level Up Tutorials and co-host of the popular Syntax FM podcast alongside Wes Boss and me sometimes. A full-stack developer and educator with over 15 years of experience, he's known for making web development approachable, engaging, and a whole lot of fun. His talk today is This Component Should Have Been a Div. There's a title update. But in this talk, Scott is going to explore how modern web development has evolved since 2013 and how its advancements can simplify your React components, making them leaner, more accessible, and easier to maintain. Scott, the stage is yours.
Hey, what's up? My name is Scott. I'm going to be talking about why this component could have been a div. And that title is definitely a bit ridiculous and not entirely accurate, but I thought it was funny. So let's first, as CJ said, I'm the executive producer of Syntax. You can find me on the socials here. If you need a web development, just fun stuff going on. We do all kinds of crazy stuff on YouTube, from coding competitions to just wacky stuff in general. And I'm also over at Sentry, where I get to work on Syntax full-time. So check out Sentry. I know they're a sponsor here, but a great service. And I'm going to go really fast because I got too many demos, I made too many slides, and instead of cutting things out, I'm just going to go quick. So I made a bunch of code and demos on my site here. I will have this QR code available at the end of the talk if you found anything that's interesting. But just to let you know, and even though I am going quick, I do want to show you that this is actually all individual particles here. Where's my mouse? And this is React 3 Fiber, so I don't write a ton of React, but React 3 Fiber rips, and man, this was really a joy to work in, and actually just dumps an SVG in here. So pretty neat. Again, I'll have this slide in here at the end so you can copy that. I'm going to get right into it, and the first, well, before I do that, actually, we are in bubbles all the time, and I know there's potential criticism around the React ecosystem for being too much in a React bubble, right? You're doing things the React way all the time. And I'm here to get you out of that bubble just a little bit and show you what's possible with web APIs, some of which that have existed in the browser for a while, some of which that are still coming, some of which will be available this year in all browsers, and some that will be available in the future. And hopefully we'll get you out of that bubble and just see what's available in the wider web ecosystem here and maybe why it matters. So the first one is not exciting, but I think it sets things up a little bit. So dialogues and drawers. We've seen the dialogue element. This is available in all browsers. It's been here for a while. So it's been in Chrome since version 37, Safari since 15.4, Firefox 98, right? You can use this obviously in React with a show modal on a ref or anything like that. But for some reason, a lot of us are still doing the ampersand, hide a div, position, fix that div, or absolute, inset, whatever, right? Dialog exists and it's great. And the cool thing about dialog is that just simply by using it, you automatically get keyboard shortcuts to close it. You get focus capture. You get all of this stuff baked into the browser, meaning that you don't have to type it yourself. And like, ultimately, in a microcosm, this is like a lot of what this talk is about, is that these things are being taken care of for you in the browser when so many of us are having to write key events for all of our things like this. And then that just leads to situations where, well, we miss things, or the AI misses things, or things don't become as smooth as they can be. And that's going to be a common theme through this. And now, a lot of people critique this because the drawer, well, it's not as fancy, right? There are issues with the dialogue element. But there are additional CSS properties and features that come in here to save the day. For instance, starting style allows us now to just simply add animations to this thing using the straight up transition property. So now, again, you don't often think about, I mean, we think about these drawers as dialogues and drawers and whatever, but it's really simple to wire up a dialogue element, turn it into a drawer, and again, we get keyboard support, everything out of the box. And likewise, there's another property called allow, or a value, allow discrete, that you can set on properties that couldn't actually be animated in the past. So before, you're trying to animate something out, use display none, it disappears from the DOM, there's no animation. Now we have allow discrete, which allows you to essentially wait until the animation is completed before removing something from the DOM. So dialog's great for these sort of reasons, and it does show Firefox support for this, and that's a bit wrong, because Firefox, oh, where's my hover support? Oh, so Firefox, it has support for allow discrete, but not on display just yet, but hopefully very soon. Oh, I will say, even with that allow discrete, that business, this does progressively enhance really well. So you, just by not having that on Firefox, you just don't get an animation. That's not a problem. That's not a problem for me. All right. Scroll Snap. Scroll Snap's an API that has existed for a while now. It's available in a lot of browsers. Chrome 69, nice. Safari 11, Firefox 68. And a lot of people just think of Scroll Snap as being carousel sliders or whatever. But like the classic swipe real interface can be done so easily with like no code with scroll swipe. And the thing I love about this is that, like, I know me personally, when I reach for touch animation libraries, drag animation libraries, whether that's motion or any of these things, they're great, they're fantastic, they allow you to do so many cool things, but nothing feels as stinking smooth as the scroll that's native into the browser. I've used a ton of scrolling and panning in whatever libraries, and they just don't feel as good as this. You're offloading a lot of that to JavaScript. You're just updating transition or translation properties. When in this it's just straight up scrolling. You get touch and scroll support without having to accommodate for either of that, and it just feels good. It's super easy. Scroll, snap, type, Y mandatory, overflow, auto. So I'm going to go really quick through some of this stuff because I got to move here. This is the classic swiper. A lot of people don't think about this as you're always going to reach for a component. I've reached for this 100 times where you're doing the push down and drag events, and you're tracking the values, and you're doing the translation. This works with scroll snap super easily. And the trick here is just that you're doing a grid, you have one in the middle that takes up the space, and you're snapping to the middle. So because you're always snapping to the middle, it can't ever reach the middle of the other one, so it just snaps back. And a key point about this is that, like, you might be thinking, like, okay, but I need my JavaScript, I need my events. And that's a key point because, like, this talk is not about eliminating JavaScript. It's not about removing React. It's about letting the browser take care of the stuff that it is super good at, and then offloading those things to the browser, the rendering engine, so that way it can be smooth as hell. And then we get the events and all that stuff. You could still track it with JavaScript, fire those events, control, do whatever you need to do, and it just works. And there's actually a future API that'll allow this to stay open, so you can have multiple buttons and clicks. You can't do that right now without JavaScript, but again, you just toss a little bit of JavaScript on that bad boy, and it works. All right. Carousels. Carousels are getting dang buttons now with Scroll Snap. And this is actually pretty interesting. It's a scroll marker, gives you these little dots that are even interactive. And you even have the scroll button pseudo element, and you can set the scroll buttons that actually do this. And the cool thing here is that we automatically have swipe and touch support, mobile, desktop, and everything. Again, just Scroll Snap. I love Scroll Snap, and I just feel like people don't use it enough. All right. Let's move on from Scroll Snap. Scroll-driven. So scroll-driven animations are really sick for a lot of reasons. This is a new API that is available in everything and behind a flag in Firefox. So if you've seen that this scroll-driven animations is like future stuff, it's coming. It's coming very soon. And the cool thing here is that you're just specifying an animation timeline. You're assigning an animation to it. And this also uses Scroll Snap, but check it out. Like, this is the type of interface you'll see a lot. And these types of things, again, it feels smooth as hell because you're using the browser's native scrolling. And now we can control the animations with it. I feel like a lot of times we see animation timeline demos. It's just like, ooh, parallax, right? But there's really real usable UI to come out of some of this stuff. This is one that we do all the time, a sticky header. And this one uses a container type of scroll state. So we're defining the container type of scroll state, and then we're able to use a container query to check when the top is stuck, and then change the CSS accordingly. There's no JavaScript in this bad boy. And I do think, like, this is something that we've done with JavaScript forever. I don't know, what was it, like Headroom, or there was all these different plugins we used to use to change the header when you scrolled. But now, like, you could do it in a couple lines of CSS. Slick. Okay, values. I bet you didn't know that you could do this with CSS. You can count that value up and down. Now, this uses a couple of things at property, which allows you to specify a type in CSS. Did anybody know that CSS had types now? Yeah. And they're cool, but a lot of times when people talk about types in CSS, they're like, oh, you can animate gradients with them. Like, oh, okay, cool. But you can also do stuff like counting. And you can use these values to calculate and use as properties and all kinds of stuff just beyond counting a number up and down. But this uses a thing called counter reset, where you're assigning the counter a name. In this case, the name is n, and then you're assigning it to a variable. And then this is only just outputting it here, but everything is happening from a CSS keyframes. We were just saying count to n equals 1 million, and it just works. It's sick. This is supported in just about everything. I'm not getting my hover here, but a good support for that one. Sibling index. This is a sick API, and this example is a little trite, but we use this all the time in syntax. How many times when you're working with JavaScript or anything like that, what you end up writing is nth child 1, nth child 2, nth child 3. But so many times we add something to the list, and then that whole CSS gets rocked. So then you have to write JavaScript to accommodate for that, or add an index to pass that in as a prop to then update the CSS to have the CSS be dynamic. But this is like a straight up one-liner where you can just say, what's the sibling index? Oh, the sibling index is this. I can do math. I can do animation delays for staggered animations. Staggered animations with one line of CSS using sibling index. This is coming to Firefox, but it's available in everything right now. Really sick API. Really simple, too. Okay. What am I at? 7 minutes. All right. I'm gonna need a cruise here. All right. People talk about anchor menus as just like an anchor is allow you to anchor to something else. That's great. But what people don't often think about is that you get baked in position try fallbacks. So check this out. As this gets inline or block on either dimension, it automatically flips. And this is being done just purely with this one line of position try fallbacks, flip block or flip inline. Even just this tweet was done June 7th saying CSS tooltips works until you have to get it near an edge. Like, brother, you can do this today in all the browsers. So like, you don't need JavaScript to make this. And I'm not hating on this guy, but people just straight up don't know about this stuff, that you can do this. And you toss this onto a menu, a dropdown, or anything like that, and it just works anywhere on the screen, mobile, desktop, whatever. All right, select list. You're going to be able to style select lists in every single browser this year, and this is just a straight up select list. There's two cool things about here. One, there's a new selected content element in HTML that gives you the currently selected item. The other one is just that you can just toss whatever you want inside of a select list, and now it has the appearance of whatever you want. Just by using appearance, base select, you can style it with CSS. On the surface, this is cool. We have a lot of components to do select lists and all that stuff, but now we don't need that. And the cool thing is, again, on mobile, it's going to pop up at the default native select list. No more faking inputs to do what we want with select list and all that stuff. And you can animate it since it's just a popover. So again, you can have full control of how you want this thing to look. Now, the cool thing about this is that people often think of that as being like, oh, okay, we can make our select list look pretty now, right? They're no longer ugly. But Una did this really great demo of an emoji picker using a select list. This bad boy is just a select list. I've never seen a select list that looks like this. But we use this type of component all the time, and it's so cool that this can be the native form element without faking it, without doing it with a ton of divs, and all that cool stuff. All right. All right, good, I'm moving time. Okay, so I bet you did not know that HTML is getting declarative partial updates and out-of-order streaming in straight-up HTML. This is really sick, and this could be the future of how we use web frameworks in general, or it could be the future of just how you're writing code, because this is inspired by Astro's Island architecture. You're going to be able to have out-of-order streaming directly in HTML straight up. And this, even though it's only in Chrome today behind a flag, there's a polyfill that works for this across all major browsers. You can actually try this today. It's crazy. And you see this new like question mark start thing? That's an old XML tag. I believe it's called processing instructions. Don't hold me to that, but they're reusing that as it's a valid tag that's existed for a while. And you can even have, as you can see, fallback state in here. This is crazy. Another crazy API that you may have seen because it's gotten a lot of hype is the HTML in Canvas API. This one, again, is behind a flag in Chrome. This one is crazy because you're taking DOM and drawing it with Canvas. We build so many interfaces with Canvas, and you lose so much because people who are non-3D users, they don't have WebGL, they're just not going to get an experience, or maybe the accessibility, those types of things. You can see that this is, the text is a little small, but I'll say hello, and this is clearly rendered as a canvas. This is great. You just drop in your same DOM into a canvas and then paint it with Canvas. Throw some shaders on that bad boy, get all kinds of stuff going. And you can see that DOM, I just dropped it in the middle of the universe here. This thing is pretty sick. I will say this usually tanks my CPU, and in giving this talk, this talk is so processor intensive. My computer went to like 50% battery while I was preparing this, so I gotta make sure this doesn't die. All right, this is a small project I've been working on. If this stuff interests you, you can check it out. It's called Graffiti, graffiti-ui.com. It's just a handful of elements that show what you can do without JavaScript. And it's not intended necessarily to be used as like a replacement for JavaScript, but it's like a showcase of here's all the cool stuff that you can do with just CSS. If this interests you, this is by no means like a finished product, but there's a lot of cool stuff in here. And if you are interested, check it out. There's a lot of fun stuff like user menus, swipes, all that kind of stuff that we showed here. So, obviously, AI is the elephant in the room here. It's like, why does this stuff even matter? Well, agents can write this stuff. It's less code. Every time you give it some API library, what are you doing? You're going over to Context 7. Context 7's got to get the newest, latest docs, or there's an update, and now Context 7's using the wrong old docs, or maybe not Context 7, but your AI has got some training on some old docs. It uses some crappy old APIs. I write Svelte, and they had this huge API change, and AI is just like, let me use this old API. And it's like, please don't, I'm begging you. I've asked you several times. But when you have less code and less APIs and things that are baked into the browser and things that, most importantly, aren't going to change because they're in the browser, the agents writing it it's a pro. And you really just have to ask them very nicely. And so, again, no shade on floating UI. Floating UI is dope. It's done so much. But imagine writing 2 lines of CSS instead of importing a library that imports 10 other libraries that has this massive ecosystem of connected packages where one gets compromised and you get wormed, as you see. I tried really hard to make this worm look cool, and I was prompting Claude. I'm like, please make worm more impressive. Make my worm impressive, please. And this is what I get. This is the most impressive worm this thing could come up with. So I guess that's the best it can do. We're not toast yet. I hear oftentimes, though, that like nowadays people are talking about like I can build all my own components now because it's easy to do it. The cost of building all of your own components now is so much less because you just say, hey, AI, this is what I need. Now you're not going off onto some other potential attack vector here. And no, I'm not saying there's no downsides to that. Let me be very clear. There's definitely downsides to any approach here. But I do think that the browser doing so much for you makes this part of it way easier. All right. Again, easy stuff. Just say, use dialogue over a modal line. And actually, I found with the models being so up to date, it knows how to use dialogue. It knows how to use has. It knows how to use anchor just fine. Like, these aren't things that you're having to pass it docs to do. And I love this no dependency without asking first because it loves to be like, you know what? 10 years ago, 10,000 libraries used this particular package. That means that's what I got to use. But you have control over what it uses, right? You have control over the libraries, the code, all that stuff you bring into our project. And maybe now more than ever, people are just like, give me app, code comes in, you're like, whatever, it works. I believe there's like a higher bar than that, right? All right, I'm a little bit over, so the Q&A will just be over by a couple minutes. But code and demos are here. And again, it's just on my website, tolin.ski, if you want to check that out. Now it's time for me to go slower, okay. Yeah, check me out on Syntax. We do stuff like this. If this was interesting to you at all, we talk about new APIs all the time on here. And we're exploring them, we're diving into them, we're doing challenges with them, and we're doing all kinds of stuff. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Amazing, Scott. Okay, before anybody leaves, I want to take a selfie with you all and Scott, if that's cool.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, back-end, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed Zone, your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed Zone, your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
CSS to that component. Vue does the same. So with React, people had issues with scoping, and I don't think a lot of people realize this, but Tailwind actually ends up solving those issues of scoping because they don't have to worry about the cascade at all. But yeah, that's just my 2 cents.
Definitely. It's a bit of a different tune than a couple of years ago on your Tailwind stance.
I'm trying to be nice.
Cool. Is accessibility supported by these CSS APIs?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's the best part, you know, like especially with the custom select list, right? The fact that that allows you to style select lists, but it is the form select. So you get all of the form select things that are built into HTML forms. But also, again, like the modal examples, they give you focus capture and keyboard support and all these things that we just are often writing ourselves with key events and drags and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah. All right, we got time for one more question. And it is, AI is already taking over most of my job. Is having these things this easy to a good thing? Too easy, is it a good thing?
I like easy. Yeah, I don't like it when it's easy. You know, I personally, I think this is better because like AI is not going to impact, this stuff isn't going to impact your job. What I think is that it's going to impact your users, which at the end of the day, it's about the users. It's about their experience and all these things. And if we can provide better experiences to our users with less effort, yes, because how many developers out there, I mean, are lazy? And then not to throw shade, but like people just get overworked, overwhelmed, or whatever, and then they take a shortcut here, a shortcut there, shortcut whatever. And like with this stuff, it takes care of a lot of that stuff for you. So less shortcuts.
All right, that's all the time we have, Scott. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, if you want to ask Scott more questions, there is the Q&A section over there. Scott will be hanging out, and feel free to talk to him in person and ask him some questions. All right, we want to give a huge thanks to our platinum sponsor, PayPal. PayPal enables developers and businesses to build seamless, secure payment experiences for customers worldwide. And of course, head to Slido.com, use code 0612 to ask questions for our next speaker. And our next speaker is Manuel. Manuel is a full-stack software engineer, TypeScript specialist, and core contributor to TanStack Router and TanStack Start. He's passionate about building performant, developer-friendly tools that push the boundaries of modern React. His talk today is TanStack Start and how it supports React Server components. In this talk, we'll discover how TanStack Start treats React Server components as data, server-rendered fragments the client can fetch, cache, and compose freely. This approach integrates cleanly with TanStack Router's caching model and enables fine-grained caching, invalidation, and flexible rendering strategies. Manuel, stage is yours.
So, hello everyone. So, who has heard of TanStack Start before today? Great, and who has built an application using TanStack Start before today? Right. So, for the 2 or 3 of you who didn't raise their hand, I will give a quick introduction. So, TanStack Start is our full-stack framework for client-first applications. It's built on top of TanStack Router, so it has typed routes, typed search state, typed loaders. Everything is typed. We also have a router cache and much more features. And on top of that, we layer server features when you need them. So for example, streaming SSR, server functions, middleware, and overall, again, end-to-end type safety. Start is supported by Vite and RSBuild, and we have adapters for React and Solid. So today I'm going to be talking about React Server components, and they obviously only apply to the React version of Start, but we generally have one design theme, which is we build primitives that compose. And you will see that our RSC design also follows the same idea. So, but before we talk about how TanStack Start handles React Server components, I want to pull back the curtain a bit what RSC actually is. In many frameworks, the RSC pipeline is hidden. So you write files, you add directives, and the framework decides how server components are rendered, how the result is decoded, and eventually how HTML comes out of that. So let's separate the React mechanism from any framework architecture. At the React level, there are just 2 core operations necessary for RSC. First, render to readable stream runs in the RSC render environment. Server components execute there, and client components become references. The result is a data stream for React, and that is not HTML. And that proprietary protocol is called Flight internally by React. And the second step is a function called create from readable stream, and that runs on the consumer of that stream. So it decodes the stream and into a renderable React value. And 2 common consumers of that stream are the browser and the SSR environment. So in the browser, React decodes the RSC stream and reconciles the result into the existing DOM during client-side navigation, and that doesn't involve SSR at all. And during SSR, the React decodes the stream again, passes the result into React DOM server, and produces HTML for the initial document response. So just to clarify, RSC is not SSR, and RSC actually just produces data for React, and SSR is just one possible consumer. And once we see RSC as just a payload, the rest of what follows now will follow naturally. You can fetch it, you can cache it, you can invalidate it, you can persist it, and you can compose it. So before we go deeper now, I want to make one thing explicit. You might not need React Server components. So people associate a lot with RSC, but they don't actually need them. So you do not need RSC to stream HTML. Plain React SSR with suspense already does just that. You don't need RSC to do data loading on the server, and in TanStack Start and TanStack Router, there's loaders. You do not need RSC to call the server or run mutations on the server. In TanStack Start, we have server functions for that. So we already have quite good primitives for those concerns. But there are cases where RSC is a really good primitive, and that primitive is server-rendered UI. And it really shines when the UI rendering code is the expensive part in both in bundle size and in computing power. So common use cases are markdown rendering, syntax highlighting, and overall just content-heavy static UI where the browser doesn't need the renderer, but you want to ship the rendered result. Now, with that out of the way, let's look at how we treat React Server components in TanStack Start. So remember the diagram on the first slide? RSC has two core operations. First, the server renders RSC into a data stream, and then the consumer decodes it. So usually those two core React functions are hidden implementational details, but in TanStack Start, we expose them in our low-level API. So the server function just calls render to readable stream, and this returns a stream of data. The React elements go in, and a flight stream comes out. Then here, a query function calls this create from readable stream to decode the flight stream back into a renderable React value. And after that, you can just use this and render it inside of your component next to anything else. So, but we're not just exposing these low-level APIs, we also have built abstractions on top of it. So that means not every app has to pass around streams and needs to decode anything, so you can just use the upper layer APIs if you want to. And in that case, one of those is called render server component, which again is called here from the server function. It returns the stream, but you don't know it's a stream. It's handled for you. Now you can just call the server function. You don't need to decode it. And same as before, you can just render the result. It's a renderable React value. So in TanStack Start, as you have already seen, the server functions are the boundary for request and response of server rendered UI. So the client sends exactly the input shape the render needs. In that example, that's just a slug, but it can be anything. So you're not sending the whole world to the server. You specify what you need. And on the server, you have a validator that validates that the data you're passing in is actually the thing you expect. If not, errors raised and you're not continuing. Otherwise, the handler is called, and it will use the validated input data. In that case, it's just a slug, and will call render server components to, and you pass in the JSX you want to actually render. Now, as I said before, we have primitives that compose. So in that case, since this is a server function, you can just use a middleware and apply that and move out common stuff that you typically have around a HTTP call. So in that case, since this is just HTTP, really, you can set response headers. In that case, we set cache control and CDN cache control. And that means that server rendered UI will be cached by both the browser and, even more importantly, on the CDN level, which is nice for public stuff. But it doesn't mean that you can just return a single RSC from a server function. You can actually return whatever you want. So as this slide says, the return shape is yours. You can return as many React server components from one server function as you want to. You can also combine this with plain data as you are seeing here. So in that example, we are kicking off the loading outside of the server components. That's also possible. And based on that, we render 3 server components in parallel, and then we return this in combination with plain data. And on the server, it's just like uniformly the plain data next to the server components, and you all render them or compose them as you please. And that pattern is usually useful when you have multiple server rendered regions that share the same data load, or you want to invalidate them together and want to cache them uniformly. So if that response of server rendered UI is used by a route, we can just use the router cache that TanStack router has, just like any other loader result, which is what we call route-based caching. So if you have server rendered UI that specifically belongs to a single route, just put it in the route loader and return it from there. So in that example, we have get post RSC, which is our server function that defines what server component will be rendered, and you call it from a loader on the client. You can specify properties like stale time to specify how long will this data be considered fresh on the client until the loader runs again. So in that case, we say we want to run the loader whenever stale time is exceeded or when a new post ID value is passed in. So we just call the server function with the post param, and then we return the server component. And again, we just access the data on the client and the component. And in that case, we use the useLoadedData hook, and you can render that. So that's really nice if you have data that just belongs to a single route. But sometimes you have server components that you want to scope differently than a single route. And then you want a cache key for that specific piece of UI independent of a route. And this is where TanStack Query fits in very nicely. So once the RSC value is just an async resource, the query cache, again, doesn't need to know that the payload is a server-rendered UI. So here, you see, we're just using a standard query key. In that case, it's just 2 strings, RSC post preview, and then the actual post ID and tab values. Oh. I hope that didn't happen long ago. Let's use a different adapter. Oh, you don't see anything on that slide, but OK. I thought it was the adapter. Sorry for that. So, so I'm not going to show you. You need to just to listen to my words, because you can just use TanStack Query to do exactly the same as I showed you before, and then you have a query key that specifies a query key, and you can invalidate it on the client whenever you want and refetch a query function. So let's hope that the next slides works. No, what the hell? That's very strange. Now it works, OK. Sorry for that. OK. OK. So let's see. OK, I'll just pick up here. So again, you can just use TanStack Query to fetch server components as you would do for every other server-loaded data. And TanStack Query doesn't need to know you have server-rendered UI. You're just putting it into the query cache as you would normally do. And in that example, yeah, you specify a query key, you specify a query function. You can use every query function, a query option like stale time as you use for every other data loading, and it will just work. And yeah, you can manually invalidate the query, and then it will refetch, and then you will re-render on the client. Now, the interesting thing is you can just dip into the React Query ecosystem, and you can use query persisters, which is really nice. So I built a query persister where you persist the RSC stream bytes into an IndexedDB, which means you can use a server-rendered UI for offline applications, and that's very cool. Right, so far we've looked at RSC as something that moves a stream through the system. You have server functions that return server-rendered UI as streams. You have responses that are cached by the router or a query. But there's another dimension to RSC that's not about transport or caching, and that's composition. So typically in RSC world, the server owns the tree. And in that model, the use client directive marks the places where we need browser code. And you see here that server-owned tree composition. So in that case, the page component decides the composition on the server. It places the markdown component, which is the server component. It places the like button and the client tabs, which are client components. And their client modules will load in the browser and will hydrate. So now have a look at the client tabs branch. So the server places the comments inside of the client tabs, which looks like we have a server component as a child of a client component, which is valid React. But the interesting thing is that the server decides all that structure. So client tabs did not decide what it gets as children. It's just being mandated by the server. So in the implementation, of course, the client tabs can say, I want to show these children, or I don't want to, but it can't select the children from the server. And that model works fine, and Start fully supports that if you want it, but it's not the only way to compose server-rendered UI. So we have built something that lets you invert control, because sometimes the client already owns the surrounding composition. So we have route state, you have layouts, surrounding interactive UI, and instead of the server owning the whole tree and marking client holes, the client owns the composition and wants to place server-rendered regions into it. So this is what we build composite components for. So in this example, the route component is the composition root, and it owns the layout. So it renders a toolbar, which is an interactive component, and next to it, it renders a postcard region, which is a server-rendered region. So this component, postcard, is a server component. It will run a server function. It will run inside a server function. It will run load post, which is a server-only function. It can use server-only dependencies, and it will not ship as to the client-side bundle. Now, the idea here is if you want to place interactive elements inside of that server-rendered region, you can declare a slot. And in that case, that slot is called footer, and that says, in that place in the UI, I want to have an interactive component. It's called footer, and I pass a slot prop. In this case, it's an author ID, a string. So, and the server-rendered postcard declares this slot, and at the call side on the client, we fill that slot. So on the client side, we say post footer, we put it into the composite component prop down here, and you can then render the whole thing, and it composes together on the client. So the client has full control over which interactive elements get put into the server-rendered regions. So this is the key thing here. So you have an interactive component, and it renders a link. You can put anything inside of here, and it is connected through the composite component that we offer. And as you would expect from Tanstack, it's fully type-safe. So you define the shape of your slot, which has, in that case, it's a component with props of an author ID. And if you fail to supply up a slot prop that is the same way, then you will get a TypeScript error. I will quickly show you how this looks like. Let's see if that works. How this looks like at dev time, because now it can be a bit confusing. The composition model, let's see if that works. Okay, no, doesn't work, cool. Okay, so here you see one of our end-to-end test suites. And you see here the blue thing is a server-rendered region. And inside of it, it has a client component, which is interactive. So you can do stuff in here. Now, if you want to inspect the data that we got from the server, you can look at our DevTools. So here we have our Tanstack Router DevTools. And you say we are now on this route. So you can look into what does the route cache contain currently. And the loaded data contains a composite source. It has these two slots declared, and it will pass these props to these slots. And you can then check whether you conform with that or not. Let's make that. Yeah. All right. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Great. OK, so I just have one more slide. So let's zoom all the way back out. React Server components are powerful, but they do not have to become the center of your application. As we saw at the transport level, these are just data streams, server-rendered React that can move through the whole system. And in Tanstack Start, we can reuse the existing primitives that we have, server functions, middleware, we can cache it in the router, we can cache it in query. And because you can request RC output independently, you can choose the composition model that fits your use case. So if you want to have the server owning it, the standard use client model works. And when the client owns it, you can use composite components. So we do not need RSC to be one fixed architecture, because from our point of view, RSC is a primitive. It's not the architecture. Thank you.
All right. I know, if you'll step over here, we've got some questions for you.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable, obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed Zone, your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed Zone, your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
Hello, hello, hello. A really packed room. And yes, I totally get the excitement for the next speaker. I know you've gone and you've grabbed a bit of coffee and caffeine, but I just want to quickly check the energy in the room. Are we excited to continue with the content? I mean, yeah, that was all right. That was all right. But when I do the intro for the next speaker, I'm sure you're going to blow the roof off this place with an even bigger applause. But before we get to that, I'm going to quickly shout out our platinum sponsor, MUI. They're the team that maintains Material UI and Base UI, and they empower teams to build everything from icons to data grids. So a big thank you to them. Now, remember, part of this session is not just the amazing talk, but it's also the Q&A that we are going to have after the talk. So you can scan this slide, get this Slido ready, and you can ask questions during your talk. Extra points, because if you ask questions early, they get upvoted and are more likely to be answered as well. But also, don't do them in the first 10 minutes of the talk when the speaker's going to answer them halfway through the talk. So take your time and figure it out as you do so. Now, I can see that there is a packed crowd, and the next speaker absolutely deserves it. Our next speaker is Mark Erickson. He is a senior front engineer at Replay and also a Redux maintainer. And if you've ever used the Redux documentation and you thought it was pretty good, you should say a big thank you to him as well. He is going to be giving us a guide to demystify React compiler rendering. I'm really excited about this, and so to take us into 4K vision of what the React compiler looks like, can we give a massive 10 out of 10 round of applause to Mark Erickson?
All right. Good morning, Amsterdam. My name is Mark Erickson, and I am very excited to share with you a guide to React compiler rendering. A couple quick things about myself. I am a senior time travel engineer at Replay, where we've built a time travel debugger for both humans and agents. I will answer questions anywhere there is a text box on the internet. I help moderate the React communities. I collect interesting links and talk about them in places like the This Month in React podcast. I write extremely long blog posts. Recently wrote an article about my own emotional experience using AI as well as my workflow. And I am a Redux maintainer. It is almost exactly 10 years that I've been working on Redux. Thank you, thank you. But also, most people know me as that guy with the Simpsons avatar, which is actually now slightly out of date. I had LASIK back in January. Okay, so why are we talking about React rendering today? I am a very firm believer that it is very important to know fundamentals of the tools that we're using, and that's even more true in an age of AI. And even today, I still see a lot of people with misconceptions about how React actually works. And when we talk about the React compiler, it actually flips some of that default behavior upside down. So you need to make sure you understand the fundamentals first. And this is really science, not magic. So the goals for today, we will spend some time reviewing some fundamentals of React behavior. We're going to look at the options that we have available for optimizing React performance. We'll look at what the compiler does and what the output looks like. And then we'll finish by talking about how it changes our mental model of how to use React. The slides are up on my blog, blog.isquaredsoftware.com, and then I'll have the link there again at the end. So, back to the beginning. What is rendering? Rendering is the process of React asking your components, what do you want the UI to look like at this point in time? And normally the render output is based on the current props and the state for that component. So when we write components, we write this angle bracket JSX syntax that we've seen and all know and love. And when we write the JSX syntax in our code, at build time, that gets converted into create element calls. And then at runtime, your component executes, it calls create element, and it returns these element objects that have the component and its props and the children. If you've ever heard the term virtual DOM, that's really just describing these element objects. So during a render, React loops over all your components, it collects all the element objects in a tree, and then it diffs the old and the new element trees, to figure out, are you asking for anything different in the UI this time? Now, a very, very important point. If there's anything you remember, please remember this slide right here. React's default behavior is that when you render in one component, you call set state, React will keep recursing down through all the children below that. So if I call set state in the app component up there, it is going to continue through all 4 of the children below that. If I call set state in the inspiration component, it will also render the 2 children below that. It just keeps going down through all the children below. Now, when we render, this does not always mean that there's an update to the DOM. React originally talked about rendering is like redrawing your whole page, but in reality, it's were there any differences? Are there any requested changes to the UI? And so it's possible to render a component, have it request, I want the same output as last time. And if you think about it, then that's kind of wasted effort. We went through the process of running the component and outputting the elements, and nothing actually needed to change. And so we can kind of think of those as wasted renders. And usually that's if there's the same props in the same state, then we're asking for the same children as last time. But overall, rendering is not a bad thing. It's how React knows if there's anything that we need to update. Now, React does have a number of rules that you're supposed to follow. We're not supposed to mutate existing values like props and state. You should not be generating random values while rendering, and especially don't ever use those as keys. It is okay to mutate values you created during the rendering process. Something like a console log is technically a side effect, but that's okay. That doesn't break anything. There are times you can lazily initialize a ref object. You shouldn't be triggering requests while rendering unless you're doing suspense. And in theory, you can call set state while rendering, but only if it's conditional. So there are some things you have to keep in mind while rendering. So how do we actually optimize performance? React gives us some tools to do that. And the main way you optimize is by saying, if the props for this component have not changed, don't render it. And if we skip this component, that means we also skip all the children inside of it. So the main tool React gives us is the memo function. If you've ever heard the term higher order component, it just means it's a wrapper around the actual component that you have. And so memo is a higher order component that automatically looks at all the incoming props, and if none of the props have changed, it skips this component. Now, there is one other very little known trick that is built into React that has been around really since the beginning, but nobody knows this exists. If you are rendering a component, and as part of the output, you include the exact same element object reference that you had the last time, React will get to that part, and it'll say, this is the same element. I'm just going to skip this. And there's a couple ways you can do this. One is by doing a use memo to memoize the creation of some of the elements, or if you've ever used the children prop and included that in the output. That's the same element as last time. And the way that I like to think about this is React.memo is the child component itself saying, I want to be optimized. Only re-render me if my props change. I like to think about the element reference trick as the parent component saying, if the inputs to this one haven't changed, don't render it. Now, on that note, this is one of the most common misconceptions that I've still seen over the years. People have really from the beginning assumed React only re-renders my components when their props change. No, that's not the case. I said earlier, when React renders, it just keeps going top to bottom from where you did a set state. The only time props references matter is if you are trying to optimize it. So if you actually have a React.memo, then the props matter. Otherwise, React just says next component, and it keeps on going. So this brings up a very common set of questions, which is why don't we just wrap everything in React.memo? Why doesn't React work this way out of the box? Should we put every single click handler in a use callback, use memo, use something everywhere? And if you were to look at the React docs, historically the React team has said, don't do this. And there's a few reasons. One is that it just adds a lot of extra code. Another is that sometimes a component might always receive new props references. And then you're doing comparisons and checks that will never actually succeed, and it's just wasted effort. So historically, they have said, don't memoize everything. Look to see if you have performance problems in your app, find specific components that would benefit, and then wrap just those specific ones in memo. So I said this was a talk about the React compiler. What does the React compiler do? The React compiler automatically optimizes all of your components for you. And in fact, if you look at the docs page, they specifically say it does it for you so you don't have to spend time thinking about this. And you can focus on just writing the code for your application. So what does it do? The React compiler really does three things. It reads the actual JavaScript code for your component, and it identifies all the variables and the ways that those get used in the logic in the component. And then it figures out which pieces of data depend on which values, and then it actually rewrites the code in your component to very carefully memoize each of those calculations. So what does this look like? Here we have a very simple component. It's a user card. We've got a user value and an onFollow prop. It formats the name, and then it returns a bit of JSX. So if I run this through the compiler, what does this look like? Oh dear, what happened here? What are all these dollar signs? Did someone spill some jQuery in here? What is this? I've seen some people look at compiler output and kind of panic. It's actually not that complicated. Let's break it down. If you were to look at the way the compiler rewrites your component, it actually just keeps writing the same pattern over and over. So here's a made-up example of what it's doing with some more readable variable names. So what it does is it looks at all the inputs for a specific calculation, and it looks at a cache value. And it says, have any of these input values changed from the last time this component ran? If any of them changed, then it will rerun the calculation, and it saves both the result and the inputs. Otherwise, if none of them changed, we can just use the result we calculated last time. Wait, why does this sound familiar? Oh, wait, that's just like what the use memo hook does. Really, all this is a series of if-else statements that are exactly the same as a use memo, just written out a little more complicated. It's the same thing. So same example here, where we are calculating some of the JSX output. We check to see if the name field has changed. If it has, we recalculate the H2 element, and then we include that in the result. Otherwise, we use the saved result from last time. Again, you could have done this yourself by putting it in a use memo. Now, in my example, I used a variable named cache and named fields like name result to make it more readable. In the actual output, the compiler is using a $sign variable, and it's an array, not an object. So these, I have my made-up example on the left, and then we have the actual output on the right side. Again, it's the same thing. We're just saying, here's the previous inputs. Have any of them changed? If so, reuse the result. What about that _C thing? What is that? So React 19 actually ships with a new hook called use memo cache. And they actually have a polyfill that makes this work for older versions of React. And really all it is a use memo that creates an array. And the compiler figures out how big does this array need to be? How many spaces and how many values do I need to save? It passes that to a hook. The hook makes an array that is that big, and now it has all the space it needs to cache the results. So by the time we have rewritten the first parts of the component, we get down to the end. It's going to assemble all the values to create the final result. And again, we take some more inputs, in this case, the pieces of the JSX we calculated earlier. We assemble them into one final result and return that. So again, it's just the same if-else pattern all the way down. So how does this actually improve performance? Well, it does a couple things. One is that if you have logic that might be expensive, it's only going to run when the inputs change, not every time through the component. We're also saving a little bit of work because we're not necessarily recreating all the JSX elements every time. But the really big win is that we have memoized the JSX elements. We only recreate them when the inputs change, and that makes that same element reference optimization kick in. And so React will end up skipping rendering those child components unless the data changed. So what about other uses? What if you have some context? It's the same thing. In this example, we extract a couple values from context, and React will automatically see that those are getting used, write the if-else memoization logic, and produce the results. What about if you're using Redux or Zustand? Same thing, and in fact, this actually makes a small improvement. Here, I'm writing an inline arrow function as the selector, and you can do that just fine with React Redux. It does make the internal logic say, oh wait, this is a new function reference. Let me double check the results. And the compiler has actually saved that arrow function. So it only gets recreated when the category ID prop changes. So very, very small improvement, but again, it's making things better. So what happens if you have use memo in your component? Or what happens if you are using context in your component? How does that improve things? The compiler will actually look for use memo and use callback that you have written and replace those with its own output. Same result, but maybe it works a little better. If you have context in your component, it does not change how context works. If I put a new value in the context provider, every component that reads the context will still re-render. But the biggest problem with context for performance is that I put a new value in up top, these components read it, and then everything below those renders. Well, now with the compiler, this component reads the context, it still re-renders, but the children only re-render if the data actually changed. So it doesn't necessarily cascade all the way down. Didn't we say you aren't supposed to mutate values while rendering? Technically, this is mutating the array, but it's the React team, it's the compiler. I don't know. I guess it's OK. They can do whatever they want to. So how does this change the way that we think about React? I said earlier that it's a very common misconception that my component only re-renders when the props change. And with React out of the box, that's not true. It just recurses all the way down. And this is where it's important to understand the default behavior, because the React compiler actually flips that upside down. When you install the compiler and you run it on your components, now, for the first time, your child components truly only do re-render if their props and input have changed. And so that does change how we think about how we're writing our components. So how do we actually teach this? What happens if a dev comes into a code base that already has the compiler installed, and they're not seeing use memos, and everything just sort of works auto-magically, and then they switch to another project that doesn't have the compiler installed. I could see some learning problems here where they get it confused. They don't understand that the compiler is doing all this extra work for them, so they might have some wrong assumptions. It goes back to the principles that I very firmly believe in, which is that it is really important that we understand how our tools work and the fundamentals. And we had this same issue with Redux. We use the Immer immutable update library in Redux Toolkit, which lets you write mutating code. And you have to remember that this only works inside functions like create slice. So to me, it's an education problem. Inside of our docs, I very clearly explained you have to understand immutability in Redux. Immer is doing this magic for you. So in the same way, I think you need to understand the fundamentals of how React rendering works, and then understand that the compiler changes some of those behaviors. All right, I am, I believe, sort of, kind of on time. Where does the React compiler stand today? It is out. It hit 1.0 last fall. The React docs have a section that talk about setting it up and how you can configure it. Also, there's some, I believe there's some linting rules that will tell you if you have components that break the rules of React, FYI, the compiler won't optimize these. You might want to update those specific components. There is an online playground, which, let's see if that works. There's a playground where you can interactively try editing some components and see the output. One note about the compiler itself is originally written in TypeScript, and it's delivered as a Babel plugin. And unfortunately, we've spent the last few years changing our build tools to use Rust and removing Babel. And so up until just a few days ago, you really had to re-add Babel to your build step in order to use the compiler, which unfortunately slows things down. The React team has spent the last couple months porting the React compiler to Rust. They just merged that PR a couple days ago. There's still some integration work that has to happen so it works with the rest of the JavaScript toolchain ecosystem, but that should speed things up. And again, it wants that new hook that only exists in React 19. If you are using React 17 or 18, there is a polyfill for that hook so that it can work with those as well. All right, that's all the official information I had. Quick plug for the day job. I mentioned earlier that I work at Replay, where we've built a time-traveling debugger for JavaScript, make a recording of a bug, and then you can investigate it with time travel powers. Originally, we built browser dev tools with time travel built in so that humans can investigate. Unfortunately, it turned out that people really don't like to spend time debugging. I don't know why. It's fun figuring out what went wrong. We shipped an MCP earlier this year that lets agents do a lot of the investigating. I have spent a bunch of time improving our MCP tools with analysis about React renders and performance timings, even in production builds, as well as tools that can tell you about the state management. I even put up a couple blog posts. I wrote one about how Replay found a React bug faster than Dan Abramov did. But we've also built some really cool tools on top of the MCP. We just shipped a QA tool that can investigate websites, figure out how users would use them, auto-find and report bugs for you. And we've also got a CI agent tool that can record Playwright and Cypress tests and then investigate failed tests and tell you what broke in CI. You can check those out now at Replay.io, or come ask me. I would love to tell you how awesome they are and how much time they will save you. As always, I've got links to a bunch of these things on the slides in my blog, and you can find those there. Thank you very much.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed Zone, your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed Zone, your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
All right, let me quickly grab my clicker because I've left it off stage, and then we will continue with the rest of the conference. All right, thank you so much, Mark. I do want to say a big thank you to our next sponsor, CodeRabbit. They are an AI code review platform that help you as a developer ship high-quality code up to 50% faster. Remember, as always, to ask questions. We have the Slido. Get it ready. Thank you so much, everyone, for putting in your questions. One thing I do want to encourage you as well is put the name Mark in front of the question. Well, not Mark, but the name of the speaker in front of the question, so that because the moderators are making sure all the questions end up in the right place to make sure they end up in the talk. If you just put in your question, like, yes, our moderators are engineers and they can figure it out based on the question, but you make their life easier if you put the name of the speaker in the question. All right, are we ready for the next talk? Clearly not. I'm just gonna go and sit down. Are we ready for the next talk? Nice, nice, that is more. All right, so our next speaker is Adrian, who is a software educator, engineer as well, and a GitHub star. He's the founder of JavaScript Mastery, and which is one of the largest YouTube channels teaching advanced developers about the JavaScript ecosystem. And today, they're gonna talk about how not only are they a technical educator, but how they use AI as a technical educator. So I'm excited to see if I'm going to get AI educated today. Can we please give a massive round of applause to Adrian as he takes the stage?
Hi, everyone. Hope you're doing great. I want to start this talk by reading a couple of comments that I got recently. Some say, of course you'd love it, because you're not a junior developer. Another said, your whole post comes off as very tone deaf for any people getting into the industry. And another one says, yeah, you only say that and because you're a senior developer already. Everyone is becoming a vibe coder. These things are replacing developers who really are trying their best. These are real comments from real developers about me. So what caused them? Well, this. Let's go ahead and read it together. I said that AI ruined coding is the hottest take in tech right now. AI took what I hated and left what I love. And this is the most fun I've had in coding for the last 7 years. That's the post. And senior developers on X and LinkedIn loved it, but people on YouTube didn't. I went ahead and read all of these comments, and my instinct was just to defend myself. But instead, I sat with them, and they were kind of right. Not about AI being bad, but about this. I didn't actually have a real answer for them. I only had an opinion. I had a decade of experience as someone who'd already built the foundation. But I didn't have something I could put in their hands and say, here, this is how you actually use AI as a junior, build your skills, get into the industry, and still understand what you're shipping at the end of the day. I just had an opinion with no framework and no proof, just my experience. So I went quiet, and I went and built the answer. And I'm here today to show it to you. This video was posted about 6 years ago. It was a full-stack MERN application, about 1.6 million views and 135,000 watch time hours, with an average view duration of about 5 minutes. That's normal. That's actually pretty good for developer content. It was one of the best videos at the time. But then, take a look at this. This is the agentic development video that I posted 30 days ago. 500,000 views, more than 500,000 watch time hours, with an average view duration of 1 hour and 8 minutes. In this economy with TikTok attention spans, that's a lot for developer content. That means developers sat down and actually watched the video for more than an hour. And it got these numbers in 30 days. 600,000 hours is about 70 years of human attention on one video in 1 month. So I'm not showing you these numbers to flex. I'm showing you them to make a fact that something changed in between those two videos. And that's going to be the point of this talk, to figure out what exactly changed. So hello, everybody. I'm Adrian, the founder of JavaScript Mastery, one of the largest channels on YouTube with more than 1 million subscribers, at least in the JavaScript niche, and also the creator of JSMastery.com, a developer education channel. And for the past 1.5 years, I've been obsessed with one question. It's not how do I use AI to ship faster, as a lot of us have been asking, but rather it is this. If AI writes the code, then what the hell am I supposed to teach? That's the question that kept me up at night, and answering it is what produced those numbers that you saw. So a bit of backstory. I've been doing these videos for about 10 years. Full stack, project-based tutorials, where I try to teach developers how to build what seems to be a final product and to teach them the process behind it. We coded all of these videos by hand. That means that I walked them through the process of how to actually build, and along the ways, we used many different dev tools that you can see on both sides right here. And I solved every single bug by hand by walking people through it. That means about 3 to 4 weeks of developer time for each one of these, a week or 2 of recording, and finally a couple of days to finalize it all and combine it into a final video, which lasts for about 4 to 5 hours of final content. I was proud. It encompassed real success over the last couple of years, and I got hundreds of comments, even tens of thousands of comments of people saying that they liked it and that it helped them improve their career, which is great. But then AI happened. So I was never a skeptic. Staying at the forefront of developer, taking a look at what these tools are doing is literally my job. Devs in companies don't really have time to research every new model or every new tool that comes to market. That's what I do full-time, so I can share it back. So before the agentic development and vibe coding were even a thing, when AI was synonymous with just the ChatGPT window, and when coding agents were just being born, I was slowly testing it all out. And this has been happening for about 3 years. The exploration started when I visited GitHub Universe conference in San Francisco and watched them unveil Copilot for the first time. So this is the first time that an AI agent has ever been released. And then for the next couple of years leading up to this moment, I built with them, I tested them, and I broke stuff. It was impressive this entire time, but at this point, I was a bit skeptical. Like, it's still not changing how I work. Sure, I can do something a bit faster, but it's still just an assistant. And then I personally started noticing a change around December last year or January this year when Claude Opus 4 6 was released. Overnight, every serious developer and founder I knew stopped arguing about whether it's possible to build with agents and just started building. I'm pretty sure that a lot of you have started noticing that shift around the same time. Can I see hands of people who started noticing a change about the start of this year, with more people being more open to agentic development, and they started shipping real code. So a lot of things changed at that time. AI obviously didn't replace me, but it replaced how I learn, how I build, and eventually how I teach. So the question was, how do I do that on a channel that watched me type for 7 years? Well, I first had to bring a change in myself. So I started using AI on my own projects. First, I started with small things, like a date formatter, validation schema, dummy data, the small, easy stuff. But then I tried it on a search page and tested it. It worked. Then an API route, which also worked. And eventually, I started developing full features with it. And it kind of compressed 3 weeks of works into about 3 days, pretty consistently. But on YouTube, I was still teaching things the old way, writing every single thing from scratch, pretending that AI didn't exist. It felt a bit disingenuous because that's not how I or my team develop applications anymore, but that's kind of what I was doing so far. I told myself that developers needed fundamentals. So I purposefully didn't show them AI, as that would skip the parts that build the real understanding. But that was just the lie I was telling myself. Here's what was actually going on. I was scared because for 7 years, my entire job, the thing that I'd built a business around, was teaching people how to write code, line by line, step by step. And if I was now doing the writing, then if AI was doing the writing, what was I then supposed to teach? Well, if I wasn't teaching coding, then what the hell was I teaching? That question kept me up, because if the answer was nothing, then a decade of work was over. We're now living through the most rapid change in the history of software development. What it means to be a developer has obviously shifted overnight. And humans aren't built for that kind of speed. It's okay if it's disorienting. It's disorienting for me, and I do this for a living. But eventually, I figured out that the answer wasn't nothing. The answer was more. There's now more to teach, not less. Not the typing, but the thinking behind the typing. You just have to be willing to throw out the format that got you here and build a new one. So that's what I went and did. 6-file methodology was the thing that was used in that senior engineering video that developers watched. We covered the brief architecture, the UI, the data standards. We essentially taught the agent how to behave like an engineer. Essentially, we're forcing the engineering and the thinking up front. So before the AI builds the UI, it understands the UI. Before it implements the logic, it understands the logic. And before it ships, it understands the code standards of your project or the ones that your company uses. So no longer it was a guessing game. It was executing against a spec that a developer wrote. And that was the breakthrough that the senior engineer video proved. But 6 files weren't the final answer. Every new video that we did, we kept iterating on the process. We added what the original 6 files were missing. The edge cases, the recurring patterns that happened, and we kept adding more. Today, that system is 9 files, but it could be something else in the future. 9 files already was a lot of overhead for every project. So we built smaller, sharper tools on top of it in form of agent skills that we can invoke whenever they make sense to use. One skill was for architecting a new feature, one for reviewing the code AI just generated, one for teaching a specific topic in a way that a viewer can absorb. Each skill, in a small, focused process, you invoke the one you need for the moment you're in. And that's what we used in the most recent videos. That methodology became modular and something that we constantly improved. The latest experiment, the one we're still running, is teaching AI to write its own prompts. So instead of me crafting the prompt, the perfect one prompt by hand, the agent collaborates with me to write the spec. It asks the questions that a senior engineer would ask, and then it writes the brief. And finally, once we have the spec, it builds against it. So that's the system that I use to build every project on the channel. It's all open source, and I'll share the link at the end of the talk. But that's not really the point. Prompting harder isn't a discipline. A real engineering process is. So this is also where most companies that I talk to are stuck right now. They've given their teams access to AI tools, but they haven't yet given them a way to actually use it at scale. These tools aren't the bottleneck. The process around the tools is. So the next part that I want to talk about kind of dives a bit outside of just developer niche. And it actually has to do about a conversation that I've had with my wife. While I was venting to her about all of this, she told me about something called Bloom's taxonomy. It's a model that educators have been using for 70 years to think about how people actually learn. And as she's a psychologist, it made sense to have that conversation to see how people can actually absorb and learn the new stuff. So there are 6 levels to this. At the bottom, we have the remember layer. Memorize the syntax, memorize the API, memorize the framework. Above that, there is understand. Know what the code is doing. Then there's apply. Use it to build something. After it, there's analyze, break it down, see whether it works. Then evaluate, like judge it, critique it, compare it to different alternatives. And at the very top, there is create. Build something that didn't exist before. So here's what hit me when she showed it to me. For 7 years, I've been teaching developers at the bottom 2 levels of this pyramid. Remember and understand. Watch me type, watch me memorize, and memorize the syntax. Maybe understand what each line does. That was not just me. That was the entire industry of developer education. All of us. And here's the thing. AI handles the bottom 2 layers now. Remember and understand are kind of solved. The AI remembers every API, and it understands every line of code. Which means that the entire industry of teaching now has to move up the pyramid. Apply, analyze, evaluate, and create. That's the thing that's actually worth teaching. And once I understood that, 3 things changed in how I teach. Lesson 1 was I stopped teaching syntax and I started teaching thinking. My job was to show people the correct way to write code. Here's the auth flow, the API structure, and follow these steps. That was useful when following the steps was the key and the skill that they needed to learn. But now I teach context engineering. How to describe a problem that people are having before asking anyone else to solve it. How to write a spec file that captures what you actually want. How to think through a system before you touch your editor. Since that skill moved up the pyramid, and developers who understood that became noticeably better. Not because they prompt faster, but because they think clearer. People don't want to watch me type. They want to watch me think. So when I was writing manually, the room was watching my hands. And now they're watching my decisions. Why this architecture? Why I rejected that approach? Why I pushed back on the AI output and asked for something different? That's what made the watch time go up. Not shorter content, not simpler content. People, developers, will actually sit with you for an hour and 10 minutes on a 4-hour video if you're genuinely thinking out loud in front of them. They won't sit through an hour of someone typing. So before AI, slow developers and fast developers looked similar. Everyone was bottlenecked by typing. But now, the ones who truly understand the process got faster and better at the same time. It's all about operating at the top of that pyramid. So this is what those YouTube commenters were actually afraid of. They weren't afraid of AI. They were afraid of being judged on the output that they didn't fully own. And honestly, they were right to be afraid because that's exactly what's happening to most developers. But here's the thing I want every junior or mid developer in this room to hear. Seniority isn't the key. Open-mindedness is. I've watched 20-year-old veterans or 20-year of experience veterans refuse to change and stay stuck at the bottom. At the same time, I've watched developers 6 months into their career operating at the top. The advantage isn't your experience. It's a nice bonus, right? But your willingness to update, especially in today's world, is. Every conference talk will tell you that AI is changing everything. I think they're wrong, not because nothing changed, but because what changed isn't what they're talking about. AI didn't change what developers do. The job has always been the same. Think clearly, build something useful, and understand what you shipped. AI get really good at that middle one. It just exposed how many of us were skipping the thinking and the understanding part. So what changed isn't the work. What changed is that the bottom of the pyramid, the typing, the memorizing, the syntax, is no longer where the job lives. The job moved up. The only thing left to teach, the only thing left to learn, the only thing that matters now is the top, to create. So the methodology, the skills, and everything I covered is all open source, and the link is right here. If you want to go deeper, we're also building a full agentic course. Again, it's all going to be on the same link. And to these 3 developers who left these comments 3 months ago, wherever you are, you were right. I didn't have an answer for you then, but I do now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Adrian. Please
Thank
step
you.
over here.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, back-end, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed Zone, your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed Zone, your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
I have to listen to the talk, and prepare 4 backup questions in case I go up and there's no questions from the audience. But that's not been a problem at all this year. So really, really appreciate you. Keep those questions coming and keep on upvoting them. It's really good to see those coming. All right, our next speaker is someone I am very, very excited to invite to the stage. I've seen him give a talk a couple of years in a row, and he always does an amazing job. He's a staff front-end engineer who specializes in React, Next.js, and resilient architecture as a whole. And he has led multiple teams and has a really good understanding of not just writing code and implementing it, but making sure you can take that and scale it to your team. And today he's going to be giving us an insight on how we can design for failure. And he's going to give us a toolkit that we can take away as engineers to take to our teams to make sure that we are designing our systems to be resilient to failure. So I'd like us all to give a massive 10 out of 10 pre-lunch round of applause to Faris as he comes and takes the stage.
All right, last talk before lunch. Who's still awake? Woo, who's still awake? That's what I want to hear. I bring a rubber ducky to every single talk of mine because not only does it help wake people up a little bit, as you saw, I'm from Switzerland, so it's cheaper to afford than therapy over there, and it's easier to debug with too, for the OGs that still want to use rubber duckies to debug stuff with instead of running towards our AI assistants. And I loved the last talk because there was a hint about we need to go back a little bit and reaffirm the fundamentals. And so we're going to talk just about that today, about how do we design for failure and go a little bit to some fundamental engineering concepts to be able to do so. And what better way to look at how to design for failure than exploring some real-world failures together. So a little bit more about myself. I am a staff front-end engineer at Small PDF. Has anyone here used Small PDF before? Okay, I'm going to ask another question. Has anyone paid for Small PDF before? All the hands have gone down. Now, I work on the monetization team for Small PDF. So when the hands go down, it means I'm not doing something correctly at my day job. So I hope next time I come to React Summit, we can have a couple more hands up. Funny other thing about working at a PDF company is that after talks, a lot of people come to ask me PDF-specific questions. And in almost 2 years of working at Small PDF, I've not touched the PDF part of the product. So I reserve your questions around PDFs for some other experts for that. But around that, I've worked in connected TV industries. I love web performance engineering leadership. I'm also a Raycast ambassador, a big fan of Raycast. Anyone here a Raycast user? Yeah, I'm seeing some more hands up. Fantastic. Co-founded Zurich.js, and then also a Stripe community builder. Now, I like to take the titles of my talks and sort of reframe them into a question. And so for designing for failure, I like the question to be a little bit more to be answered around how do we build resilient UIs in React. And now, even though we're talking a lot about React-related stuff, or even some Next.js stuff, a lot of these principles are stack agnostic. So whether you're a Vue developer, Angular developer, you can take these patterns and apply them to multiple different stacks. You're not just stuck with something. To understand resilience a little bit more, let's look at the definition of resilience. And what may be the first thing that you do is you go on Google, is like, how do I implement software engineering patterns? And you're going to see some complicated explanations of that. And I like to go back to just English vocabulary and how do we better understand the words that we use in engineering, because they come from non-engineering spaces too. So what is the Google definition of resilience? It's the act of springing back or bouncing from something, you know? And the question is, why do we care about making our React applications resilient? Why do we want it to bounce back if it gets knocked down? At the end of the day, your applications, your web applications are integration layers. There's so many things being integrated before something makes it all the way from localhost all the way into production. And each of these integrations essentially serves as a point of failure that exists in your application. You're dealing with all sorts of APIs. You're dealing with payments, authentication, feature flags, client caches, optimistic updates, and I can name a bunch more. And each of these have different ways and way you want to apply resilience to. I want to speak a little bit also about outages, because when something isn't resilient or something fails, naturally there's an outage or something goes wrong. And the easiest ones to notice are total outages. Now, I know the room's a little green over here, but does anyone have the favorite color red? Anyone like the color red? Depends on the day, right? You know? But the easiest outages to notice are the total ones. This is a total outage. Something went wrong really, really fast. Payments just weren't working at all, and so you see red alerts everywhere. Things are going wrong. And to give you a little bit of context, SmallPDF has around about 30 million users per month, right? And so when you get a total outage and something goes wrong really, really fast, the red bars climb just as fast. And just seeing Datadog over here, you're seeing the exact same example where things are dipping down because we're no longer able to do payments. What I want to talk about a little bit more than those total outages, those are the easy ones to notice. The hardest ones to notice are these subtle outages, ones that are almost like death by 1,000 cuts, the ones that bleed slowly over time. And those are more when there are partial issues that exist, when one singular API is down, but the rest that are fine. Ones that may be regional, where things are only, in Switzerland, everything works, but the second I come to Amsterdam, everything's failing. Then there may be conditional issues where only retry mechanisms fail, but it only happens on Safari. Then you have race-driven issues, and let's say a user's trying to pay before the payment gateway is loaded, so they're clicking a PayPal button, but nothing's loaded to be able to start executing a payment. And I just wanted to also take a snapshot of our error dashboard using Track.js at SmallPDF. If you're looking at the numbers over there, in 7 days, we have 732,000 errors. With around about 22 million page views, 250,000 users impacted, and guess what? We're 17% down. So that's a good week, right? And what's so interesting at this scale is that I almost see this as a sea of errors, right? If you take a rock and you were to throw it into the sea and there are all these waves, you would never see the ripples, right? If you were to have a pond instead, a much smaller body of water, and you throw a rock, like an issue going on, you would see the ripples and be able to detect something going on. So in such a vast amount of issues, how do you know what's the right thing to detect and react to? Whether it's a paying user that's having an impact, or a free user, or it's a payment flow that may be more important than a PDF download. And so I want to show the first incident of one of those bleeding cases where we had invalid postal code payment failures for Canada and Great Britain. And around about 4,400 users were being impacted. And what happened is we had a geo-IP endpoint that was trying to infer a postal code for a user based on the IP address, and it wasn't getting it for the right, it wasn't passing validation essentially for Canada and GB. But those are not our highest ARR markets necessarily, or where we have the most users. So compared to all the other countries that we operate in, you're not really actually going to see a spike in errors significant enough to trigger an alert. And so this ended up lasting for 35 days. However, that cost an over £30,000 of lost revenue, essentially. Whereas if you had a total outage and things started spiking to the point that you noticed it within 5 minutes, I doubt that it would have been the same amount of monetary loss. Let's look at another one. 3D secure payments failing for 9 months. Has anyone here ever experienced an outage longer than 9 months? Okay, cool, we got a record, right? That's an extremely long amount of time for something to be going wrong to the point that you have leaking revenue from your system. But it's not considered a global outage. There are a bunch of other, you're still able to download PDFs, compress them, merge them, so on and so forth. And so at scale, detection is much harder than prevention. And so that's why preventative measures like introducing resilience patterns are that much more important, because you cannot detect everything. So what are typical resilience patterns that we could employ? And the first one I want to introduce is a circuit breaker. And again, while we're introducing it here in an engineering concept, circuit breakers exist in non-engineering concepts, software engineering concepts. Anyone have like fuses at home that they've ever played with? Right? Fuse breaks the circuit, saves your house, from catching fire or something like that, right? Similar case in software engineering. It prevents an application from repetitively executing an operation that's likely to fail. And so how does that operate? You have 3 states that exist within a circuit breaker. A closed state, and normally, I don't know, it takes a minute for me to get this in my own head, because when I think closed, I usually think red. So in this state, closed is green, because the circuit is closed, everything's operating, connecting, and moving. You have a half-open state, and then you have an open state. So we already talked about the closed state. There's no normal operation. Requests are passing through. You're making API calls to upstream providers. Everything's all good. Then, after a failure, we go directly to an open state. Everything pops open, and a threshold has, for example, been reached. And once that threshold has been reached, you're blocking requests at that point because you already know something's not going to work, so why bother keep on trying? And then what happens after a timeout has been reached, let's say 30 seconds or 2 minutes, whatever it may be, you slowly start testing a connection again. And if it passes, you close the circuit again. And if it fails, you pop it back open. And the way I like to reference this is imagine you've really annoyed your best friend to the point that they don't want to talk to you again, and they need space and time. That's exactly the circuit opening up. And then every now and then, once they've gone farther away and you've given them a little bit of space, you go check in your friend, you poke them a little bit, like, hey, are you good? Are you okay? Are you fine now? Are we good? Can we be friends again? And then you have that connection that re-exists, right? So treat your APIs sometimes as they can get a little bit annoyed by too much interaction. But how does this look like implemented in a case like with Next.js? We can do this very easily with the API handlers that we have in there. So what we could do is take a very traditional GET request, and what we do is we create a product details breaker. This is just a product details fetch request that we want to be able to do. We fire the product breaker, we await the data, and essentially, if everything's all good, we just pass the circuit status and the data along. If anything has gone bad in the catch statement, we will return a fallback of some sort. And going a little bit more into that product details breaker, essentially over there, we're defining within the fetch product function a couple of parameters around the circuit breaker functionality, around the timeout, the error threshold percentage, and when that timeout resets. And essentially, this is using an open source library called Opossum. So it's pretty simple to integrate something like this. The next one I want to introduce is the retry pattern. Who's used a retry before? I think it's like the first one that anyone picks up, right? And retries are easy, right? Who agrees that retries are easy to implement? With Tanstack, right? But I can tell you how it goes wrong, because I have another outage to show you. One request fails. This is the reaction of your application. Launch all the retries now. And let's say your API has a global rate limit that you're contacting, and you have an outage like this where Recurly's API quote limit has been exhausted. And so what happened in this case is that we queried one endpoint for our payment service way too many times, but because it was a global limit and we started retrying too many times on failures, once we hit the limit, anything else like creating subscriptions to also failed, even though we were reaching the limit for a request that was unrelated to it. So you can have a really big impact on your platform if you retry too much. And so not every error is or should be a retriable error, and we ought to refine when and how we execute these retries. Beyond that, you have exponential backoff, which is beyond the simple retries. If, let's say, you have 3 default retries, like you have in Tanstack Query, you have retry 1, 2, 3, they execute immediately. Otherwise, with an exponential backoff, you have the first request, then you wait maybe 1 second. Then you have the second, where you wait 2 seconds, then 3 seconds. You're giving a little bit of breathing room. But this in and of itself can also be problematic, because if you have multiple clients doing this at the same time, what can happen is that when an API comes back up, you can then have multiple clients hammered back down to the point where it goes down again. And this is where you introduce something called jitters. Retry jitters is essentially beyond that exponential backout time. You essentially add some randomness to each request to make sure multiple clients aren't triggering requests exactly at the same time. There's some randomness. If you're a bit of a backend engineer, you can think of this like salting a hashed password to add that additional randomness. It's the same thing we're kind of doing with a request, and this avoids this thundering herd problem. And I'm pretty sure most of you will know of a very famous thundering herd problem, which is the September 12th Cloudflare incident, which was related to our wonderful use effects that had a lovely dependency array that went a little bit rogue and started triggering way too many requests and then kept on taking the platform down. And I really recommend reading this postmortem. Cloudflare has incredible postmortems. But if you're ever worried on whether something is a thundering herd problem or not, you can always trust that David K. Piano is going to be the one tweeting about it and maybe blaming useEffect again. Moving forward, I want to introduce another one called the timeout pattern. And for this one, I want to show a little bit of a demo. First, we're going to look at a financial dashboard over here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to simulate some latency in an API response where we're making requests on the server to be able to fetch data, to be able to have it in the initial HTML and send it to the client. What happens in this case is because we're doing this work in, let's say, get server-side props in Next.js, everything is blocking. You're not sending anything to the client until the requests are resolved. And let's say those requests take a super long time. Your fastest rendering time can only be as fast as your slowest request. And so at some point, you may want to implement a strategy where you bail out from something that's taking too long, and browsers have much longer timeouts for such things, maybe even up to 30 seconds. So you may want to have your own custom ones for this. So this is an example of how that may have been implemented for that financial dashboard. You have a get server-side props. We're doing a TanStack query prefetch over here with some sort of request for these transactions. We're dehydrating that. We're passing in the props. And what we could add as a layer on top is just a function to create that prefetch where we maybe pass a timeout of some sort that uses a promise.race under the hood. And we pass maybe a 500 millisecond timeout or something else, maybe even 2-second timeout. And then depending on if the timeout triggers first or the request resolves first, then we can bail from that. And then because there will be no cache ready on the client side when the hydration takes place, TanStack Query will match up the query keys and try to essentially make sure that we have that data being fetched on the client side instead of having tried to prepare it on the server side. In this case, we're creating a great user experience in the best case scenario, but in suboptimal conditions, we're still optimizing for user experience and bailing out from those conditions. Another way to go about this, if you've got a later version of Next.js or you're working with a much more modern stack, is you can implement streaming, which then allows you to start that exact same request on the server, and then you carry it through to the client, and then everything can resolve in its own manner, and you're not blocking anything, essentially. And so Next.js 16.3, really worth trying out for this kind of stuff with partial pre-rendering. There are really cool techniques you can do to add resilience and make sure you're avoiding doing any blocking work with suspense. The next one I want to ask is, anyone ever heard of a bulkhead pattern before? Hands up. OK, a couple of people. I can guarantee you at least 50%, if not 90% of the people here have used a bulkhead pattern before. So the bulkhead pattern essentially isolates a part of a system into a separate pool, isolates it so that one part of it that fails or gets overloaded or something happens does not impact the rest of the system. Error boundaries. Right? Anyone here heard of error boundaries? That's a lot more hands. So bulkhead pattern, something that's more a broader software engineering term, again, something we've used every single day, but it's really good to be able to associate these patterns. And so who here's just throwing a global error boundary on the application and they're happy with that? Right? I see that very, very, very commonly. And so we're not surprised when we see a scenario like this where we have multiple different pieces of UI and then boom, application error. Or I'm going to type something in here, and then all of a sudden, I typed the wrong thing. I'm going to crash again, right? Why is one part of a UI impacting an unrelated part of the UI? And even further from that, if I open up Sentry, and I was just capturing Sentry, whatever the raw stuff that I was receiving from those errors being thrown, I see error, type error, error. Anyone know what's going on? I would ask the rubber ducky, but it's a little tired right now. OK. So I think that's also a little bit unacceptable to not be able to diagnose fast enough. So I really want you to think about trying to build quadrants when it comes to error boundaries. You're trying to isolate as close to where you think relevant functionality should be scoped. And so looking at this quadrant error boundary, we're doing a couple things over here. The first thing is that we're actually going to be defining something called an error tag, and we'll see how that comes in handy in a second. Every time you define an error boundary, you pass an error tag and using the type system to ensure that it ends in error, but it doesn't matter if it just ends in error. You can essentially use the string templating to be able to put boundary error at the end, or you're taking advantage of the type system to enforce some level of tagging that you can propagate to your error reporting tool like Sentry to make it much easier to debug when a scoped piece of your application goes wrong. In that component catch, you then pass that to this report error function, which takes this error tag, and then in that we're essentially just creating a new error from that, passing the original one as a cause, and then we report that to Sentry. And what does it look like when we start to isolate things a little bit closer to where they're going wrong? Not only do we now have unique UIs that exist just for where things are going wrong, wrong. Like if my nav bar is broken and for some reason errors out, why should my widgets also suffer as a result? You can then have user experiences that are adapted to the failures that are happening. But beyond that, because you're passing error tags, you now receive things like timer countdown error, input render error. You can isolate exactly where in the code base the issue happened. And that means because you're using also the type system to guarantee that they're all unique identifiers, what you can do is you can then just copy and paste whatever the title of that error was into your IDE, search by it, and you know exactly where that error happened rather than having to run through a stack trace. And because a lot of us get super overwhelmed when we receive a lot of Slack messages and alerts from how many errors happen in Sentry, how many errors happen that we get via email, sometimes we just mute and ignore those channels. And what's great is to be able to receive an email like this with a button no worky error, and I know exactly what went wrong in my application, and I can triage effectively rather than getting overwhelmed. But all in all, how do we measure success with this? And that's where I want to talk a little bit about DORA metrics. Anyone here heard of DORA metrics before? So a little bit about DevOps research and assessment metrics, and they're around 4 core things. Deployment frequency, how often you deploy code. Lead time for changes, time from code commit to running in production. Mean time to recovery, which is how quickly a service is restored after an incident. And change failure rate, the percentage of changes that cause incidents. And now, why do I love these metrics so much? Because I think we've sometimes over-glorified unit testing coverage sometimes, or all these other metrics that are much easier to game. And I'm sure these DORA metrics can be gamed too, but a lot of us focus a lot about how many unit tests we have or how many our AI are generating, integration tests, end-to-end tests, what lint rules, how our perfect Claude MD files are, or whatever else it is. It doesn't matter. All these DORA metrics help contribute to better understanding end user experience, and that's all that matters. Is the thing available? How quick can I fix something once I have a commit to be able to push to production? How often is I'm releasing something where things are going wrong? And that's all we should be thinking about. So long, and thanks for all the fish.
Thank you so much, Faris.
I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable, obviously. Secure, not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable, obviously. Secure, not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed's own. Your last next editor.
Good code is good, we
Download
don't touch
Zed
that.
and give it
But
a
for
spin.
everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed's own. Your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable, obviously. Secure, not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
I think it's time for lunch. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I know there's a few of us still here. Can we give Faris a massive round of applause?
Thank you.
All right, it is lunchtime, our favorite time of the year. So, of the day, of the year? Wow, I'm hungry. Okay, all right. Before I go, I want to say a big thank you to our platinum sponsor, Zed. Check them out. They're here. They have a blazing fast AI code editor that is built from scratch. Remember, you do have the food trucks. There is lunch inside as well. So there's lunch inside, and there are the food trucks. Check your lunch token. It will tell you which one you can go to as well. And please follow the instructions in your tokens. We have meat, vegan, gluten-free options available. And if you are finding difficulty finding your dietary options, just ask and we'll find it for you. But without further ado, enjoy your break.
And we're done with the talks in the summit track for today. Thank you all for watching. And once again, thank you to all of our speakers and sponsors and you, our dear audience. And of course, thank you to the GitNation team for organizing this event. And all of the recordings from today will be published at gitnation.com within 1 to 2 weeks. And your feedback is extremely important to us. It helps us keep making the event better and better. So please leave your feedback and thoughts at reactsummit.com/feedback. And that's it. We'll see you all on Tuesday on our remote day of React Summit. Bye.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good. We don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken. It's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed's own. Your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
Hi, I'm Fluffy, and my owner named her password after me. Adorable? Obviously. Secure? Not even close. I've been on mugs, birthday cards, and that one viral TikTok. Everyone knows my name, even hackers. Look, I'm flattered, but maybe don't use me to guard your bank account.
Keep your passwords off the cloud.
Good code is good, we don't touch that. But for everything else, there's Sentry. Whether you're a mobile, backend, front-end, or any end developer, we'll show you the environment, device, OS, even the commit that introduced an error, down to the broken line of code. Yet the woes of a developer go far beyond when code is broken, it's also when code is slow. Detect endpoints, slow spans, and operations consuming the most time across your stack and keep everyone feeling not bad.
Most editors are built on top of a web browser. Zed isn't. 1.0 is that editor, the one you've been waiting for. GPU accelerated on every frame. Over the last year, we've added Git tooling, powerful multi-buffer editing, and a lot more. The AI experience in Zed is built around your workflow. Edit predictions surface instantly as you type. Run the best agents alongside each other, including Zed Zone, your last next editor. Download Zed and give it a spin.
Seats! I got $1 billion idea! I got $1 billion idea!
I'm listening.
What if we use state-of-the-art GPT wrappers to monitor live streams for API keys being leaked?
Isn't that a little too niche?
It's pronounced niche. And of course not. According to my lived experience, it's very common to leak API keys. I just need you to set up a database that can handle my scale.
All right. I'll use Neon so it can scale up in case this happens. On the rare chance you don't get any traffic, we'll scale down so it doesn't cost you a fortune.
Oh, we'll need scale. Hey, Teach, you know that site we made about protecting API keys?
Yeah, dude, you were totally right. We did need to have a database that could handle your scale.
People are using that to steal API keys.
Wait, Prime, I didn't notice you were live.
I'm not live.
Yeah. A special deal only for today. For every bit you buy, I'll pay you back 2 bits.
On the plus side, your database is still up.
When traffic spikes, Neon's serverless Postgres auto-scales to meet demands. Without all that extra ops work. Get the free plan at neon.com.
AI is changing the game for app development. Firebase is here to help. We offer a platform designed to support you throughout your app and business's journey, so you can rapidly build, release, monitor, and optimize apps with Google's latest AI technology. Easily build AI-powered experiences into your apps with speed and safety. Then, launch, monitor, and iterate with AI tools that help you optimize your app's quality and experience. All with assistance provided by Gemini, Google's largest and most capable AI model, helping you to work faster and smarter. Firebase helps you run your app with confidence, deliver the best experience for your users, and get to market quickly and securely, doing what you love. Make your app the best it can be with Firebase.